¿Estamos en vivo? ¿Estamos en vivo? ¿Estamos en vivo? A ver. Sí, estamos en vivo. ¿Qué tal, gente? Para los que ven diferido después, obviamente. Acá estamos por cubrir el panel de la mujer de Zack Snyder. Así que arrancamos el segundo día de la JusticeCon. Gracias a los que estuvieron ayer. La verdad, se los agradezco de corazón. Gracias a los que se sumaron al canal también, en el tema de suscripciones. Las reproducciones, increíble, impresionante. Así que bueno, ahora a esperar a que aparezca nuestra querida Débora. Y después ahí sí, ya empezamos como ayer. Si hay alguna cosa que voy a comentar, si hay alguna cosa que hay que comentar o algo, me verán a mí, y si no, verán el panel directamente de Débora, de Débora Snyder. Así que bueno, a esperar. Faltan un minuto, 2 minutitos. Así que, Brian, ¿cómo te va? Oh, bien, Brian, ¿cómo estamos? Espectacular. Después del día de ayer, la verdad que ese clip que nos dejó Zack Snyder ayer, la verdad que nos dejó re manija. Así que bueno, ahora vamos a ver a la señora, a la mujer. Seguramente algo va a mostrar, seguramente. O no sabemos todavía. Pero bueno, vamos a ver qué pasa con la señora Snyder. Así que segundo día de la JusticeCon, acá firme como estatua. Hubo 2 paneles anteriormente, pero no valía la pena decirlo, así que cualquier cosa, si lo quieren llegar a ver, uno era el director fotográfico y el otro que también algo de la fotografía, una cosa así. Así que si lo quieren ver, en la descripción les dejo los links al finalizar el evento hoy. Así que bueno. Igual también en la descripción van a encontrar van a ver el canal por donde lo estoy viendo, el canal oficial. Así que bueno. Vamos a esperar. Vamos. A ver. Ahí está. Bueno, chicos, arrancamos. ¿Dónde estamos? Acá. Nos vemos en un rato.
Hi. Thanks for having me. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being with us. It's our pleasure. Yeah, the one thing before we start, I just want to say is that you all have arranged such an amazing weekend. I think we were planning on being at Comic-Con this year, and with the pandemic and not being able to be there was really disappointing. And I don't know if I've ever seen like a non-corporate entity create such an event, that is fan-driven. It's by the fans, for the fans, and it's really incredible. So thank you for doing that. Thank you so much. That means a lot. We appreciate it. Hello, Danny. So let's start off. Well, 1 second. I just want to let everyone who is watching know we have put together questions with Deb that she would like to answer, so we will not be pulling from the live chat. So a lot of people in the live chat are saying hi, Debbie. Hi. We love the parts too.
Okay, so let's start with questions. Kat, you had the first one. Do you want to start?
Sure. My first question for you is, what advice would you give to the next generation of female leaders on how to empower oneself and other females?
I think that, listen, we need to lead by example. I think we start by, supporting other women and not tearing them down and not being negative and dwell in negativity. I think that, supporting, whether it's content, if you're a creator, female filmmakers, or whether it's supporting women business owners. I think it's all by leading by example. I also think the biggest thing we can do is, mentor someone.
Hola Nelson, ¿cómo estás?
Actually seeing what is
¿Cómo me fallaste ayer al final, eh?
really help people believe that they can be it.
Pero bueno, estás hoy con la mujer de Zach.
I hear to see you agree. Yeah.
That's my dad. She likes the answer.
I think that the whole, the what you said about, empowering each other instead of tearing each other down is so important these days. It feels like, especially online, there's this whole thing where, it's one, even in the superhero genre, it's like you see, one is better than the other. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way. You just empower each other. It's not about, which one's more powerful. You just have to support each other.
And I feel like it's across the board, right? I mean, it's like, whether it's comics, like everyone used to ask us, like, what is DC or Marvel? And we're like, well, can't we have both? Like, it's not an either or situation. And I think right now, especially in this country, there's so much negativity. And I think because there's an anonymity being online, that people can say whatever they want without, there's not a face to it. So they would say things they wouldn't say if they were face to face to people. And I think just a little bit more kindness and support. And I also think that, I think, the movement has proved it, that if you come together for a cause that you care about, regardless of what that is, you can make change. And you can do it, by being united, you can do it with friends.
Yeah, no, it is true. Sorry, I got distracted by Kissy for a second.
Say hi.
Hi, Kissy.
El gatito, me muero.
Spot on. Nash, do you want to carry on? You had a question.
Yeah, sure. Look, Remy, I know that Hollywood attracts curiosity and fascination from all around the globe. And how do you feel working in this big industry amongst other big names? And what means to you to be this woman we can all here can look up to? It's a big thing.
It's kind of unimaginable. I grew up in New Jersey. My dad was an iron worker, and my mom stayed at home with us until we were at school age. And she worked as an office manager at a few different companies. I was really the first person in my immediate family to go to college. So to me, Hollywood always seemed so far away. I didn't know anyone here or anything. But we were close to New York City. We were like an hour ride on the train. And I remember my friend's dad worked in advertising. And I was fascinated by, at the time, right now, the commercial industry has changed so much. But television commercials were really at the forefront. There were huge directors working.
No creo, Nelson. Eso seguro que es para el DC Fandom.
And they were spending a lot of money on these ads. So it was something that, when I went to school, I was interested in doing, and had an internship working in New York at one of the big ad agencies. And then I remember I graduated, and they're like, well, you need to take the typing test. And I couldn't type to save my life, right? So I remember I failed the typing test and they're like, well, you can't even get a job as an assistant. And I was like, but I have a college degree in, film and video production. And they're like, yeah, but you gotta know how to type. So I remember we were on a family vacation. I brought a typewriter at the time and I was typing and practicing typing. And I kind of got my first break because I went to the interview and the human resources person had another meeting, so I failed my typing test, but they let me go meet the head of production. Anyhow, so I met the head of production and I got the job and I was working an assistant for 5 producers. But still, like, Hollywood seemed so far away to me. And even, I met Zach working on a soft and dry deodorant commercial. And in New Zealand, and it just so happens that he got his first feature, Dawn of the Dead. It's the only feature I didn't officially work on with him, although it was in Toronto, so it brought him to the East Coast. So we started dating and then later got engaged. And when I came out to California, I still didn't think I was going to work in the movie industry. I thought I would freelance in advertising because that's what I knew. But what I came to realize is a lot of the skills that I learned, working in ads and pitching ideas, because a lot of it is being able to express an idea and to sell an idea in. And, as a producer in commercials, it's almost like you're making these little mini movies. It's all the same steps, just at a much larger scale. So I still really didn't think that, like, the movie industry was in my future, but Zach really wanted to get 300 made, and we had these amazing producing partners, but our advantage, I think, coming from advertising is we knew how to pitch and to sell. And we were constantly doing that, whether it was the brand you were selling, or whether you were trying to sell your idea of whatever your commercial was or anything. So we came up with this huge pitch that had maquettes of what the characters would look like, and it had a big art book, and we sold it, and I got to be an executive producer on that movie. And then as we were making it, Warner Brothers said, we really like this process working with you. Do you guys want to come on the lot? And I remember walking into our space on the lot for the first time, and I was like, I can't believe this. Like, how did this girl from New Jersey, end up here and then go on to make these movies that people see around the world? Like, it was, it's kind of mind-boggling. And then when I remember when we were doing Sucker Punch, because it was an original idea that we really developed, I remember standing on that set feeling the same thing. And like, do you believe this was in your head, that this came from nothing? And like, so I guess my point is that I still can't believe it half the time. And I think still each project, whether it's, bringing Wonder Woman to the screen for the first time, or whether it's like, I'm still in awe, and I can't really believe that we get to do what we get to do. But I think my bigger point is, it doesn't matter. You don't have to have connections if you have tenacity, if you work hard. Hollywood was so far away that I really loved producing, and I loved what I did, and I took any job. I always say, even when we hire assistants, I've done all those jobs. I was a receptionist. I worked for 5 producers. I got there dry cleaning the cop. Like, I worked my way up. I didn't, and I can appreciate that. And, I believe that you can do whatever you set your mind to it, like, you can do it. And so, there are a lot of people that have said no, and you can't just take no for an answer.
Inspiring. Thank you.
I remember before when we spoke about doing this panel, you told us something that, in connection to this, that you do actually, when you and Zach work on a movie, you said that you bring women in to bring more women in the industry. Would you tell us more about that? Because I found that really interesting. Awesome. Yeah.
When we were, one woman I really admire is Gina Davis. She's an amazing actor, but for those that don't know, she's the Institute on Gender and Media, and they do a lot of research, but on gender in media, behind the camera, in front of the camera, like just a ton of research. But what they also do is they host these C. Jane salons. And her saying is, if she can see it, she can be it. And I got a chance, I had known the work she was doing, and then when we were doing work on Wonder Woman, I got a chance to be part of one of the salons, and we did some work with the movie. But I always, the philosophy that if it's not in front of you, if you're not seeing it, whether it's, and I think a lot of times when we talk about like gender, we talk about what we can see on screen, whether it's the actress or the director, because they're more visible. What's the content of the script? But for me, it's about also just importantly who's behind the camera, and making sure that we have parity behind the camera, which is, you know, we have a long way to go with that.
Estamos en vivo transmitiendo la JusticeCon. Los esperamos en la fortaleza de Negan.
They're already getting exposed to, like, here's the different crew members, but high school women sometimes will go to young women who are on social programs, but the government will bring them in to show them, and we've done it a variety of ways. So when we were shooting in England for Justice League, I had 2 young women that worked with me for 5 weeks each. And what they would do is they'd spend a week with me, and then they'd pick other departments, whether it was stunts or the AD department or production, and they'd spend a week with each department to see exactly what these people do. And then we had them for other departments that they hadn't met, they would get to spend time with them. Patty also did it when she was doing Wonder Woman. And then, like, I've also hosted groups of diverse, whether not just females, but like I'd always do one strictly female day where I'd have people come in and kids, and they'd get to meet with all the departments, they'd get to see the shoot. We try and get them to come in a couple times while we were shooting, but always just showing people that there's opportunities out there you might not even know, you know, and we tend to have a lot of women on our sets. Our AD is a female who we've been working since Washington, Misha Bukowski. And you know, we've worked with women stunt coordinators. Like, these positions, there are not a lot of women working at that high level. There's just not. Our best boy on our past couple movies is a woman. And, you know, so I would love to see more women in the technical, like behind the camera in the camera department. But I think that people don't know that there are that there is this opportunity, and I think really that's I don't feel like I really had a mentor. There have been people that impacted me as my career grew, and that I took advice from. But I feel like I'm trying to change that. The Academy has a really great program that I was a part of this year, where I had a young woman, and I worked with her the whole year. It's been really hard, but maybe more important to have that connection during COVID, because her movie, she's, you know, just graduated college, just got shut down. So again, I think it's important for as women to be supporting other women and supporting them in whatever, you know, they want to do.
That's amazing, and it's so important what you do. It's like, that's just fantastic.
I have a question. As a woman in the film industry, when you walk onto a set, what's the most important thing you look for?
I mean, I would like to see diversity. That's really important, and I think, you know, as a producer, I'm always pushing for that, like who we're hiring. But I think the other thing that is really most important is to create, like, we're creating something out of nothing sometimes, right? And you're hiring all these really talented people in their field, and I feel like creating a work environment that can be collaborative and that's safe so the creative process can blossom is really important. You know, I think sometimes there's egos that are involved, and I think you're only as good as the people that are around you. So, you know, I think we always try and surround ourselves with people that are better than us. And listen, a lot of our crew are the same crew that we've worked with from like they span 10 years. And some of them are, you know, I know you guys had Clay and Christine, you know, Clay is like one of my dearest friends that from college. I know Zach, Larry Fong, he went to college with, like a lot of the people that we've worked with. And I think when we were in school, we would be like, wouldn't it be cool if someday we could all do this together? And like the fact that we get to do it is amazing. And, you know, for us, there's not really, you're spending so much time with the people you're on set with that you really want to like them as, you know, as well. And you want, you know, I find, I always say we're like a traveling circus, and a lot of our friends have kids. So when, you know, you're on the road, sometimes we were in England for a year, you know, it's nice when you have these relationships because they become your family. And that to us is really important. And I think it also translates to the screen. You know, I think when people can trust and they're not afraid to take chances. And, you know, I think that's what you
¿Qué haces, Santi? ¿Cómo va?
want them to be at their A game, you know, but they have to feel safe to do that.
I think that's a great. I think that's a great way to put it. Yeah, and I mean it's not just, you know, it's not just for women.
Magnus. Magnus.
Yeah.
Washans.
Do you want to carry on?
The one thing I will say is I don't necessarily want to be working just with women. Like I want there to be a balance, because I feel like I'd like to see more women, because a lot of the times, even at the higher levels, department heads, most of the time, you know, there's like another woman and me, you know, it's like on the studio side or whatever. And hold on, thank you, Mom. It's not an iPad, I keep touching the screen. I think that the balance of having, you know, I don't necessarily want to work with just women. I think we all have something.
Yes, Magnum. Yes.
And creative. I just want there to be more of a balance than there is.
And it's just wonderful that you put yourself out there and trying to create that balance. And I think that Nana said Danny has the next.
Yeah, Danny's been so quiet.
Paying attention, girl. So I was researching.
Sí, ¿viste, Santi? O sea, en el chat no aparecieron muchos, pero después en las reproducciones fue impresionante, tremendo.
And he was really a feminist in all.
Sí, sí, la verdad que estoy muy contento por el resultado, la verdad que.
From him that it was really interesting. And he said that Wonder Woman was sort of a.
Por eso ya no me voy a quejar más con el tema del chat. Que me vean los que me vean, porque después en las reproducciones aparecen muchos.
When you heard that character, that Wonder Woman was going to step into the modern world.
Well, when we were doing Batman v Superman, Zach, you know, he was always, we started out with a Superman sequel and added Batman, and then became Batman v Superman, and he said, you know what would be really exciting to me is to actually see the Trinity on the screen for the first time. So,
Mostrá algo, Bárbara, mostrá algo, por favor.
I think why she's such an enduring.
Mostrá un tráiler, un teaser, una imagen, algo.
It is about justice, and it's about fighting for what is right, and I think those are things like in today's world that are very relatable. I think these characters, their mythology,
sí, sí, tal cual,
has allowed them, and they've changed. You know, if you look at the history of Wonder Woman, through the time she's kind of reflected back at us, and I think that's what these characters do, who we are at the time, and they change and evolve. So I think that's what keeps.
Ahí le mandé un mensaje. Ahí le mandé un mensaje para ver cómo seguía la mano. Ahora vamos a ver qué me dice. Espero que se lo hayan solucionado.
And also felt like a
Es una cagada.
responsibility too. Because, you know, so many people, women, men, everybody, like, she's so beloved by everyone, and it doesn't, you know, it's not just, she's not a character just for women, or just for men, or just for little girls, or, you know, she appeals to such a broad audience. Finding her and casting Gal was also, I think, really, just
Así dicen.
such a process.
Y que Brie Larson quiere ser Samus.
But it was equally important that whoever played the actor embodied some of those same characteristics. Because I think for kids, like my kids, they are like, hey, are you working with Batman today? Or am I going to get to see Wonder Woman? And they'll know that her name is Gal, but she's still Wonder Woman. She's not an actor. And I think, like, for us, we acknowledge the fact that for parts of our audience, there's not a separation between the character and the actor. They're kind of the same person. So,
aunque no me vean, se me escucha, ¿no? Se me escucha bien. Porque en realidad no me muestro yo, porque en realidad los protagonistas son ellos. Obvio. Siempre los del panel van a ser los protagonistas. Por eso yo no me muestro. Me muestro después. Gracias, Santi.
People working in the studio, whether it was wardrobe or stunts, because she met a lot of people, all were just like, she's so kind. She's so that, like, everyone was so enamored by who she was as a person. And then on film, and we all know.
A ver, vamos a practicar. ¿Qué prefieren? ¿Así como está ahora? ¿Así? ¿O así? O sea, primera, segunda o tercera opción. A ver, díganme, ¿qué opción le gusta más? Primera, segunda o tercera.
I couldn't believe it was a moment, and also
La dos.
A couple people from the crew brought their kids.
Esta.
And,
Así.
This one little girl had drawn her a picture, and she's so.
No, Brian, esta.
And it was, you know, they had been trying to make this Wonder Woman movie for so long, and there was fits and starts, and to be a part of this historical moment, like, but to actually
La dos. ¿Listo? Dale.
It was very emotional, and I think a lot of people got like teary-eyed on set.
Estos son todo pruebas para la DC Fandom. En la DC Fandom voy a estar así y todo. Bueno, hoy transmito así. Hoy me veo.
What's your favorite scene from, you know, Zach's DCU? And this was
claro.
The first thing that just came to your mind. It's just seeing her for the first time, because it just meant so much at the time. I actually do have a follow-up question to this when we're at that. Do you feel like you had, you know, impact or influence on Zach regarding, you know, portrayal of women in his movies?
Well, I think I do. I think Zach is, I mean, I'm a little biased since he's my husband as well as my producing partner and director, but he loves powerful women, and I think he's always like really conscious about surrounding himself by powerful women, you know, whether it's behind the camera on set, or also whenever he's writing, you know, like Gorgo was, I think, like a couple frames. It might have even been like 2 or 3 frames in Frank Miller's graphic novel, and she had her own storyline, and we talked a lot about how, you know, it was just.
¿Se ve bien ellas y yo ahí en las plataformas que lo vean, no sé, en la tele, en la compu o en el celu? ¿Cómo se ve?
Rescuing Lois, you know, she's rescuing him in so many ways and teaching him about humanity. And I just think his natural, you know, inclination is to go with the strong female character, or, you know, hire the female department head, even if it's in departments that traditionally were male, like I think he sees that that's really important. And I'm a little opinionated, so I think I definitely, because we're married and we work together, it's almost like you don't turn it off, like, and because he's a creator and he writes, or even if it's something that we haven't written that we're in the middle of production, even if we're going out to dinner, it's hard not to talk about it because, there's a passion when you're doing this, I think, and, we kind of live it and breathe it, and, I think we're lucky to be able to do this together, because I think, like, when, it's hard. It's hard on marriages, when you're off for a year or 6 months. And the fact that, and if your spouse comes, like, they're living a different life than you're living on set 14 hours a day if you're shooting. So it makes it really difficult. So for us to have that, like, we get to do it together. And and when it's hard, we go through it together and we can support each other. And when it's victorious, we can celebrate together. But, like, I feel like it would be, when we're in production, like, I understand the stresses of his day. And we're not together all the time because our jobs are very different, and I deal a lot with the studio, with the marketing, and with, dealing with various other issues, and he's dealing, especially now that he's the director of photography, he's dealing with the technical end, or he's doing, so sometimes we won't see each other the whole time.
Paul! ¿Cómo te va? Un gustazo. Gracias.
We have the same goal, and we also protect each other because there's no ulterior, our ulterior motives are the same, when you get other people, coming in, outside producers, because a lot of times you have producing partners, and we've worked with amazing partners, we're lucky, but, everyone's motivated.
Ahí me contestó John, chicos. Les manda saludos a todos y sigue con el problema de internet, así que hasta mañana no hay arreglo.
Yeah, you really do. That's like.
I feel blessed, and I feel like we make each other better, and I feel like even if we don't always agree on things, but we don't always agree, but we will always be in agreement when we're presenting it, even if, we will come to a decision of where we're going to be, and we always have a united front. So I think that is clear. And also, it's my job as a producer to get his vision on screen. So if there is matters of creative, it's my job to tell him if I don't think it's right, but ultimately, it's my job to support the ultimate decision. So I think when you know those, like, when it's very clear, those roles, it doesn't become personal, and it becomes just much more supportive. Yeah, that's it. Oh, make it
Well, we have more questions. Carry on, Kat or Danny, any of you wants to take over? Kat, you'll have to unmute your mic if you want to ask one question.
Yeah. When in the time, I'm gonna make my question. There are several moments related to motherhood in the DCU. Is there one particular scene that moved you personally?
Yes, there's two. Two that I like that are like at the top of my list. I think when Diane in Man of Steel, when the young Clark he locks himself in the closet because he's so overwhelmed by the world around him, and she comes to the school and and he's in the closet, and she, very gently, pats him down, and you could tell, like, she's so worried herself, but yet she knows that she has to.
Callen a ese gato.
She has to be there and be nurturing and make make him feel better and make him feel okay and make him feel safe. And I love that because, you know, a lot of times we might be almost paralyzed with fear, but we have to move forward and be strong. And I think that, to me, that's what that scene does. And that's definitely, I think, my favorite scene. There's also a scene that I can't really talk about it that much because I want you to see it, but there is an amazing scene that was not in the theatrical release. I don't know why, because it's when Diane comes to visit Lois after Clark's death, and she's been, you know, not going out, and it's just this also very supportive scene because even though she's lost her house, she's coming there, you know, to help, not to ask for help, but to help Lois, and I really like that. You'll get to see that scene.
Can't wait, because I mean, we've seen the reshot scene, and we didn't like that one very much.
And I just want to say about that scene where Clark was in the closet and he was being talked down from panic attack. Like, I have panic attacks, and that's something that ever since I saw that scene, I talk myself through that exact moment, like because when your anxiety is taking over, like you suddenly feel like the world is too big, and I just keep replaying Mama Kent in my head, like, make it small, and it really helps. It's wonderful.
And I think that that she's facing, like, she's afraid herself, right? And she's afraid, like, you know, as a mom, like, my kid's well-being is like nothing else matters, right? And she doesn't know how to help him, and she's panicked about it, but yet has to be so calm and calm him. And I think that's the beauty of it. What about you guys? What's your favorite scenes?
Wonder Woman entrance, of course.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Well, I have to wrong, I think Lara's goodbye to her child, baby. That one.
That one's so heartbreaking, but yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, I can't imagine, you know, the feeling of doing that. I mean, I'm not a mom, so I can't imagine it for that reason, but also it's just because this whole concept of, you know, she just had the baby and giving him up, it's just like, I can't imagine being in that position. I really can't. So it was really, really powerful moment to just like watch.
Yeah.
And the score, like, when she goes out and she's looking at everything exploding, you know, and the whole world is like, and you see the ship, right? And the score, the Han score under that part. By the way, also the Han score when Wonder Woman's entrance.
Oh my God.
I think adds so much to these moments. Yeah.
There's just something so powerful about seeing her. There's all these explosions, and she just lost everything practically. But she's just standing there, and she's proud and tall, and she's just facing it all. Like, what else can she do in that situation? There's something really empowering about that to me. Just to see that particular scene where really she's facing, you know, Krypton exploding right in front of her. Like, there's just something really, really powerful about that. To me, anyway.
I agree.
And then pretty much every scene with Lois is just so empowering as well. She's a hero in herself too, and I just love her so much.
Yeah. I love it. Go on.
No,
I really like that scene from Man of Steel, the ending scene. It's so powerful when Clark is telling his mother about his new work. He's so excited. Mm-hmm. And you can see the interaction between them. It's so heartwarming. It's amazing. I love that. I love the actual scene, but these sweet ones are my favorite.
Well, I think to the moment where she comes down in the train station and she knows this moment that he had to make, he chose humanity, he made this choice, and he's so distraught, and he is kneeling, and she comes up and he puts his head on her stomach, and that moment to me too is such a powerful, moment of her, comforting him.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I like how Lloyd in particular, the thing about her that always spoke to me is just she's in this world, she's thrown in this world of people who are more powerful than her, like physically anyway. But she's just not scared of that at all. She just walks in the room and she owns it. And I just I find that so powerful and so inspiring. I was like, I want to have that power. I just want to be like this. It just takes a certain type of person to just be like this. And she has that. And the portrayal is just so good. Like, her portrayal is so good. And I mean, we've done podcasts on this, and we spoke on this before, and literally picked it apart, just how much this means to us, because it's really rare to see, a woman in such position in the movies. I don't think people realize it as much, because especially if they don't look for it, but for us as girls, watching it's just like, okay, she's badass, she's inspiring, I want to be like her. And it's just really important to see. So, I mean, that's...
I have another question here. What is the best advice you could give a young woman looking to get into filmmaking?
I think right now, we're at a place and there's a platform online that we never had before, that I didn't have before. You can make something beautiful on your phone. I think tell your story, do it. You don't need the fanciest camera. If you have a voice and you have a story to tell your story and you can get it out there. And I think that's what's so amazing, that, it used to be, you had to be in film school, there were these big, editing rooms that you needed, and now if you have a computer and literally a phone, and we've seen, Zach shot a beautiful piece on his phone that looked just as good as if it would be on film or red camera. You can do it. So don't think that there are all these reasons why you can't do it. I think just do it and tell your story.
That's beautiful. Yeah. Kat, do you have another question you'd like to ask?
I do. What female in real life and/or fictional character inspires you the most and why?
Okay, well, I have to say RGB.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think the reasons for me is because, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, leaned very far to the left, but I think she realized that in order to get things done on the Supreme Court, she had to be more moderate. And I think for me, the fact that she was such good friends with Justice Scalia, who had very opposing viewpoints on a lot of things than she did, but yet they had this friendship. And I think
Pongan en el chat, Bárbara, mostra algo. Por favor, mostra algo. Una foto, algo.
Together and come more in the middle to come up with solutions.
Tenés a tu marido al lado, mostra algo.
How she's done that in her life, and actually got things done. To me, it's just so inspiring. And and not to mention, she's doing her job and battling cancer and still trying to work out, and she's has so kept, and there's just so many reasons why she's the one that I think she's amazing.
Yeah, she really is.
Danny? Do you want to
Yes.
question? Yeah, go ahead.
It's not like a question, but I just wanted to say thank you for this conversation. It was really important for us, since we all with the girls, we got together precisely as women, talking about.
Hola, Kid Master, ¿cómo andás?
Talking about how amazing they are when it comes to female characters. So thank you for sharing this moment with us.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us. And, you know, the one last thing I just want to say is that, you know, the past couple of years have been very difficult for us on a personal level as well as a professional level. And some days when just seeing how many people were touched by the films we make and how it touched them in such a personal way and made them, in some instances, overcome something, really brought us a lot during those difficult times. And we're just, you know, we're moved and appreciate everything that the fans and the movement have done for us. So thank you.
We love you.
Yeah, we love you.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys have been such an inspiration to us. You know, we told this to Ray yesterday, and we told Dad multiple times. And I think it's, you know, this was always a two-way street. It's, you know, you guys have been inspiration to us, and we just try to do the best to support you. You know, as fans, and I mean, there's only so much fans can do, but it was always, you know. It was always a two-way street. You guys have always been so generous and so kind with fans. And the fact that you are here right now, that both you and Zach agreed to come on and talk to us, it's just, you know, it's not something that anybody would just do. And we genuinely appreciate it. And it just makes us, you know, I don't want to say fight more, but it really works like that. You know, you want to kind of pay forward what you get. And you guys have been just amazing, and we really, really appreciate it.
Well, it's also quite historical. Like I said, I cannot believe, like, I feel like they're going to study this whole thing in film school. Like the power, the power of what, and that's what I mean, like if people come together and look at, I mean, and the goal of getting the Justice League, Zack Snyder's Justice League film to be able to come out is one thing, but also just, I don't know, it's, the end goal is, yes, very important, but to us, like seeing the money that was raised for mental health and suicide prevention and just the positivity of coming together is almost more important, you know, from our perspective than anything else. Not to say that we don't appreciate the end goal, because we're like, we get to do this. But you know, I think it's just seeing it, watching it, like every time it kept getting bigger and escalating, and it was just super surprising. And we were like, oh my goodness. And you know, the fruit bat, like, I mean, even when we had our meeting with Ann Cernoff, and the team, you know, they were like, do you know how many fruit baskets she's gotten? And then the airplane came, and we were like, what is next? Like, you know, all the things, you know, made an impact. And it was just amazing. It just was amazing and also just unprecedented, you know, like as we watched it, it just was like, it just was crazy, but it did make us smile. So we were watching all of it.
Well, I think that, you know, that's gonna make it. I think the whole story behind the movie, when you guys put it out, you know, next year and all that, the whole story just makes it all the more special in a way.
Yeah, and in a way, this is like the best case scenario for everybody because, you know, you can only
Porque
right? And at the time,
la cosa es así. Vos conocés el cómic La muerte de Superman. Bueno, en La muerte de Superman, cuando Doomsday lo hace miércoles, él cuando supuestamente resucita nuevamente, se pone el traje para que vuelva a obtener más energía. Por eso. Porque viene Doomsday, o sea, la muerte de Superman, y después el reinado de los superhombres, que ahí es donde está.
Building the team, but seeing who these characters are, and they each have arcs, and they each have motivations, and you can't spend the time developing the characters and who they are and where they come from. You don't necessarily understand what it means when they come together. And I think, having it on HBO Max and having it doesn't have to be a certain length. You're not waiting for the next, the ticket sales of the next movie, and you can only have so many showings. It's too long. I also think people are used to, when you watch something, when you're watching your Netflix or on HBO Max or Disney Plus, the expectation is different. You're not waiting for, you want it to, the slow burn is okay, and there's much more character development happening, I think, when you look at what's being done on the streaming platforms. So in a way, I think it's the best time for this, and it's, to me, it's really exciting, and I think I really hope the fans like it. I mean, all we can do is put out, what Zach thinks, what his vision was, but I do think that it satisfies a lot more, and for me, when I look at it, because he had done this, and we kept it for ourselves. We never thought it would see the light of day, and I remember.
A los que me ven y no están en el chat, suscríbanse. Vamos, que me falta poquito para llegar a los 900. Vamos, suscríbanse. Tengo alto contenido. Alto contenido.
And it's so just different. It's such a different experience.
Sí. Totalmente, Nelson, sí. Y lo que pasa es que era Doomsday. Doomsday viene es un monstruo creado en Krypton. Y acordate que la Kryptonita Superman lo hace mierda.
I don't think there's any doubt that people will enjoy it. I feel like everyone's been waiting for this for so long that when we finally get to sit down with our loved ones and watch it, it's just going to make it even more special.
Yeah. Because how much we care about that.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see it.
Magda, we have one more question. Regarding the MCU, I mean, you guys have producing several movies in this universe. As a film producer, how do you align different visions from different directors into something not particularly equal, but that makes some kind of sense anyhow?
Listen, I think because we are a director-driven company, it's important to respect the director's vision. That's where we just initially come at it from. And I think when we work,
el mío también, ojo, el mío también. Batman para mí está allá arriba. Lo que pasa es que con Superman yo tengo una relación especial porque me une con mi hermana mayor, que vive en Portugal, es fanática de Superman. Y entonces es como que tengo una conexión con ella, ¿entendés? Al tenerla lejos, eso hace como que nos unamos más, digamos, a pesar de la distancia, ¿no?
But other times, and I think what the DCU has done.
Bueno, la fortaleza me lo puse en honor, en homenaje a ella y además por el tema de DC, ¿no? Por supuesto.
It's why I think it's exciting to me because everything doesn't also have would be the same, you know, and, you know, they can have television doing something different. They can, you know, have Todd Phillips, have his Joker movie. We're super excited. We're big fans of Matt Reeves, so I cannot wait to see what he does with Batman. We love Rob Pattinson too, so I think it's refreshing because I don't think people want the same old, and I don't think people want things made from a committee. I think you want, you know, a director, their biggest asset is their point of view, it's what they bring to it. And I think supporting that and I think is exciting because you will get different ideas. It's like, I'm kind of tired of regurgitating all the same ideas and the remakes of the this that came out and was successful. I much prefer a fresh take on things. And I think that each individual director, if they're allowed to do that, to me, that's much more exciting than saying everything that has to feel cookie cutter.
Yeah, I agree, 100%.
I mean, there is nothing else to say to that. I mean,
Like everything. Like that's what makes the DCEU so wonderful is that everybody can bring their own interpretation to it, and we're not trying to manufacture the same exact movie over and over again.
No, and it's like you don't know what to expect, and that's refreshing, right?
I have one more question. What's something you wish you were told about being a producer when we first were starting out in the film industry?
You know, I think the thing that I didn't realize, and I didn't realize it even up until recently, is how powerful storytelling is and how it transcends, you know, so many things, and that these movies, I always knew, yes, the movies live on, but the fact
Pueden que me voy a cambiar la silla. Vean a mí en vivo, así, cambiando la silla.
Might, you know, you could be a little paralyzed by that, you know, but I think just realize the importance of what you're doing and what you're saying, you know, can mean something to someone, and it can, you know, not just, you know, when you're watching, because I think listen, you know, crying or laughing or feeling something, you feel something while you're watching something is important, but to have whatever you saw have an impact on your life later on, that touches you in a way. Didn't realize how powerful it was.
Ahora sí estoy más cómodo.
Years, you know, we would make the movies. We didn't have much interaction with our audience, and being able to see and, you know, we've gotten videos and on these very personal stories. And I said to Zach one day, you know, some of his films, you know, are divisive, and I always said that's okay, because I'd rather than you watch something and go, hey, let's go get a pizza, and then you don't talk about it. I think a lot of the things he does are challenging, and there's multi-layers, and they, you know, sometimes they make you feel uncomfortable, or, you know, I know some people didn't like that maybe, you know, we deconstructed some of the characters, but I mean, we always felt like we love them so much, we got to get them to the place that we all know them, and it needs to be this journey, very, you know, like Joseph Campbell, we talk about a lot, like with these characters, this hero's journey. It's kind of boring if they start here and they end here. Yeah. Like, we wanted them to do something, and we wanted them to be relatable, because even though we don't have these superpowers, if we can relate to their struggles, I just think you care about them more, and it's with love that we've always, you know, done this. And also with the notion that when we get to Justice League, and I think that's why it's so important to kind of finish this up for us, that you get them to this level that they're together, that they become this family, that they've gone on these journeys, even if they're separate journeys. But I just, that power of storytelling and great storytelling, to me, I don't think I truly, really understood what that meant, you know, and I'm starting to now.
Well, I think I can speak for all of us when I say that we are super, super excited to see Justice League finally. And we are so happy for you guys. It's been a long time coming, and we're so happy for you guys. And we want to thank you so much for coming on. It really means a lot to us that you came in and talked to us about all this and gave us your insight. And I mean, thanks to you and thanks to Zach as well. Like, you guys have done, even for this event alone, you guys have done so much. So thank you so much for coming, and really, we are honored to have you.
Well, thank you so much for your support. And you guys have still a full, what's coming, what's next?
We have a diversity panel, and then we have the artists, the poster winners. And then we're going to be talking to Sean O'Connell, the book author.
Oh, that's great.
And then
the art, the posters, the amount of time that people spent making, like, posters that, like, rival, like, what, marketing departments do. The art has been amazing.
Really has.
I couldn't believe how many, the poster contest, how many submissions there were. It was pretty incredible.
Just a testament to how you guys inspire people.
Seriously, yes.
Thank you very much. You're very inspirational too. So, and thank you again for organizing. I cannot believe what a big, robust weekend for Justice on. So thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Bueno, no dijo nada, sinceramente. No mostró nada, no dijo nada. Hoy viene ahí, medio, hoy algunas cosas estuvieron buenas porque les preguntaron cuáles eran sus películas preferidas y todo lo demás. Ojo, con el 5% de inglés que sé. No me hago un erudito, nada. O sea, algo capté y bueno, una de las preguntas que le habían hecho eran cuáles eran sus películas preferidas o su TV show y así, bueno, y dijo, ahí no entendí, pero no era nada de DC. O sea que después estuvo hablando de Batman vs Superman, pero no. Así que bueno, vamos a ver qué nos espera. Ay. Bueno, ahora se viene la Zack Snyder Family. Vamos a ver qué nos espera ahí. Esperemos que haya algo. No sé mucho de la DC, pero en esta película habla sobre viajes en el tiempo. Sí. Es que en la de... Sí, va a haber viajes en el tiempo, sí. Así que... ¿Qué hora es? Ya son 2:15. A ver si ya arrancó. Se atrasaron unos minutos. Bueno, John me dijo que... Claro, algo similar a Flashpoint, claro. No, igual lo del Flashpoint se va a venir en la película de Flash, de posible Ezra Miller. Qué buena gorra que tenés, Negan. ¿Viste? Y sí, estamos en un evento de DC, tengo que estar con DC. Obvio. Che, prepárense que no sé si esta semana o la próxima empiezo a leer cómics en vivo, ¿eh? Así que los que me quieran acompañar, todavía el día no tengo. Supongo, estoy entre el lunes y miércoles, pero yo calculo que va a ser más el lunes. Así que por ahí, esta semana no, pero la semana que viene ya arranco con leyendo cómics en vivo. Yo voy a leer, mientras abajo vamos a poner las imágenes de los cómics. Michael Keaton ya confirmado para Batman, creo. Sí. Sí, igual eso, ojo, se confirma más en la DC Fandom. Pero sí, se confirma. Ya está, sí, ya está, prácticamente está ahí con un pie ahí, adentro. Así que... Bueno, los que estuvieron ayer más o menos, ¿cómo vivieron el evento? ¿Les gustó? ¿No les gustó? Lo que, obviamente, ¿no? Lo que pudieron ver, lo que pudieron entender, porque bueno, lamentablemente no tienen traducción. A mí me gustó, un ejemplo, ¿no? Como para así meter. A mí me gustó bastante. Después, bueno, ese final con Zack Snyder metiendo ese teaser, la verdad que ese clip de Superman con el traje negro. Batman, ese man es el mejor. Un hombre sin poderes en un traje, al igual que Iron Man, un hombre sin poderes en un traje. Claro, sí. Sí, lo único que usa es su inteligencia. ¿Sabes cuál es su superpoder? Aparte de la plata, bueno, es su inteligencia. Es muy inteligente. Excelente, pero sí. Y bueno, lo que pasa es que es su primer evento también. Ojo, es su primer evento, por ahí estaban medio nerviosos también. Además, no tenían gente desconocida, o sea, tenían muy buenos invitados. Medio como que, viste, eso también es como todos. Sí, justo te vi, Brian. Igual llegué justo a tiempo, sí. Sí, te vi ahí. Así que, y ahora el 22 de agosto se viene la DC Fandom. Lo voy a transmitir por acá, por el StreamYard. La verdad que el StreamYard se portó bastante bien. Bastante bien se portó, No me puedo quejar. Vamos a ver si me aguanta las 24 horas, porque supuestamente habían dicho que, me había dicho John que solamente llega a 20 horas. Si querés más horas, creo que tenés que pagar, creo que $20, una cosa así. Claro, ¿ves? Claro, ¿ves, Nelson? Y sí, todos yo también, cuando yo mi primer evento, que fue con John, justamente. ¿Se acuerdan? También estaba re nervioso. Después cuando vino Brian, ¿viste? Sí, Santi, la verdad que sí. Sí, Santi. Eso de pagar. Che, me estuve enterando, en la Comic Con, ayer mostraron el tráiler de Billy and Ted. Bueno, se festejaron el cumpleaños, el 15 aniversario de Constantine con la película de Keanu Reeves. Después leí que presentaron la nueva película de Coso, de Guillermo del Toro. Pero eso me fueron avisando amigos. No sé si será cierto o no. La verdad, yo no entré a la Comic Con, sinceramente, para investigar. La verdad que no le presté atención, sinceramente. Si hubo algo. Y hoy, por lo que vi, creo que estuvo uno de los creadores de las Tortugas Ninja, X-Man, presentando algún cómic o algo. Y nada más, por el momento. Así que por ahí recolecto para el sábado que viene, en el Charlando, recolecto todas las noticias que hubo este fin de semana y las pongo y las mando en el Charlando. Bueno, acá en Twitter yo sigo a un chico llamado Álvaro Luthor, que es un maestro, que no sé si me ve, pero le mando un saludo grande, y él sabe bastante inglés. Y acá pone que Deborah Snyder comenta que comenta en la Justicom que Zack y ella están trabajando en un nuevo proyecto de DC con otro director. Así que en algún momento me habré perdido esa charla. Igual, obviamente, yo no sé inglés, sé nada, casi nada, digamos. Así que bueno, menos mal que lo tengo a él que traduce. No sé si me ve, pero si alguien lo ve, díganle que le mando un saludo. Y hoy se retrasaron, ¿eh? Hoy se retrasaron porque a las 2:15 tenían pensado poner el otro, pero ya no son. Seguramente lo mandarán 2:30, por ahí, 2:40. Ojo, puede ser, acá Álvaro está diciendo, me huele que podría ser la producción de Flash. Ojo, no sería descabellado, porque supuestamente la película de Flash es para arreglar todo el universo de DC. Así que seguramente van a estar ahí para ver si Man of Steel existe o no existe, si Batman vs Superman existe o no existe, si entra en el canon, no entra en el canon, si se hace un multiverso, que seguramente es lo más probable, en qué multiversos están cada uno, en qué universos están cada uno. Ojo, puede ser, ¿eh? Imagínense, Zack Snyder, Deborah Snyder, trabajando, o sea, como productores. Y después tenemos a Andy Muschietti, el argentino, con su mujer, no, con su hermana, digo, como directores. O sea, los directores argentinos y los productores yanquis. Me muero. O sea, yo no entiendo todavía por qué mucha gente no tiene hype con la de Flash. Yo lo tengo. Yo lo tengo porque, primero, el director, Andy Muschietti, es argentino. Primero y principal. Y yo sé que el chabón le encantan los cómics, ama los cómics. Es muy friki el tipo. Y yo creo que va a ser un gran laburo. Obviamente no va a respetar el Flashpoint como tal, porque lamentablemente no puede, porque no hay, pero la verdad que no está nada descabellado, ¿eh? Mamita. ¿Ustedes tienen hype con la película de Flash o no? ¿Qué me dicen? Acuérdense, Flash tiene que arreglar, o sea, Es así, así de prepo. Tiene que arreglar el DC, el universo DC. Lo tiene que arreglar sí o sí. No tiene otra opción. Bueno, ¿ves? Ahí está. Porque no es necesario. Si respetan el canon, o sea, si se arma el multiverso en DC, Linterna Verde de Ryan Reynolds puede llegar a ser, poner, no sé, el universo Tierra 2500, ponele. Y tranquilamente, en otra tierra, pueden hacer una nueva película con otro actor, pero el mismo personaje. ¿Me entendés? O sea, si hacen lo del tema del multiverso, les viene bárbaro, porque todas, acuérdense en el programa que hicimos con Brian, con Brian Carrizo, de repasar todas las películas de DC, todas pueden ser incluidas en el multiverso de DC. Las ponen en distintas tierras y ya está. O sea que todo es uno. Si hay, por ejemplo, un evento importante de acá, no sé, ponerle a 10 años, como una Secret Wars, por ejemplo, o un Endgame, pero de DC, pueden unir todas las tierras. Entonces tenemos, no sé, el Green Lantern de Ryan Reynolds, el Green Lantern nuevo que va a aparecer ahora, tenemos la Justice League de Zack Snyder, la Justice League de otra tierra, el Arrowverso, o sea, todos juntos, imagínense. Claro, hasta las de Tim Burton. Si meten a Michael Keaton en la película de Flash, ya el multiverso de Tim Burton está ahí adentro. Está dentro del universo DC. Y sería una gloria total. Sería espectacular. Sería hermoso. Hermoso sería. Hasta Catwoman, que es una película malísima de Halle Berry, que solamente sirvió para vender el cuerpo de Halle Berry, nada más, puede llegar a entrar en el multiverso. Por ahí esa película de Catwoman, no sé, es de tierra... En tierra Halle Berry, ponele. Ponele como para decirte algo.
Welcome back, everybody.
Vamos.
Another panel.
Arrancamos.
This is Diversity in Zach's film panel. And we are welcomed by Shiraz.
Hey everyone, you guys know me, Shiraz Faruqi. I'm the editor-in-chief of Comic Book Debate. And I own the YouTube channel, Comic Book Debate, with the Faruqi brothers, you know, my brothers Jan, Umar, and Samir. And the four of us together, you know, we've been hosting a podcast. We've had guests like Clay Enos, Fabian Wagner, you know, a lot of them you've seen this weekend at JusticeCon. Additionally, I'm also a journalist. I'm a reporter. I've had bylines at Newsweek, at the Hollywood Reporter, film critic at Rotten Tomatoes. We catch my film movies there. And I've also written some stuff for Screen Rant. So, very much...
El panel que está hablando ahora es Zack Snyder Film Panel. O sea, el panel.
Jonita Davis. I am a film critic, a journalist, also a college professor, you know, part-time, got paid bills. Not paid very well. You can see my stuff on theblackcape.com. That's kind of my film blog. And I've also got Word Galaxy magazine.
Todos esperamos eso, Nelson. No seas malo.
I have stuff everywhere, you know, Washington Post, Yes Magazine. I've had things in the New York Times. Oh, this everywhere. But this fandom is like one that I kind of, you know, it's kind of close to my heart. I kind of got into this fandom like a year ago, but my family's always been a fan. My kids have been interested in my comics. My husband's a really big fan. So yeah, the fandom is really, you know, something that I just watching y'all. I've actually been kind of studying and participating participating and reporting. So yeah, and good job yesterday on all those interviews, girls. You know, amazing.
Thank you.
And I'm Chris Juan Swenson. I'm the host of Ping Pong Flick Show, which is really me, myself, and I. Self-proclaimed YouTube journalist. Since this is a journalist panel, I might as well throw that in. And I gotta say, been doing the Ping Pong Flick Show covering DC, especially Zack Snyder content since BBS when that came out. And I'd like to say hello, fellow associate producers of Zack Snyder Justice League.
Yes, hello. How does that feel?
Yeah.
I already changed my tag on my Twitter. I threw it out there.
Everybody just put it in there, either in their bio or it's like directly in their name.
If you've got LinkedIn, throw that in there. It's just good.
I love how someone put out a tweet yesterday and it was like, look at me, I'm associate producer on like $250 million movie.
Están con un delay. Se escucha la voz y después se ve el...
When putting this panel together, all three of you came into my mind.
Ahí creo que se arregló.
There's certain topics that I would love for you guys to hit on. So Shiraz, I know that you've done some amazing work with Superman and his immigrant story. So why don't we just dive right in and start?
Sure. So, funny enough.
No, sí, tiene con un delay, ¿verdad?
That was actually my debut article, first article I ever wrote. It was actually for a DC Color, and then I spun that off as our debut article called Domingo that we watched on the site in 2016.
Me voy a buscar mi botellita de agua.
In many ways, it's kind of become my backing up of sorts. People who cite that article say, I remember reading that. And I always appreciate that. So definitely want to start this little soliloquy by saying thank you to everyone for supporting me. Because, there's a lot of hate that came when I wrote that the first time. But seeing over the years so many people gravitate towards it means it was well worth writing. But, when it comes to Superman, it's worth prefacing that the character's always kind of been this immigrant story. So if you know Superman, he's been created by two sons of Jewish immigrants, right? The word Kal-El is Hebrew, right? And then even in Arabic, the word Khalil means friend, right? So if you've been growing up with the Christopher Reeve movies, if you're someone from our past generation, you're going to know that Superman's whole thing was, I'm a friend of humanity, right? So right away, Superman is instilled, already embedded with this sense of belonging, but also resonating with people who don't necessarily feel like they belong, right? So now the next question comes, how do you bring that to screen in a valuable way? And I feel like Zack Snyder, particularly starting with Man of Steel, did that very well. The idea of balancing truth and culture is a big point of that piece. The idea of someone who has a birth culture they're not familiar with and they're seeking it actively, while also having the culture they've been raised in, right? So anyone who's born of two cultures like myself.
Sí, ¿lo viste? El de coso, el de la armadura, el de Batman vs Superman. Lo estaba viendo, lo estaba pispeando.
Ideas and finding where you fit in that is kind of the journey that everyone goes on. It doesn't matter where you're from, but that's kind of a similar journey you go on. So I felt right away when it comes to Superman, I felt that. I'm like, wait, I've seen this on screen and I can see what's going on. And Zack Snyder himself said in interviews at Man of Steel's premiere saying that Superman is the ultimate immigrant. That's why I got that title when I wanted to word it, because he very much is. So when you look at all that and you move to Batman v Superman, this is when I feel like that story of identity becomes a story about society, what society needs for people of color, for minorities, for any kind of disenfranchised group. So now we take Superman, the same character you've seen in Man of Steel, you've seen him find his identity, he ended up choosing Earth at the end, fought off his own people, made a sacrifice, killing Zod with the last people. Right? So you've now established that, the foundation, Man of Steel. So now in BBS, what do you see? You see Batman versus Superman. And then you got to look at where Batman's coming. So, and when you look at Batman's line about, if there's even a 1% chance he is our enemy, I think that's absolute certainty. Well, it's not a coincidence. That's the exact same line Dick Cheney used when it came to invading the Middle East, right? It's the exact same one. It was a 1% theory, right? And he basically said there's a 1% chance there's a terrorist attack or whatever. We got to take a surgery, we got to go in there. And we saw, it's well known the kind of bloodshed that happened, especially for innocent civilians in that region, right? So now, someone who knows that can now bridge the gap between Batman and Superman and say, okay, so Batman's taking this perspective. We have a broken Batman, we have a Batman that is not who's supposed to be, right? We're meeting Batman at a point where he's at his lowest. He's been deconstructed. So the next step is building it back up, which Zack Snyder, the whole crew, Chris Terry, they did it expertly in that movie. So you get the Martha scene. Obviously, everyone's going to have their opinion as part of the pop culture thing now, but the Martha scene itself is, it's very simple themes, very easy to grasp. You can see mother, what does that mean? The alien connecting with the human, right? So I just found that absolutely interesting. I noticed that nobody was writing about that, especially when the critics came out, the reviews were coming out. At the time, I was not a committed journalist yet. I was still working in Wall Street as a financial advisor. So I was thinking, why is anyone writing about this? But let me just write something. And, my friends at Peaks of Color were very kind enough to allow me to publish that piece there before comic book was even a thing. So I put it together and I put it out there, and I'm very happy with it. I'm happy because I feel like that kind of conversation was put out there, and then of course it was given the stamp of approval when Zack Snyder shared that article on Vero, and he said the very simple words. He just said, this is beautifully written and accurately stated, right? And I felt like, okay, Zack just put a stamp of approval. If you're someone who's harboring any kind of bigotry and in this fandom, you got to look in the mirror right now, because Zack himself just basically spelled out what the story of Batman and Superman and these two movies meant. So I'm very happy that I got a chance to explore that Superman. There's so much more to explore. There's so many more people who read even better pieces in mind about the same topic. So I definitely encourage anyone who's reading to go out there and seek it out. And you'll hear from these other panelists right here with me that other characters share that same kind of treatment.
Yeah. Can I mention about one thing I liked about that, Shiraz, is that was the first article I read that stated something different.
Hola Barbie, ¿cómo te va? No le da ningún poder, al contrario, es como que lo rehabilita, ¿cómo se dice? Rehabilitiza, no. Como que le empieza a dar más energía.
There is no other, that's a different race, that's an actual race right there.
Con Nicolas Cage. No sé.
Shades of color, but we're all pretty much human.
Igual es raro verlo a Nicolas Cage como Superman. Yo vi con la foto y es raro. Y lo peor es que no vamos a saber nunca cómo, a no ser que HBO Max quieran sacarla, pero no creo. Y terminando con vos, Bormir, el traje le da energía, digamos. Como una forma de revivir, no encuentro la palabra exacta.
I love that piece because that spoke differently to other for me who always going to be in the comic book medium, but loving that aspect to delve it much deeper.
Captura un Pokémon por mí, Bormir.
Totally appreciate that, man.
Después somos cambiazos.
It's this idea of that, you shouldn't be afraid of deconstructing a character. Rick Fisher said himself, looking at something that's not an idealized world, right? And I feel like for Superman, that ends up becoming a huge point of contention because a lot of people feel like Superman should be the idealized character. And I can see both sides of it. I can see how people love Superman, who is idealized. They love the Christopher Reeve Superman. So do I. But at the same time, you've got to look at the world in both a realistic way. And for Superman especially, he's been in a realistic setting in the comics many times, right? You can cite Action Comics 900, where he gave up his American citizenship when he was asked to go into the Middle East, right? There's Superman Birthright, there's Superman Earth 1. The comics have been doing this, right? So it's about, when it happens on film for a wider audience, people can take it back. They don't really understand. They're going to take it as Superman's too dark. Well, DC Dark is very different variation of that same sphere. There's so much gray area, and the reason I feel, and I've spoken to so many people of color, I've spoken to dreamers about why they feel like Superman resonates with them, particularly Zack Snyder's. And again, it's this idea of idealized world versus the real world, right? Because disenfranchised people, minorities, people of color, they don't necessarily get to even have that idealist world. You know, when people talk about Superman, they talk about old America, right? Or how old American ideals. But what is the old American ideals to people of color, right? What does that mean? And really, for people in the Black community, there is no such thing as an idealized world in America for that community, right? The same thing with Dreamers, same thing with honestly even the Muslims after post 9/11, right? So you got to look at things that way. And when you put Superman in a realistic world, then a lot of the people who thought Superman was too boring, Superman was not relatable, suddenly like, wait a minute, this character does have something for me, right? And that's why I see both sides. You know, I grew up as a lifelong Superman fan, so I love Superman since the animated series. But I see exactly why Zack Snyder's Superman introduced so many new people. I feel like that's the best thing when a character is this old and can get new fans this late in his life cycle of 80 years. That's a good thing. I'm very happy that people are seeing and resonating with that character.
Sí, sí, algo así, Bormir. Tal cual, exactamente.
It shows what Superman would be like today, like right now. If Superman were to crash land on Earth right now, today, how polarizing his character would be. I mean,
hagamos una cosa, comprame el reinado de los superhombres para mi cumpleaños y después te explico bien. El cómic de reinado de superhombres. Volmir es un compañero de la secundaria, para que sepan. Y de paso lo quemo. Hace 30 años que lo conozco. Hace 30 años que lo aguanto.
Pretty big angles, and they destroy stuff. So to me that it kind of tracks the same way. When you kind of look at the way when you get a god.
Tiene un canal, así que vayan y suscríbanse al canal. Así como es, como está ahí, Bormir.
It's going to be some stuff happening because the way this world is, and I think some people kind of grasp onto that kind of mythological because they don't want.
¿Quién lo aguantó más? Creo que él a mí, seguro.
Tying that harsh light reality on things that I don't think people are ready for. But there's some of us who don't have like you said, we don't have the luxury of idealizing. Because I don't know what that idealized life looks like. When you grow up being told that there's certain things you cannot do, certain places you cannot go, certain things you cannot say around certain people. You grow up with these restrictions. I don't know how life is unrestricted. Go back and where I want. So that there's a difference. There's a huge difference, and so I think that I think for me to be more of type of writing like try like the article you did really really good, and I think of Zach's portrayal of the heroes as this is what's going to happen if you get a god come to Earth. What to do? You're gonna have, like you said, worshiping praying. So and that's how we are. And like Ray said yesterday, we don't even have ourselves together. We don't even get along with ourselves. Yeah. How long, with an alien? So yeah, that harsh light reality. And I think a lot of people are not coming.
Schwartz, I wanted to get your
Además él tira para Marvel, Nelson. Así que vamos a quemarlo.
Take Zach's work and cast a negative light on it, say it's like racist, homophobic, or whatever. What's the first thing you think of?
The main thing that comes to mind is it comes from a place of ignorance, right? Yeah. And I try because the thing I try to do, I kill with kindness. I try to introduce people with kids reading materials, try to do this. And a lot of times I do find that people actually end up gravitating towards a lot of people who completely were against so many things that I've written about the character. When you sit down and explain it, they do start to understand it. But then, of course, you're going to have the lost causes. You're going to have no matter what. That comes from two places, right? SJW, this, that, and the other thing. Those people generally don't like Zack Snyder, and anything he does, they're going to be coming in with a preconceived notion, right? We saw that with Sucker Punch. We saw that with 300 to a degree. We saw that, of course, with BBS. And people say Superman's, Ayn Rand fascist. I don't know what they're saying. And I'm not looking at it. I'm like, where are you getting this? Where's the subtext, right? Because if you're going to say something, you got to back it up. Where's the scene where you're seeing this? Are you going to keep spewing out that, oh, no one stays good in this world, but clearly in context, it's part of the art that's going on? What are you looking at? So a lot of time, when you can say something, you should, but at times, if you're someone who's going to be completely pig-headed about it, you just kind of have to ignore, which is kind of my policy these days, because trolls are going to be trolls. People are going to hate Zach just to hate Zach. And there's people just going to hate minorities for being minorities. That's the world we live in. So it kind of is what it is, usually where I like to leave it at.
That is frustrating when you see that, when they have those negative, like they're like you said, they're pulling out all these negatives to something that Zach has done that, to my eyes, is positive. Like you see inclusion, you see women of power, like you talked to Deb about, and you see like one of the things that when I saw Justice League, even though that was Justice League in theaters, I get it, but one thing that I saw,
that review video,
right,
never forgetting their review.
right, but that you see the Amazons and you see Samantha Jonah, like she's Asian, like, but she's an Amazon, and then you see black people as Amazons. They're not just one color. So I was like, that's awesome. That's something that I can stand by.
I mean, there's when you were speaking of this, we just spoke to Deb, and literally there was a question, what you're looking for on set when you walk in there, and there was, that it was in a subtext as a woman, but in the sense like that it goes for everybody. And she said, I'm looking for diversity. I want to have a diverse, production team. I want to have everybody represented, and I think people really, really fail to see that as far as that goes, whether it's him, being really supportive of strong women in portrayal of, in his portrayal, or whether it's diversity in general. Like, he doesn't, it's just the general way that he treats people, in my opinion. He doesn't look at, he is just so respectful, and he wants to empower everyone. That's at least my own experience with him and with Deb, and I think that it's such a shame that there are people who just fail to see that. But like Shiraz said, there's just haters out there, and there's really nothing you can do about them, I don't think. If you're not willing to listen, if you're not willing to learn, there's nothing I can do.
No. Yeah. On the topic of kind of about race, I wanted Joe to hit on. She's done a lot of amazing work with Ray Fisher as of late, and I also want her to kind of talk about the whitewashing that we saw in Justice League. So.
Okay. Well, everything that I wrote about Ray, you can go to later.
No, boludo, no, Bormir, ese es Michael Bay. Michael Bay fue. Te equivocaste. Michael Bay. Y Transformers fue Michael Bay con ayuda de Steven Spielberg. Busca en Google, boludo. Te equivocaste ahí. Es Michael Bay. Snyder hizo Watchmen, bola. Y encima a vos te gustó Watchmen. 300.
My husband didn't know anything, but there were some things about a year ago who came to me who were like, okay, you got to see this stuff. And they showed me what Zach had been released to me. And I'm like, these are black people. And I didn't think any of them.
Con lo de las tortugas ninja, a mí no me gustó el diseño. O sea, la película no está mal. El diseño de las tortugas ninja no me gustó para nada. Pero la historia y eso no está mal. Sí, a partir de la 3. La 1 y la 2 son zafables de Transformers, Nelson. Después la 3, la 4 y la última, Bumblebee dentro de todo está buena. Respetaron mucho más los diseños. Pero la 3, la 4 y la 5 de Transformers son pura caca, como decimos. Y las Tortugas Ninja lo que me molestó fue el diseño. No me gustaron.
Which I know, Zach had always said, you know, Cyborg is the heart, Cyborg is the heart. He's with everything, you know. So I'm like, okay, he's like the center of the movie, but that's not been done putting a black dude as the major character, or you know, any kind of marginalized person as the major character in a superhero movie.
Cállate, Bonnie, anda a ver Marvel.
Like before the script.
Man of Steel es genial, no jodas. Man of Steel es buenísima. Y Batman vs Superman tiene sus cosas. A mí lo que más me gustó de esa película es Batman. ¿Todavía no la viste, Nelson? Watchmen. Tenés que verla. Peliculón.
I mean, it means that you taken this whole character, this strong black character that's problematic, who could have been something that I've been looking up to. I mean, he's been looking up to Cyborg for a while because
sí, un par de tropiezos nada más, pero no está mal la película.
It's phenomenal. But what if we would have had him?
A mí lo que me chocó fue el tema de la muerte de Jonathan Kent. Eso a mí no me gustó para nada.
Okay, we can do like movies that but I think we could have done that a year sooner. I mean, I really could have. And we could have had it a year sooner. And the fact that they didn't have faith enough in it, or whatever the reason, and cut the entire, I mean, you have to imagine how much cutting you have to do to cut this person down to just the side character. Yeah. People talk about, oh yeah, it's just a few cuts you made. No. You cut the story of this person out. So that means you have to rebuild everything. How to patch those holes up. And I don't think people understand that. And, I mean, that meme with that little kid, I'm like sitting there thinking of that meme with these little kids screaming, it's racist, so yeah. I'm like telling everybody, this is fucking racist. I mean, you should not be able to, you should not be doing this. And I don't know why people are still, kind of hesitant to talk about it. So Black Ray is like out there saying, oh yeah. He's like, it's not just about him being black. He's differently able. We don't have, this character that's, an amputee, who's got, organs and parts of his body, replaced with prosthetics. How many people in this country, have like some kind of.
Hola, Daniel, un gustazo. Al contrario, a mí me gustó y chocó la muerte de Jonathan Kent. Está bien. La serie de Smallville, ¿de qué tierra es? 167. Tierra 167.
There's like so many lessons. And I just don't. My biggest frustration is how this is still not a big story.
Un gustazo, Daniel. Si te querés suscribir, te lo agradezco.
It is bigger after yesterday.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. There's a call out, but you got this whole swath of DC fans, of Snyder Cut fans, who are black and brown people who have been saying this for this movie. You finally got me to say something.
Igual para mí la mejor muerte de Jonathan Kent fue la de Smallville. La de Smallville, ay Dios, cómo me lloré esa escena, por favor. Ni siquiera la de Superman de Christopher Reeve me gustó cómo murió, pero la de Smallville fue increíble, increíble fue esa escena. La hicieron tan bien.
Personally, after seeing the movie, I was.
Pero son gustos, ¿no? Obvio.
And so I feel like the only reason why they really kept him in there is because they advertised him so much in the trailers.
That's the way it feels, right?
Yes.
I said this, and I said this multiple times. I said it to multiple people, including Zach, actually. I said, it felt like they kept him in for the sake of keeping him in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like, his story was not cohesive in the movie. It didn't connect to things. It was literally like as if you just take this random puzzle piece.
Ya vamos a mostrar mi colección de DVDs que tengo. Que una es de Smallville. Tengo las 10 temporadas originales en DVD. La única serie que tengo toda original. Ay, cierto. YouTube.
They essentially just had him there, like a stick figure.
Sí, loco, la única serie que tengo original. ¿Qué crees que haga? Salían 50 pesos los DVD antes.
I do live in privilege.
Ah, va, y cada temporada te sale como una luca. Como 1000 pesos te sale. Antes con 50 pesos, con 70 pesos te compraba toda la temporada.
In that sense, it was important to me to see as well. Like, that's why I was looking forward to seeing him. Because it was just something, it was something that was the aspect of his story that I could personally relate to. Just like for Superman, I can relate to the immigrant story. And it doesn't make my story like in any way as, like it doesn't make my own self sense. Anyway, it's not the same as it's for you guys. But in the same time, I felt upset by that as well. And I feel, I just don't understand how can you erase character to such degree? And you just keep him there to parade him around on the posters, and that's it. And you think that you're going to get away with it. That's just such an insult to, like, everything.
Well, in a sense, they did get away with it because nobody was really seeing anything. I mean, when it was brought to me, I feel bad about this, but I questioned it too because I'm like, Cyborg was there for like a hot minute. What do you mean? I'm like, okay, so what is the other movie that I missed between, the two? Because maybe there's another one before Justice League that came out that explained it a little bit, but they're like, no. You have to look at what Zach's released. You have to look at the trailer. You have to look at all the.
No lo voy a leer por la duda que YouTube me lo dé de vaca. Pero sí, Nelson, totalmente. Nosotros los pobres tenemos que ir por otras ramas para no decir la palabra esa.
His story, when he first got put into that body, he found out that his human parts were not there and they were replaced with artificial parts. He could not control his own body. He wanted to kill himself. Yeah, father, why didn't you kill me? And then there were like other, like you go a couple panels later and there was another, suicide, kind of mention. Probably should give a trigger warning before I said anything, but but in the comic, that Teen Titans comic that told his origin, that's in there. And I know, anybody who's got a disability, who, when you're diagnosed with it, kind of had this out of body experience, like, okay, so I've got this part of me I can't control. What do I do? And then you go up with this woman where he's walking around amongst humans, kind of in a Superman type of moment. Like he's not one of them anymore. And he doesn't look like them. And you're staring at him. Like, how many people can relate to this? Part of, knowing you're different, either because you're in a wheelchair or you're not, you've got crutches. I know my best friend in school, she was white, but she would have had to speak and had crutches for a while. And, people would stare. And, and I used to be like, I used to feel bad, about that. She, like, don't think gotten used to it by then. She's gotten, she's found the thing that motivates her, kind of like Cyborg does in that first comic, and in that comic, the origin story, he talks about in the end finding his family and thanking the Justice League and Teen Titans for helping him find his way away from the rage and frustration and not being able to control his body. So anyway, I'm rambling on now, but this guy could have offered people all kinds of people. And this movie could have been so much better and so much more, not really therapeutic, but it could have resonated, I think.
Oh, it will be so much better.
Yeah, it was
everything. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying it was just a waste. Yeah.
I would say everything that Jonita said right now just kind of hits it on the head because Cyborg as a character, he means different things to different people. And someone who's in a position of power, someone like the Joss Whedon, who I would say is more position of power than anyone else. Very few in the industry had that kind of power, especially at that time, coming off the 2 Avengers movies that were doing $1 billion. So you feel like you're in charge. You feel like you can do what you want. And you feel like everything you think is right? And it reminds me of a piece that our writer Danya Harrington, he wrote the first week Justice League came out on November 24th even. It was called "Cyborg is not here for your comic book," right? And the first sentence of that piece was, "What does Cyborg mean to you?" And I feel like, well, ask yourself that. What does Cyborg mean to you? And it turns out, people who are executives, people whose job is to sit there and either say yes or no, thumbs up or thumbs down on a movie. Well, what does Cyborg mean to them? Clearly not much, right? Because for them, everything is a dollar amount. Is Cyborg a $1 billion character? Is he a $1 billion IP? No, he's not. So, not important. Take it out, right? And turns out, it fell on their face because they underestimated this fandom. They underestimated how many people truly love Cyborg. First and foremost, with the actor who played him, right? In Ray Fisher. And Ray Fisher's not been quiet about it, and that's great. He's come with Jonita and both interviews really set on that, especially in the panel yesterday as well. So I think the first thing we gotta do, and that comes everywhere, is you gotta listen. You gotta listen to what the characters mean to people, and it's not always what you think. It's not always quantifiable per dollar amount. A lot of times it means so much more. And Cyborg is a character. When you're carving out pieces of Justice League, they carved out the heart and stone. Right? That's the first thing you cut out, the heart out. So how the body gonna survive? Well, it doesn't. Right? The movie failed the second Cyborg was cut out of the movie. And then again, I'm citing Jodie's interview again with Cyborg with Ray Fisher, and same thing. He spoke to Zach and Chris Terrio, literally saying that here's ways I can improve the script. And what they did is what I just said. They listened, right? Where's Ray coming from? What is he saying? Why is he saying it? And guess what? They listened. The script was improved. And we're talking about Chris Terrio. Chris Terrio is an Oscar winner. He's one of the best in the business when it comes to writing. And he looked at Ray Fisher, who's honestly a newcomer, coming into this industry, and he listened. He's like, "You are saying something that I can improve upon." And the script, even though we have not seen the movie, we know that they listened by the amount of praise that Ray Fisher keeps on both Zach and also Chris Terrio. So it's safe to say that in Zack Snyder's Justice League, we're gonna see Cyborg as intended. And who knows if we got this to start with. By now, we could have gotten more Cyborg. We would have had probably Cyborg solo. And the reason it was cut out was because Warner Brothers did not want it at the time. But things have changed. New leadership is here. Different people are listening now, and they seem to, hopefully, are actually putting their pulse on the fandom. And the fandom is much more diverse than they get credit for. The general audience is much more diverse than they get credit for. There's a reason why Black Panther kept getting delayed, right? Because they knew that it's not gonna push it because it's not a priority. He's not Spider-Man. Well, guess what? We're doing better than Spider-Man numbers, right? When the movie came out, because he underestimated what this fandom is all about. So when Justice League comes out, I would be very confident that people are going to be resonating with Ray Fisher's Cyborg, and hopefully we'll get much more.
Oh,
Fingers crossed. If for nothing else, obviously we haven't seen his full performance yet, but if for nothing else, what Ray Fisher stands for and what he's been doing these past weeks, especially, it's just he's been inspirational off screen and on screen. It's just he deserves to give that character justice in that sense. He deserves to portray him, and you could tell when we spoke to him yesterday, he has a passion for the character, and he even said it it was a DC all the way. He could have Marvel as well. And he chose this, and you know, he chose the character because it resonated with him. And so, yeah, he deserves to, you know, show it to full potential. And I think that he's going to do great. I mean, I can't wait to be.
Yeah, I agree.
In my mind, chose Cypher over Black Panther, you know, because we had those reviews, you know? Marvel.
That's hilarious.
So there's a higher lesson here.
Yeah.
That is what can happen when you have leadership, like Zach and Chris and Debbie, who know their limitations, who know that, okay, I know I'm very knowledgeable in A, B, and C, but D I have no clue about. So let me get somebody else and listen to them and be like, oh, we have their input in here, and then we can make this thing better. And that seems to be Zach's kind of MO of finding people who kind of fill the holes of knowledge where he can't. And he's not afraid of admitting, you know, okay, I went to this person for this, and I you know, that he got Bray to do, you know, to bring him, you know, the knowledge of, you know, Cyborg, and let him be the expert of Cyborg. I mean, Bray said even yesterday in my interview, he was able to say, okay, Cyborg would never do something like that. He was able to advocate for this character. And Doc was like, okay, you know, I think having leaders who are, you know, who are confident enough in themselves to know that they do not know everything, they're not all knowing. I think that that's what we need more of. And hopefully that will be gotten now in the studio. You know, they're listening to the fandoms and they're learning and they're knowing. They're not just looking at, you know, this idea that, you know, there's only a bunch of white guys and you know, Marvel, you know, they're seeing that, you know, there's a bunch of people and they're different races, they're different creeds, different religions, they're different abilities, you know, and so, you know, maybe they need to put an ear to the ground first before they start making decisions about movies.
Right. And I agree with that, where it kind of, Ray Fisher talking about this kind of brought out different people. I don't know this is a side subject, but Peter Shinkoda, who plays Nobu on Daredevil, he just came out today saying that he wrote his origin out. Jeff Loeb wrote his origin out of Daredevil. Wow. He was really upset about that. He was on Zoom talking about that. I was like, wow. So it really is a larger picture here, and I'm very happy people are now talking about it because he said that Hollywood doesn't like Chinese or Asian people.
I feel like Ray Fisher opened the floodgates. It's important that he did, and it's important. Like even now, more than ever, I feel like, given all the situation that's been going on and stuff, I feel like it's so important that he did open the floodgates because we need to talk about this. Mm-hmm. And everyone needs to talk about this because that's the only way that we can make a change in what's going on right now.
I think Justice League is the perfect opportunity. As you can tell, I'm a Power Rangers fan. And in Power Rangers, it's very diverse, right? Each color is a different race, especially what Saban wanted to do. He wanted to include all different cultures into it. And I think Justice League is that. We got Aquaman, who's a Polynesian. Gal is an Israeli. And then, of course, we have your Caucasians as well, Ben Affleck and things like that. But also Ray Fisher and Martian Manhunter. We were supposed to have Martian Manhunter. They cut him out. They cut out Ryan Choi. They cut, and you know, it just goes on and on. Right, it goes on and on. Yeah, but with all the
but that was. I have a theory that there was supposed to be another one. I mean, everybody's talking about the Green Lanterns. The Green Lantern Corps was in Justice League, and everybody's like, "Oh, it's supposed to be Hal Gordon." No, I think Ryan Reynolds has already said that's not going to happen. And the most popular Green Lantern is John Stewart. He's what? I think he was supposed to be there, and I think he's.
No sé, pero no escuché mal o me pareció a mí. Nombró a Ryan Choi, segundo Atom, Green Lantern, Martian Manhunter, y que van a tener algo con Cyborg. ¿Alguien me puede chequear si está bien lo que dije?
By the way, Chris, do you have your badge?
The big 18-inch figure. I wanted to borrow it. I'm like, what do you mean? Like my 17-year-old. I'm like, you know what? This is okay. But you know,
me parece que se vienen ellos, ¿eh?
watched too.
Se vienen en la Justice League.
He's the most popular because he was outspoken against injustice. You know, he spoke out against injustice when the justice didn't want to hear. They're like, oh, we have a plan to say, but these people. We gotta help these people. But we have to, he's like, no, we gotta help these people. And he had the best, when it came to like the figure.
Ahora si Álvaro dijo algo.
I'm sorry. I you know, hands down. Like they're not even made anything. They're not even made anything. Even with this new couple, they've not even done anything nearly what John did. But I think that Jon Stewart was in America. I think he's better than me. That's just a theory I have.
The next topic I wanted Chris to kind of hit on, because you've been, so active in the Snyder Cut community, especially on YouTube. How global the Snyder Cut community actually is, and how diverse Zack's fans are, because there's this narrative that we're all just, white dudes.
Oh, I think it's very diverse. I mean,
there's not a single white dude on this panel.
Yeah. But it's huge. No, you're right. At first you don't know because there's just a bunch of names and handles. But then when we got together and we did a video about releasing Snyder Cut, we all gave our thoughts, whether it be Ben Affleck or He Has Yet to Rise or Zack Snyder's Snyder Cut. You see different faces and different people with different accents, and it's like, oh, this is beautiful. This is a rainbow of culture wanting Zack Snyder's Justice League, wanting the Snyder Cut, because everybody feels they have a little bit of that in that. And I think that's such a wonderful thing to see. It's something that you don't see every day, especially. That's something will hit people from different parts of the world, different ways, but all loving it at the same time. So all the heart is there, and I think it's such a magical thing. Yeah, definitely.
I mean, this fandom is just, it's hard to quantify what a global investment when it comes to everybody around the world coming together for one goal, and the goal for Zack Snyder's Justice League. But what does that mean? Why would they?
Van a hacer una de Injustice, ojalá sea como en el juego.
And then you come to a conclusion
Ojalá.
because it resonated. We talked about for the last 30, 40 minutes so about why people resonate. Whether it be Superman, whether it be Cyborg, whether it be Wonder Woman or Aquaman, whatever the case might be, people are seeing themselves in these characters. And we're not people don't speak English. You see how much of a massive fandom the country of Brazil has when it comes to DC, right? Like DC, one of us just recently realized this. A couple of years ago, wait a minute, this whole continent we've been largely ignoring, but they're obsessed with DC Comics, right? Why can't we just touch that more? And now you see with Wonder 84, they're out of marketing towards that region as well. And then we had Ayman Hariri on our podcast a couple of weeks ago, and he's in Saudi Arabia. Now you look at Saudi Arabia, these are people in the Middle East who are obsessed with Batman, Superman, Man of Steel, want the Snyder Cut. And then you look at live chats, people from all over the country, all over the world, rather, same thing. Even within America, you have different cultures. That's why it's frustrating when, like Matt pointed out, that people let them ignore. They brush over the fandom. Oh, right now. What does that mean? And then when people do step up and they say something, it's what is ignore usually, right? And then that's when the erasure comes in, right? You're erasing now because you're ignoring them. They don't really exist. Because you're so stubborn about the point you want, right? So you have this point. Zack Snyder's makes alt-right movies. Now his fans are also alt-right, right? And then you get Snyder cultures, you get all this stuff, all this coming from this one street, right? And then when people like myself, people from the comic community, people from other fandom, they address it and say, "I'm right here," right? So I think some YouTuber made a whole stink a month ago about 300 about Man of Steel, about BBS, and every time a person of color, a woman, anyone, right? Quote tweeted, ask them, ignore, right? And then when I decided I just have to ignore it, I was like, you know what, let me quote tweet also. Let me just make my point right now. And it ended up getting significant traction, so that YouTuber ended up addressing me, and instead of booking it, it's in my bio, you can see all of my online reporting where what I'm doing. It's like, oh, yeah, some guy, he writes fans. I'm like, okay, yeah, so that's what I am, right? Okay, so then I'm thinking, you're just validating what we're all thinking here, that not only are you erasing, you're so stubborn in your point that it paints a bad picture of your character. So, and then when you look at the fandom, when you open up the rings, you see, all those tribute videos that people do, when people come together, when There's campaigns going on at significant times. Because every little point on the map is up, right?
Yeah.
Because people from all over the world are coming together. I find that great about this fandom. I love being here in Rockford Fest. It's probably because you get to see and learn from so many people that normally you don't get to hear.
Yeah. I love seeing those waves, by the way, when you talk about trending. When it's like, oh, 80 and your time. And you're like, why my time? Well, so you see this wave from international as it goes from East Coast to West Coast, always the last. But it's just this giant wave of trending, and it's just like this love from around the world that goes across. It's just so awesome.
Even for us when we were putting this event together, we had to figure out all the time zones because our guests are all over the place, and I mean it's cool in one way. Also caused a great mix up with Jay for Jay, but yeah. So it's like you can see when you are actually in this whole thing and you speak to the people, you kind of see like they're from all over the world. I mean, if we go all the way back, to the beginnings, I mean, we would find you, Shiraz, we would find you, Chris, and we would find Fiona, and it's like that's literally like, what else do you say about this? If there is not like, if this doesn't show how much we are represented, I don't know what does, because it's like this movement is global and it's all people, all kinds of people, and by that I mean not just racial diversity, but also like disabilities,
Gender,
gender, LGBTQ, all this stuff. Like all these people are represented in, they feel represented in these movies because they come and they watch Zach's films and they feel strongly enough about them to go and support it the way that we did. And I mean, speaking, we've had the privilege to speak to so many interesting people in these 2 days, and all of them said the same thing. What you guys pulled off is something that has never been seen before. And I always said this is a two-way street. The only reason we would do what we've done and campaign so hard is because we saw something worth fighting for. And that's such an important part of like everything. And I think that again, trolls and all these people, they choose to ignore it, but Zach's fandom is so diverse, so beautifully diverse. And Warner Brothers, like you said, made a big mistake in underestimating the audience.
Somebody, I saw that there was a poster made for South America. Like, they took the poster and put it inside for somebody, and it was like the numbers that got a retweet was huge. And I'm like, okay, so the fact that someone found the need to do that should tell someone somewhere that it's a little bit about how Jesus is. And if you look in the comments, the languages in the comments, it's excited. When I was looking at the languages, comments,
like even the people that were that were watching, they were saying that they were coming from like Ireland or India, and there's so many different they're like, oh, like Zach's panel yesterday, like, oh, it's 3 a.m. right now, but I'm up right now watching this, and I was like, I don't think we really expected it to be so global, like the event. But it's just been amazing, and I'm so happy that there's so many people that have been able to watch and enjoy with us.
Yeah, I'm sure Warner Media is really trying to, let's get this HBO Max international. I'm sure there's there's a customer base out there that wants to see this.
That's the one thing that they need to figure out, because I know, like, from perspective of where I am in the UK, there's some contractual issues for that. Like, they said that they can't actually start running HBO Max as it is HBO Max until 2025 due to contracts with Sky and stuff like that. So I would hope that, if they can't launch HBO Max as it is, at least they'll be able to like give the content out by next year, because they have a massive audience for this, and I know for a fact people will want to see that movie. So having it globally available, it's just benefit to them if nothing else. So I mean, I have HBO Max, but that's because I have VPN. I have VPN and US address at Colts, but that's again that's a bit of a privilege that I have and not that many people have.
And I think touching on Justice Con, I think it's worth stating, how much this fandom is important. Can't take it for granted. I mean, other conventions, we don't come kind of home happy at the same time. They're probably pouring thousands of dollars into marketing, into getting out there and getting the word out there. But everything about Justice Con was organic, right? And everything is people from around the world doing their part, no matter how many followers you have on Instagram or Twitter or Facebook, they're pushing it out there with whatever platform they have. And then the rewards come when someone like Zack Snyder or Ray Fisher puts out the link themselves, right? It showed that, listen, other people would be paying out of pocket for the kind of audience that we have brought naturally together, right? Yeah. And that showed the power of Zack Snyder's film, because that was the case the films weren't there, right? It shows how important it is to kind of not take your audience for granted, and also listening to your audience, because when you listen to your audience, you get 1 million tweets on November 17th, right? You get this kind of uproar from fans when they're like, you know what? If you're not gonna listen to us, we're gonna make you listen to us, and our voice is global, right? That's so powerful that any other studio would dream for that. That you would dream for that kind of experience, and we're getting it organically, which is honestly amazing.
I mean, that's what I said that yesterday on Dave's stream. You guys were there. I'm sure Chris was there, but I'm not sure if you were there at that point, Shiraz. But I did say it. I said the one amazing thing that we really we're so grateful for regarding this event. And you know what? I know it's a fan event. I know things aren't perfect or stuff like that. But I would hope that people had fun and enjoyed it. And what I think is absolutely amazing about this is literally what you said. How it was people who pushed it off the ground. Okay, we came in and we said, okay, we're gonna get you these guests and we're gonna moderate these panels, but we had people design us the logos. We had Ink to the People jump in and help with when we went to the talk the first time and we told him about the idea. I said, okay, I can do this, this, and this. He was like, oh, I can do all this stuff. And then AFSB was on board, and people would make fun art, they would make videos, they would make their own trailers, they would make their own schedules. I mean, we got a shirt, we were gifted a shirt, after 24 hours from announcing this thing. Yeah. It was just these things that were so amazing, and so many messages with people saying, can we help you? Can we do something to help out? And you guys did massive work. Yes. You went out there and you were promoting this event. You didn't know if this is gonna be worth watching, but you did it anyway. And all this just means so much, and I think it shows what this fandom is and what we can do together.
We knew it was gonna be great. We knew it was gonna be awesome.
Yeah. You can read someone's genuine nature. You can read people's genuine nature after that. And obviously, I know you've come big, so I know where your heart is. Of course, both Cole and Anna, you guys have put so much work for years that when you come with an event, we already know where your heart is. We know that you guys are doing this selflessly and doing it for everyone else. It's almost like a celebration event. So that's why it was a no-brainer that, are we going to put all comments to the big top market? There was no question about it. And same thing with Chris. All of us were down for it because we knew what the goal is here. It's have fun. We did the job. Snyder is coming out. Now it's time to have some fun. This event was really just about having fun.
Global celebration.
Even the little things like the schedules you mentioned. Somebody made schedule for Justice Con and Crisis and made it in a way that you open the browser and you see it in your time zone. It's just people are great. Honestly, this was such a good. I mean, we are not finished yet.
We still got a few panels, so
yeah. I honestly, to anybody who's listening, just stop by for Sean's panel because he's got some cool stuff.
Yeah.
He's been very excited about this event, and he put together some cool little stuff, for people to have. So
Can't wait. hopefully my internet holds out before this hurricane hits.
Oh my God, yeah. When is this supposed to hit?
Tonight, I think. But it's a lower phase hurricane. I'll be alive. I'll fly.
Better.
No, kidding.
All right, well, look, you still got that stream tonight with Dave, no? You gotta show up.
Yeah, we'll see. I said we'll play it by ear.
Well, I'm watching Watchmen, so
Yeah. Well, I think this is probably a good spot to end this panel. Do you guys have anything you'd like to say? Wrap up?
No, just can't wait for Zack Snyder's Justice League in 2021.
yes.
The whole world is watching.
Yes.
Say thanks to you guys for, of course, inviting me. Very happy to be on. To speak on your perspectives, because having those perspectives is very important. I don't make this this panel on, so good stuff. Kudos to you. And then make sure for Sean's panel he doesn't spill all my quotes.
Yeah.
Most important. Good luck.
He promised that one word that people are talking about.
Yes.
So we're curious about that. That should be fun. But yeah, no, thank you guys so much for coming on. This has been so much fun. And people in the chat seem to have fun, so that's nice.
Joe, would you like to say anything?
Yeah.
My hat's off to you ladies. You, I mean, like I said to Meg yesterday, you guys did one thing, like,
No. Surgió un inconveniente estético. No voy a decir más nada.
and I hope that it's not lost.
This does feel official, girls. I mean, like, the past, everything, like, I was like, where is it? Oh, but that's how you know. If I'm nervous, I'm like, oh my God, this is official. So YouTuber channel, you know,
all last week I
so
thought it was cute every day. It was so nice.
Thank you so much for inviting me. This is awesome.
So thank you for coming.
Bueno. No sé. Si alguien sabe inglés más que yo, dígame qué corno dijo de Ryan Choi, Green Lantern y el otro. Pues me vuelvo loco. Bueno, che, bien, buen promedio, entre 4 o 5 ahí en el chat. No sé cómo andaremos en reproducciones en el video, la verdad me quiero enterar después al final. Un panel flojo, pero bueno, eso me llamó la atención, el tema de por qué nombraron esos nombres. A ver si alguien puso algo. Así que bueno, les voy comentando, chicos. Yo mañana me voy a tomar un relax. El lunes me voy a tomar un descanso. Pero ya el martes arrancamos con coleccionismo. Voy a mostrar un par de cosas el martes. Obviamente eso es edición, no va a ser en vivo. Así que bueno, espero que vean el video, no sean malos. El miércoles voy a subir una reacción y el jueves subo lo que tenía pensado subir el lunes. Así que, pero mañana me tomo un breve relax. Así que tenemos video martes, miércoles, jueves, viernes, sábado y domingo de la semana que viene. Vamos a ver si puedo tener algún invitado el sábado, si no estaré yo solo. A ver si alguno se prende. Vamos a ver si podemos conseguir algún invitado copado. Así que bueno. Vamos a seguir con esto, obviamente es el segundo día. Acuérdense que los primeros dos, eso me olvidé poner. Vamos a ponerlo en la descripción del video. No, pero eso después cuando se termine, porque como el StreamYard es totalmente diferente al OBS, tenés que ponerlo después, una vez que termine, ahí pones en la descripción. Vamos a poner los dos los dos paneles que nos perdimos, que es uno que fue a las 10:45 uno, y a las 12, si no me equivoco, o a las 11, por ahí fue el otro. Así que vamos a ponerlos después. Después cuando lo vean en diferido, lo vamos a poner ahí. Los dos paneles que no vimos hoy. Para el que lo quiera ver, ¿no? Por supuesto. Pum, 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 pum. A ver, no sé, cuéntenme en algo. ¿Cuándo vas a traer? Bueno, tranquilo. Nelson, tranquilo. Vamos a ver. Esa es la que tengo pensado traer esta semana. Pero tengo que hablar con ella, a ver si puede. Ojalá que pueda. Por ahí lo. Vamos. Sí, es muy probable. A ver. Después le voy a mandar un mensajito por Instagram. A ver si se prende. Mis amigos de la secundaria están a full con el Pokémon Go. De los cuales uno es Bormin. Hubo evento, ¿no? Este fin de semana, si no me equivoco. No sé si alguien juega a Pokémon Go. Hubo evento, me parece. Yo lo redejé. Lo reabandoné mal. Ahora estoy con el juego, con el Injustice 2 para celular. Y estoy re fanatizado con eso. Re fanatizado. ¿Cuándo fue? Hoy. Hoy desbloqueé a Silver Banshee. Qué buen personaje. Creo que para desbloquear me faltarán 9 personajes, me faltarán como mucho. A veces te ponen a Darkseid, ¿viste? Pero está como $50. No, ni en pedo. Sale carísimo. Carísimo sale. Yo estoy pasando Bully de PlayStation 2. ¿De qué se trata? ¿Sabes que no, la primera vez que lo escucho nombrar? Acuérdense que yo mucho gamer no soy, ¿viste? ¿Cuántos Tomb Raider hubo, Nelson? ¿Te acordás? Del clásico y ahora, ¿no? El clásico que eran 4, puede ser. Es como un GTO, pero no. Ah, mira, no sabía eso. No sabes. Creo que eran 4, si no me equivoco. Y después la nueva actual, ahora en los nuevos creo que son 2. A ver. Lo vamos a googlear, a ver. Vamos a sacarnos la duda, a ver. Tom. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Son 18. Creo que nos quedamos cortitos. Con los actuales 18 juegos son. Ah, no, 18, 19, 20 y 21. 21 juegos son. Por ahí le puedo decir, por ahí lo que podemos hacer, un especial de Tomb Raider, junto con las películas, los juegos. Ah, mira, Need for Speed también va por ahí. Bueno, a las 6, acá estoy viendo, a las 7 menos cuarto. A las 7 menos cuarto es el final. Son las 15:40, Nelson. Serían las 4 menos 20. Bueno, tenemos a las 4, tenemos uno. Ahora en 20 minutos. Doce y 42. Tenemos 3 horas de diferencia. Bueno. Ahora el próximo panel, acá ya lo tengo armado. release de Snyder Cut, el panel, los artistas del release Snyder Cut. A ver de qué se tratará esto. Bueno. Piribipipim. Ya, acuérdense que el viernes a las 23 horas está el vivo de Disney, que tengo una sorpresa, espero que lo vean, aunque sea por lo menos vean el principio. El principio, los primeros 15 minutos. Ven los primeros 15 minutos y después si quieren, váyanse. No, tengo una sorpresa que estuve toda la semana pasada trabajando en eso, así que espero que les guste. Así que vamos a ver. Así que el viernes, bueno, lo que les estaba diciendo. Bueno, el sábado tenemos a las 21:30, tenemos el charlando. Vamos a ver si podemos traer a Steffi Nelson. Vamos a ver. Cruzar los dedos. Esperemos que no esté, que esté desocupada, digamos. Y el domingo el de las películas. El domingo a las 23 tenemos la review de las películas. Así que vamos a ver cómo nos va todo eso. Lástima que yo no, vuelvo a repetir, lástima que no. Estaría bueno que seamos. Ayer después del directo, me puse a ver un youtuber español y que él siguió un poco más y me encantaba. Eran como 6 ahí, todos juntos. Estaba bueno. Estaría bueno una cosa así, ¿viste? Que seamos varios. O para debatir, ¿viste? Como para hablar. Para que tampoco la transmisión quede muerta, digamos. Porque hasta que arranquen los paneles, mucho tampoco podemos hacer. Así que, ¿qué más? ¿Qué más podemos hablar? A ver. ¿Qué más? Claro, como un podcast. Claro. Con esto, con el StreamYard lo podés hacer tranquilamente. Sí, pero no necesitas el Zoom. Yo te mando. ¿Querés entrar, Nelson? ¿Querés estar un rato? Te mando invitación por Facebook. ¿Querés venir? Yo no tengo problema. ¿Querés prenderte? Te mando invitación a tu Facebook. No, con este no necesitas Zoom. Yo te mando la invitación. Vos entrás a ese link y yo te tengo que aceptar acá. Avísame si querés. Te busco ahí en el grupo y te mando por mensaje privado. Si querés venir, voy a aprender la PC. Dale, te espero. Ahí, Nelson, te voy mandando la invitación a tu mensaje privado. Qué boludo. Toqué mal. Ahí está. Qué lindo, que no se vaya. Ay, Dios. Pará. Vamos de vuelta. Copy. Entrá a Facebook. Te lo mandé por privado el mensaje. Te lo mandé por privado. Tocás ahí el link y entrás. Ahí te mandé te mandé el mensaje, te mandé un mensajito. Piribipipim, piribipipi, 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 pi. Si alguno más se quiere prender, tenemos hasta 6 podemos entrar. Así que avisen. ¿Pudiste, Nelson? Grande. Tarariranam. Faltaría el enano ese. Te lo resumo así nomás. Sáqueme de este momento incómodo. Ay, ay, ay. Qué bárbaro. Ay, Dios, estos compañeros de la secundaria, estos amigos de la secundaria. Ahí está, si me ven. ¿Por qué no vienen conmigo? Me hacen el aguante. Amigos de la secundaria. ¿Por qué no vienen? Me hacen el aguante, están conmigo. Charlamos. En vez de poner en WhatsApp. Si fuéramos varios. Así como hacen los españoles, que son como 6, a veces, o 4, o 5. Entraste a Facebook, perfecto. Anda al Messenger, al Messenger de Facebook y ahí tenés que. Ahí te mandé yo un mensaje. Apretá en el link. Y yo te tengo que aceptar acá.
Welcome back, Justice Con. We're here with the 4 artists that have completely dominated the Zack Snyder's Justice League poster competition. We're here with Victor from also Mighty Texas.
Hello, guys. Good afternoon, everyone.
We're here with Camille, who's also known as
Servus.
You guys have to.
Somebody's
you
got
guys
a
have
open.
to. Yeah, you guys have to.
There you go.
We're here with Sohan, who's also known as Butterbar.
And the author of Justice Con logo with the star.
Oh, yeah.
And we're also here with Nemo.
¿Pudiste, Nelson?
And Nemo is the author of.
Podés entrar igual, aunque esté el video.
Well, let's start off with the thing that's behind you, Victor.
Yeah,
that was kind of like you're flexing it, so let's go straight to that.
We gotta identify the elephants in the room.
Yeah. Well, again, my name is Victor, guys, known as Money Pegasus Art, and I am the winner of the Justice League poster contest. And what you can see behind is the movie slate for the Justice League movie, upcoming edition of Sugan, speculative according to what it says, and very proud of it. It's been the greatest prize I've won in my life, and I'm so happy to be part of this and show it to you guys.
Well, I mean, I think it's well deserved. But how did it feel to receive that in the mail?
It was such a joy. It was I had the same feeling when I was announced the winner on Twitter. I just didn't know when it was gonna come. And one day, the mail guy didn't even ring the bell. He just put it there, and my camera just, caught it. So I just went outside and just
Oh my god.
box out there, So I took it and I told myself, no, I'm going to record myself. But I was in my PJ, so let me go change first. So I brought it down. I went back up and changed, and then I recorded me unboxing it, which I haven't posted yet.
You have fantastic restraint to like take a moment to go change.
Oh man. You guys don't know how hard it was for me to restrain myself. I wanted to post it. Yeah.
I admire you.
But yeah, and it was just so well packed, and they really make sure it came in good condition and really good.
Well, you guys are all amazing, but your poster, it was very, I love how you encompass pretty much everything. Literally.
Yeah. Thank you. These guys, man, those guys, I honestly didn't think I was gonna win, man. I just looked at the runner-up and I was like, wow, man, that's it. I'm not gonna win, So, and I remember telling on my last interview, I didn't even pay attention to Twitter that day because I was like, I'm probably not gonna get it, because these guys are just amazing, man. So, yeah, the guys are just such great artists. It was tough.
All four of you guys are absolutely incredible. Like, I can't imagine having that like kind of talent just sitting in my back pocket.
Well, I can't imagine how he picked any there are so many amazing posters.
There's so many awesome posters.
Each one of you created something so unique and just so beautiful, and it's up and more power to them. But I couldn't have been able to do that. I would just pick all four.
How did it take you guys to the whole process come up with it, make it happen? I know Richie, you mentioned yesterday and probably even before that it took you months. So you did not plan it as a contest submission when you started. How was it for the rest of you guys? Did you start working on it when the contest was announced, or was it just some sort of long time project of yours? And how did you get inspired to do it? Okay.
No, at least for me, it was, I think I started the day right after the thing was announced. I don't remember how long they'd given us, so I wrote from all this stuff, I think. But yeah, it was only.
I think that was 2 weeks, though.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and that's what I with that time.
What about you, Camille?
Process in making a poster. I am kind of impatient, when I find out that there's a poster competition. In this moment, I had in mind to make a poster for 300, just for fun, because last time I made some poster, it was 5 years ago or something, and this opportunity, competition, and already have some idea. A quick doodle in 5 minutes. Okay, I need to do this in 3 days, and then adding some details and correction. It took me about a week or less because I was at that time in the middle of the moving from one place to another, because it was kind of hard. Everybody saw me doodling and stuff. I was not helping with moving tables and beds. It was fun.
But you got away with it, and you were in the top 4 poster winners, so
yeah, it's incredible. To be among these 4 amazing artists.
Well, you won you won a spot in the poster contest. We also won.
Nemo did.
Oh no, Nemo did.
Yeah.
I can't get it well for you.
No, Nemo won. Nemo the Arts Fest. He also got the final spot in the poster competition.
So Nemo, how long did?
De los que, ¿cómo se llama? de los que estuvieron involucrados en el hashtag, en Release Snyder Cut.
I had like 2 ideas. I didn't know which one to start first. So yeah, so 7 days.
Los que lucharon por el movimiento.
Did any of you spend like all-nighters trying to get those finished?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to do work and night time.
So how long have you guys been doing this? Like, how long have you been having art? And is it like your full-time job, or is it just sort of a side gig, or is it just something like a hobby?
So for me, again, I'm sorry. Did you want to?
No, go ahead. Yeah, let's start. I mean, we can do it this way. So we start off with you, then you can go down to me. So
we're good order. All right. So for me, I took it seriously. I've been drawing my whole life, but I took it seriously in 2017 during the first Justice League movie contest, and it was made by the official website, and for a chance to win a premiere, showing of the movie. And that's when I took it seriously. I told myself, if I want to become an artist and be serious about it, I got to prove it to myself. So what a better way to take a challenge and go through with it, to prove to myself that I can do this. So I did, and I didn't win that contest at the time, but it really, really taught me, determination, motivation to keep myself going. And ever since then, I haven't looked back. I've been doing conventions in a couple different states, going from convention to convention, meeting other people, breaking that ice where, I have to meet fans and drawing, in public. So it was really great. So it's been about 3 years, for me. And like I said, I haven't looked back. I'm very happy.
Only 3 years.
Wow.
Wow.
Thank you. Yeah.
You didn't have to flex that hard.
Can't do the flex. He's got the slate. He's like,
You're going to
Why? Go on.
Okay. So I've been working as a illustrator for 30 years. And I was going like, when I was little, and I always did. So the thing that made me want to draw comic book characters was when I was 8, I had an accident. So I had to stay home for like 6 months. So my mom bought me some movies. One of them was Batman, Tim Burton's Batman. So that was the start. So
it was all downhill from there.
Uphill.
Yeah. Yeah. Now I'm a freelance illustrator. I started back in 2017.
¿No te permite entrar, Nelson?
Oh, your work is amazing. I mean, as you gave this convention the logo that people love so much.
Well, I was even telling the girls, I was like, this is good.
Mándame por mensaje la captura, a ver qué es lo que te dice.
Yeah.
There's so much meaning behind it too.
Sacale una foto con el celular y mándamelo por mensaje. O si no, agregame, mándame solicitud en el Facebook.
You put the hard work.
Hoy puede ser que sea por eso.
That's like, but since we're at the topic, I mean, you made the logo, but you also recently kind of expanded the logo and created a poster for this event, which we want to get in touch with Todd and make it into a poster that's out there to print. So maybe let's show it to people. Let's see what they think, because we just saw it and we love it. So here we go. That's the version. We also have the other version. I mean, it's gorgeous. I won't want to. I really, really
Wow.
That's so beautiful.
Beautiful.
yeah, so that's this one, and let's show the other one too, just so that, because as some people may know, we did two variants of the logo, and we did so, on the shirts. So we now have two variants also for the poster. So I mean, I think we get in touch with Ink and see what can be done. We can get those out there.
Está muy bueno el
They
póster.
will be maybe only like exclusive as
Volveme a mandar mensajes. Dale.
what we'll do, but the posters in there, they're beautiful, and thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Oh my God.
It's amazing.
So moving on to another logo artist.
And for you to talk so long.
I mean, you're also responsible for that amazing trailer that people still.
Oh yeah. Oh man.
They absolutely love it.
Amazing edit, man.
Yeah.
Thank you. About that, I don't know how we do that.
Yeah, same.
Sorry, what's that?
Then we don't know how you did it, but like, it was just so good.
Seamless editing with your graphics and from the movie. I'm speechless.
It looks so good. It looked really good.
Thank you. So that's really yeah, because like that was just an idea a few days before I made it, so it's the last thing. And I was like chatting with these guys as well, and what do you think we should do this? Like that'd be pretty cool to show and stuff. But no, I'm glad people liked it so much. How's the show? But, yeah. To get back onto what the question was?
How did you get to being an artist and
I've never
Ahí te lo mandé, Nelson.
professionally as an illustrator or an artist, since like a fan, like a fan artist. As well, like just out of my free time, my passion, like it's just something I like to do. I've always loved drawing comic book characters, and like ever since I can't remember, like I have to think
Si no, aceptame como amigo. Mándame solicitud. Y probamos otra cosa.
Just because I can't work for conditions and stuff. Like I cannot do my own thing, sort of thing. But yeah.
I mean, to work, you don't necessarily have to work with commissions. I mean, it's probably the best way to get out there, but I think that, like, if you're artist, then again, this is me talking about a person who's never actually tried anything. So, I'm just a big fan, okay? I really, I feel like you're really good and you could make it.
And have we heard from Camille yet?
No, I'm a graphic designer for about 10 years. Finished university with architecture, landscape, but I already know this is not for me. Trees and stuff and bushes. So now I'm making full time as a graphic designer, logo designer, mostly some illustrations, posters in vector-based software, and also trying my best at filming and editing. Oops. Wow.
Cool.
So I have like a on-topic or off-topic question. So you guys each have some pretty unique usernames that have kind of become like your brand. So how did you each come up with it? Can we start with Victor?
Absolutely. Mighty Pegasus came out, Mighty because I just like powerful being. I love powerful characters, like Zeus, and Superman, things like that. And Mighty just represent that. So that was very easy,
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Here's Luke, like sing again.
manga. My all-time favorite character is Saint Seiya, Seiya from the anime. And the Pegasus Saint is just one of my top one, and I just love it. Anywhere I go, like if you look at my gamer tag and things, it's always something Pegasus, So I just had to add that on, and that's just how it changed. It was very simple.
And what about you, Beaver? We seem to get the mighty half already. Defined.
My mighty brother.
Yeah. I would explain it from the end because Beaver is essential. It's from my surname, which is Bobber, and it's like it's Beaver.
I actually have a side story to that, because when we were looking you guys up, my first question was, who gives themselves like that? And then I found out where you're from, and I saw your name, and I was like, oh, that makes so much sense.
And the second part is so there was a Beaver, and I was at the time, like 15 years ago, a fan of World of Warcraft. So I got
Tranqui, Brian, tranqui.
a powerful nickname, so Mighty and Beaver, and it stuck with it. And so I transferred to my career, so-called.
Is that your?
And it stays Mighty Beaver. Yeah.
I love it.
So proud, Beaver and proud.
Okay, so what about you?
Mine, people will probably get it as really, but I'll tell you the very original sort of reason, apart from being a UBS reference. My friend and I, who also does artwork, by the way, we sort of one day decided, hey, let's come up with I want to come up with a better username. And I pitched him, what about you be Final Perry and I be blah blah. And so
I love it.
He doesn't use that anymore because he's doing more.
That's such a shame.
But no, so I was like, I kept this, so I was like, I like the sound of it as well, just the balls of the tongue. But yeah, it's the BBS, it's Alfred's, mine.
Whenever I watch BBS,
now I would picture Alfred saying this.
Yeah.
What about you, Nemo?
My name is Image, so one of my aunts called me Domingo. So, and yeah, and my Instagram username is Domingo.
Yeah, that's also your Miro one. I genuinely I like that. I like the play on words with that one.
It's adorable, but it works really well.
There are two meanings behind that. One is I'm finding myself as an artist.
Listo, ahí te mando.
And one is when you're searching it's on your Instagram, you are finding Nemo. So.
Amazing, I love that. Finding yourself as an artist.
Yeah, it's so artistic.
Wow, and Nemo.
Well, I see some questions in the chat, and there's a question: what is your favorite film from Zack Snyder? So let's start with Victor.
A ver ahí,
All-time very easiest medals.
Nelson.
It wasn't the first one I've seen, but I'm a huge fan of anime, like I said, Dragon Ball Z. And when I first saw Man of Steel, when that fight scene with Zod, and even before that, just the whole cinematic, the way he shoot things, the color palettes and everything, it was just amazing. It was like wow. And I was like, finally somebody, who this kind of action, this kind of things you always see in your head when cartoons, they put it up on scene on the big screen. And not only that, Superman, I grew up watching Superman. It's always been my first comic book character, Western comic book character, superhero, and it's always been my number one, so it means a lot to me. And so yeah, that's for sure. Man of Steel is still on my top, even until that's on my top Zack Snyder movie.
What about you, Nemo?
So tied it to Man of Steel and videos, so it's hard for me to choose one. Yeah, I am gonna say minus 2.
Minus 2.
Yes.
For you as well, so.
Same reasons, yeah.
Yeah, I think similar. Like, I think it depends on my mood for the day. It's like, fluctuate between Man of Steel and BDS as well. But I think that's going to change next year with.
That's it. Yes, I'm going to change my answer.
Yeah, that's going to don't sell it.
He's gonna be like a year late. I wanna retract my statement from this panel. guys, we gotta do this event again. I have to retract my statement.
Yeah.
This is fun for tomorrow.
The thing is,
Some
I
people
said the same thing back in. I said the same thing back in 2007. Yes, this is the same thing.
Maybe let's not jinx it then.
Yeah.
I know I gotta like it.
So it's not going to be bad.
Okay, we have a really deep question for you. Who are your favorite superheroes? It's okay, we won't kill you if you don't say to only be safe. So feel free.
But you will be kicked off the
Okay, I'll do fast. Go first. Go first. No.
Superman, you say?
Superman? And was Man of Steel your favorite film as well?
It's favorite thing from Zach, right? It's a tricky question because I like every his movie. Some more, some less. I remember 300 had impact because marketing the trailers were so amazing. And I didn't know at the time you can make a trailer to feel as an art form. I like very much 300, but as a favorite, I like watching watching back to back malls and PVS. But I need to have a spare, I don't know, 5 hours, 5.5 hours.
Just about.
So okay, it's a movie night, you know. Man of Steel and PVS Ultimate Edition.
Just wait for when the cut comes out. That'll be a marathon.
Oh god damn it!
I didn't think of that one.
So in the car, 3 hours and I don't know, 4 or 5 hours, you know, just to sleep.
It's just like it's just it's gonna be all night thing.
No, what about you other guys? What's your favorite superhero?
For me, my all-time favorite superhero is a character named Dr. Snyder in the manga. I don't know if you guys know about it. He's a powerful sorcerer, and I just love his story. Something very I don't know, relatable in a sense with that hero, you know. So yeah, that would be him. I don't know. I don't think many people know about him, but if you get a chance, look him up. You know.
Dark Snyder?
Dark Snyder, yeah.
What you have so home?
Write it down in Twitter.
I will.
We'll find out.
Go with Superman.
Everyone always does.
So disappointed. She's such a big Batman fan, and like she says she's a big Batman fan, and it's always like, you know, Superman, and it's like whenever she finds someone who says Batman, it's always yes.
What about you, Nima?
I like Hellboy a lot.
Oh,
hell yeah!
Oh, that's an unexpected one.
I love Hellboy.
And yeah, especially the relationship between Hellboy and his father, the professor. I love that. So Hellboy is great.
That is a question. Who are you most excited to see in Zack Snyder's Justice League?
Oh man, that's super easy for me. I don't know why. It's the same for you guys. No, it's actually a Ray Fisher Cyborg.
Oh yeah.
Just like some of you guys mentioned earlier, something about the trailer when we first announced it. Cyborg just kind of took the trailer to me. Just the emotion he has in the trailer. It really made me, wonder what his real performance will be in the movie, and that to me just like they made like the last week just made me like very very exciting, to see what he's gonna bring to the movie. So his character is I think the one I'm the most excited about.
What about you, Milo?
For me, I want to see how this film will be himself.
Yeah, look at her. She's making a happy dance.
So, Batman, probably.
What about you, Soha?
This is really tough.
Just say Wonder Woman because that's the
I'd say, honestly, weirdly enough, I really want to see the sun.
Oh,
like not as like some weird baller, but just like see what he's like. Yeah, but and it's definitely number of photos. But I'd say my top will still be good stuff. Yeah, but he's still.
And you, Kabo?
As for me, I want to see whole league in true version because in theatrical cuts, you see this and something is not working. All characters are so mishandled, so I don't know. I want to see whole league and whole squad of baddies, like they should look and act. So everything.
What were you guys' reactions when the cut was announced? What were you guys doing? Like, where were you?
Watching stream.
For me, I was working out in my basement while watching it, and as soon as Benny asked a question, I stopped and then when Zach did the whole, I got this, I just screamed. I even record myself for some food. I was like, okay,
Whoa.
it was amazing, So
Glad to hear you put down the weights.
Yeah. You wouldn't be safe, guys. You wouldn't be safe.
I don't think you would be here right now if you hadn't.
Right.
Now you're cutting them.
I have a question.
Yeah.
When announced Snyder Cut, before he showed the screen, anyone got excited when you saw the reflection of the screen?
I didn't notice the reflection at all. I was like, I was so focused in whatever else was going on that I just did not I completely missed the reflection. And then when you look back on it and you're just like, oh, there was this thing. I mean, it was really obvious, but it's yeah. I remember thinking I did not notice this at all.
What was your reaction when you saw it, Nemo?
I was scream, but just sleeping and everyone else is sleeping, so I could do it. It was like a silent scream.
You've got an excellent restraint. I actually literally did scream.
Same.
I just heard from downstairs. I heard my brother go, I guess she got her movie.
Very enthusiastic.
What about you, Soha? What was your reaction?
I screamed as well, and it was like 3 a.m. or something, and I didn't care who was in my house. I just had to let that out. But yeah, I was like, just so smart.
I feel relief because for half of a year I told my friends this car will eventually release, get released. You see, hey, crazy. And who's crazy now, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. There's a question for you guys, and that is, where do you draw your inspiration from? I like how you all, like, put your head back.
Yeah. I guess I go first again. Very easy for me. I draw my inspiration by my friends, my family member. The reason why is because my friends first, because I have friends that started their journey as an artist before me, and I was just always amazed. You know, there's this thing as an artist all around the world where there's so many great talent, and us as an artist, we're always scared, intimidated to go out there in the world. You know, so this my friends who were had the courage enough to go out there and start their journey. Those are the real heroes for me. I really draw inspiration from them. You know, as far as my own style for artists, Jim Lee is on the top. Jim Lee, Conrad Pauling, and I'm obviously, if you guys look at my art, I'm a huge fan of Dragon Ball Z design, especially muscle. You know, I draw a lot of muscle guys. So that's where I draw my inspiration.
Before we move on, you did, just to sort of plug you in, you did quite a few things in regards to Justice Con. You did some sketches and stuff. Do you want to tell people about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, Justice Con, it's a convention, and I always treat all my convention and see how I will tell people. And what I do at the convention is I draw for people. So ever since the convention started yesterday, I've been drawing sketches like I've got a Chris Swanson, you know.
Oh, that's great.
You know, and I do Dark Side and all that.
Makes me stop them.
Yeah.
You drew us. I was like, oh my
Yes.
god, guys, look at this.
It's coming up next. I haven't finished your set, the your set, the two one, but all of these art will be available for to purchase, and all the money that goes through that will go directly to the American Information Society Prevention. Big shout out to them, by the way.
You're gonna send I forgot to last night because I'm so tired, but we need to send the AFSP Angels to Ashley and Doreen so they could see it. That was cute.
Yeah, I'll send a picture to you guys to listen to. So I don't have the contact, so yes, I hope they enjoy it.
Well, I'm sure they'll love it.
I'm sure they'll love it. But okay, so where can people find these sketches? Will they be able to find it on your Twitter page, or sort of just give them where do they look for this?
So right now I've only posted on my social media, but what I'm thinking of doing is to make it official. I have an eBay account. I will post it on that account. That way, as soon as somebody who still really want to buys it, then it will be off. It will be officially off. And what happens after that is it's going to be like a three-way transaction, just because I don't want people to be like, hey, I bought it, here's the proof. The money is going to come to me first. Then I will send the money as a donation. When they give me the receipt, I will send the receipt to the person who bought it at the same time as I'm shipping it to them. So that way, it takes a little longer, but I think it's better that way.
Okay. So for anyone who's listening, keep checking Victor's Twitter page, and I don't know if you'll put it on Vero as well, so that you can find all these sketches there, and if you find some that you like, you can grab it and help the good cause. I think it's great. Like when I saw it, I was like, oh my god, this is how it is. So you also did shirts.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Shirts that are on your Twitter as well.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning. If you look at Into the People website and you look up Mighty Biggest Art, you'll find my storefront. And again, same thing for all the design I've done in there. The money goes directly to that cause. So it's thank you again in advance for all of you guys who purchase a T-shirt right now. Thank you for supporting this cause.
The question was what inspires you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
No, I mean, Victor answered, but I just figured, since we're on the topic. But yeah, so let's move on to Nemo. What's your inspiration?
I'm inspired. I want to say everything. Everything normally.
Yeah.
So I was doing this for like 30 years, right? So I tried to follow many artists and follow their style and everything, but the person who inspired me to do something unique and something uh, my own style was Saxony. Because
Is the reason
yeah. I mean, every time when he makes a movie, he doesn't care about critics or about anyone. Yeah. So, I'm in my thoughts.
Don't worry.
Yeah. Even like every time, like he doesn't care about what others think, like the critics or he's doing his own thing. So I thought, why is he doing that? So I think because that makes me happy. That's how it should be, right? I'm doing something like drawing something. It should make me happy. Not that has to be first thing. That's what I think. Yeah. So that's why that is inspiration.
What about you, Soham?
Yeah, so similar to Victor's name as well. I think further down, I'm always inspired by artists, like people who do their thing, like this well, like, you guys are like incredible artists, and it's that's something that drives me when I see people coming up that what they want to do, but it's close to them. So and then he also goes like, yeah, let's try to do this one. So I think for me it's artists and all of that is in that way.
What about you, Kamal?
We talk about illustration on posters. My dad has a workshop, and in the 80s, he has old movie posters like from Cobra, First Blood, or RoboCop, and there is an artist, Italian, I believe, Renato Casaro, and he's a painter, and he makes amazing posters. So they really inspires me, and as in a movie, I like very much Zack Snyder's style. This very expressionist side. I don't know if it's called that way. I like Gaspar Noé, and very much inspires me the story of Robert Rodriguez, because he was a young guy who has a camera recorder and he wants to make movies. He has, I don't know, big $500 and he wants to make movies. And I want to be like Robert Rodriguez right now. And what inspires, I don't know, nature. I like to go with my family and friends somewhere in the woods and mountains and just feeling, in all its majesty.
There's one question that keeps coming up. Sorry, no, go on. Sorry.
I'm confused.
No. There's one question that keeps coming up that's specifically for Victor, but I believe you can't really answer that, and that's about the additional photography. If you know, like, if you're going back and when I like
that smile.
So something, but he's not telling us.
I can't say that I know something that I cannot tell you. But what I can say is,
I can't say I know something I can't tell you.
Yeah, I have been contacted, but as far as official word, I don't know. That's just a tricky line. So I want to tell everyone that I know something that's gonna happen that day and all that, and I'm leaving. But honestly, just take it one day at a time. I know everyone is so excited. They just want to find out when it's going to be. But I'm just like you guys, and I'm just very patient. And
the thing is like when it happens, it's probably like you won't be able to tell us up until after the movie's out anyway.
That is another thing. That's why a lot of people are like, you're probably over there, you're just not telling us. It's funny because some people mention that because I received this 3 days before my birthday, but I held off like 2 3 weeks before they showed it. So they were like, they were questioning me, so.
That was crazy restraint. Like, he told us he shipped it, like, and everyone was waiting to hear if he got it, and we waited for so long. It's like, bro, you're keeping us all hanging.
I know.
Learning from the best.
I know.
Exactly.
Very elite.
It was really hard, guys.
I think the pandemic needs to calm down before before you end up with your set visit. So, as we said a lot yesterday, wear a goddamn mask. Please. Let's get this cut on the road.
That was like my ongoing thing yesterday. I started a campaign, wear a mask.
Let's get this nice cut on the road, people.
Yeah.
So I saw a real first question. I saw 2 questions that I felt like asking. First one is, everyone wants to know where you guys are from. So starting with Victor, can you say where you're from?
Yes, I'm from St. Paul, Minnesota.
And Beaver, you're from Poland, right?
And I'm from Lublin in Poland. Lublin is a city. Hi, Lublin.
I'm from Sydney, Australia.
Nemo?
I'm from Sri Lanka.
Oh, Sri Lanka. Wow, we've got like a really wide group here.
Yeah, like international cast from Magic Mike.
Okay.
Camille, I'm really sorry I keep calling you Beaver. Like whenever, because I didn't.
No problem. Everybody calls me.
I didn't know your name for so long, so like whenever, like.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Geez, Beaver.
Yeah, Beaver is okay.
And the other question was, I saw someone asking, what time of day do you usually get your ideas? Personally, I get some of my best ideas at 2 o'clock in the morning, which now I can attest to.
2 o'clock?
Yeah, I'll be delirious from insomnia, and then I'll wake up, and I'll come up with something completely insane, and I'll put it together, and then Nana's like, "Did you sleep?" And I'm like, "Not at all."
I mean, this convention is a product of that very same thing. So.
And it's great. It's a great one.
Like, are you guys like morning idea people, night idea people, shower idea people?
I'm definitely shower.
Okay, I'm shower idea people. And the best ideas I come with at evening while running. Not run, so the best ideas come to me when I'm away from the computer.
The way that kind of sucks because like you want to keep up your stamina while running, but you also want to stop and like quickly jot down the idea before it runs away.
Yeah. Absolutely.
What about you, Sarah?
I like to join shower idea.
Shower.
It also comes at like 3. That comes randomly from like 3 a.m. or whatnot. Like it's.
You'd be like, I'm trying to sleep then.
It's like one of those memes where you just like there's the brain and the person and it's like, let's go sleep or the brain, but what if? And
Exactly.
What about you, Nemo? When do you get your best ideas?
I have to say nighttime, but mostly in my dreams. I know it's weird.
Yeah.
No.
So as I wake up, I write them down. Sometimes sometimes I see like movies when I do from the start. So I have some previous ideas.
And you, Victor?
For me, it's funny that you guys mentioned it because I don't have inspiration when I take a shower. It's funny. I don't think of that. I might be the only one. Yeah. But it comes all the time, and I have this book here that I always just draw things down. And a lot of time I'm like, I have to write it down, like you guys mentioned, otherwise I forget. And I have so many things, so many ideas, you know. So it comes at any time of the day, and that's why I got this book, just to write everything down.
That's a good idea.
So speaking of art, we have you guys have been doing this thing the last 2 weeks, been judging art contest.
Yes. So do you want to tell people a bit more about what the contest is, and what the prizes are, and then maybe we'll get announcing.
We might say the winners, or we'll cut you off and turn you off at that point. Okay. See how we're good.
We'll see. We got the power.
Yeah. So I guess the art contest was about the Zack Snyder's version of Martian Manhunter, and the guideline was that scene with Lois that Zack showed on his storyboard where he transformed into Martian Manhunter, and that was the main idea. It kind of a couple days after we kind of just let it open to the idea or whatever vision that artist wanted to put. And the main criteria is it has to be a GIF, right? And so those characters is in a GIF. And so that's what we're judging. There's a lot of art. It's very amazing. And I believe we made a decision and we got a winner.
Okay. Before we start dropping names, so like, how did you guys choose? Like, what was the criteria you were looking to meet? Like, were you looking to make sure it was exactly as specified, or were you like open to flexibility a little bit? Also, were you tortured by the fact that being judges meant you couldn't enter?
No.
Let someone else do the work for once, yeah.
Yeah. I think that we all need to some kind of do. Oh, sorry. I think overall, because it was a bit like we was doing it really like we was pushing young or like really making it their own and transforming it instead of putting it. Sorry, I cut you off.
No problem. Same as you, I was thinking about out of the box, thinking on something original and also with some very good quality graphics. So I think we had chosen very good entries.
And
so, what was the
prizes?
Yeah, so prize winner for the winner of the contest is $100 gift card plus a signed metallic print of my Dark Side Justice League poster. So that would be for the winner. Then, of course, everyone was so amazing that we also decided to give prize for the 3 runner-ups. So runner-up prize would be $25 each, and the choice of the poster from the other guys. So,
oh wow!
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome!
That's amazing.
Yes.
Okay, so let's start with the runner-ups. Let's start with the 3, and then we'll get to the winner. So
who's the first runner-up?
Hold on, this stuff.
I'm looking at your list. I'm eyeing it.
I don't even know who was.
I would like to announce it. Well, I guess I'll announce it.
Look, guys, the artists are shy. Okay, you want to hide.
All right, so
Victor, let's hear from you about the first runner-up.
So the first runner-up is Mr. Rubin or Mrs. And that will be art where I gotta scroll up and down. I can't find the number. I'm so sorry. But that's our first one. Second place we got Clement, and then in third place we got digital.
Digital CA?
Digital, yeah. So those are the three ones.
So what we're gonna do before we announce the overall winner, you guys are gonna post all these winner entries or handles. You're gonna post them on your social media, I assume, so that these people know and can contact you, because I don't know if they're in the chat or not. So just so. Okay. And so who is the overall winner?
So, drum. Overall winner of the Marshmallow Outfit Contest is Sylvia.
Sylvia.
Sylvia
McFarman.
Sylvia Rico.
Yeah.
Oh.
She had the.
Buenas, ¿cómo le va, señor Nelson?
Estoy bien.
Sí, ya estás acá en vivo.
Hasta que por fin.
Por fin.
Ahora sí me veo bien. Claro, ahí en el celular no me veo bien.
I mean, literally, because she had them jumping.
Ahora sí.
Baja un poquito.
Uy, oiga.
¿Todo bien, Nelson?
Todo bien, sí. Se me oye fuerte y claro.
Se te escucha perfecto.
Pero yo lo que no entiendo es el ángulo de la cámara.
Si vos querés sacar la cámara, podés sacarla también, ¿eh? Y aparece un circulito como podcast. Igual ya te conozco.
Bueno.
Joder. No, ahí te desconectaste. Tenés que tocar la cámara.
Thank you to Sohan and Emo for helping us out with like the video.
Ahí volvete a conectar.
You guys are such lifesavers.
Yeah, I mean,
thanks to you, girls. Amazing job.
And we'll darken your doorsteps at some point, I'm sure. Yes, you're not getting out of that. Yeah, we'll bother you for something.
Well, thank you so much. And I think.
¿Y ahí se me oye?
Abajo tenés mute y después stop cam. Poné stop cam, así no te ves. Ahí está.
¿Y ahora sí?
Ahora sí, perfecto.
Bueno,
excelente.
No se me oye.
Así
I'm
que
sorry.
bueno. ¿Por qué sorry? ¿Cómo anda, caballero?
Estoy bien, pura vida.
Así que así vamos a estar. Pará, a ver. Ahí. O así mejor. Ahí mejor.
Lástima que no se me ve la imagen que como la que tengo en Zoom.
Claro, no, tenés que configurarlo. Después lo configurás y le pones la foto de perfil que vos querés. ¿Ves? Si yo me voy, yo tengo la de Negan, ¿ves?
Y dura mucho eso para poner la imagen.
No, después después lo configurás.
Bueno. Pensé que se podía hacer de una vez.
Así que. ¿Ahora qué andabas haciendo?
Está ahí batallando con la compu.
Pero bueno, ya para la DC Fandom ya lo tenés armadito. Así que obviamente voy a usar este programa para la DC Fandom. Así que va a estar bueno.
Sí, es mi primera vez hoy.
Bueno, bienvenido.
Muchas gracias.
Así que no sé si vos ves la pantalla ahí, ¿no?
Sí, lo tengo en el celular y lo tengo en la compu.
Bueno, mirá. ¿Puedo hacer esto también? Ahí lo quemamos a Brian. No sé si ahí aparece el cartel de Brian. Lo puedo poner en el chat ahí en vivo.
Dale, usted es el jefe.
No, yo no soy jefe. Yo soy un simple pibe de barrio.
Eso sí es de gangsters, de gangsters.
Claro, de gangster, obviamente. Así que bueno, ahora vamos a esperar el próximo panel, que es Sean O'Connell. Sean O'Connell. También de Release the Night Sky. Va a ver. Vienen bastante flojitos los paneles, pero bueno, hay que cubrirlo.
Sí, lo
Hay que
mejor estuvo ayer.
¿Eh?
Lo mejor estuvo ayer.
Lo mejor estuvo ayer, sí. Mirá, acá mi amigo de la secundaria. ¿Y la transmisión? Ahora a las 5:15 arranca el otro panel, caballero. Siga jugando al Pokémon Go, señor Bormir. Ay, Dios, esta gente.
Donde yo trabajo había un estadio de eso.
¿Un estadio del Pokémon?
De hecho que tengo un compañero que cuando salió eso de Pokémon Go era muy fiebre para eso. Él dice que así arriba, una parte del plantel donde trabajo yo, había un estadio.
Mirá. Sí, yo ya casi ya ni lo juego. Ya ahora, como dije la otra vez, yo ahora estoy con el Ninja para celular y está genial, está genial.
Yo es que nunca he sido así como para juegos de celular, no. Una vez estuve en Need for Speed Nitro, pero solo con internet funcionaba y no, pues.
¿Qué dice acá? El Boco, no sé. What? Habla en castellano, Pogo. Pogo es otro amigo de la secundaria. Te lo presento. Nelson. Acá Bormir te dice pura vida, Nelson.
Pura vida, Bormir. ¿Cómo estamos?
Ay. Cuando pasa un auto o algo, viste, podés mutear el audio, viste, el micrófono, lo podés mutear para que en vivo no se escuche, si vos querés, ¿no? Obvio. Lo podés mutear y después, cuando hables, podés volverlo a poner.
Igual los escucho a ustedes.
Igual sí, vos nos escuchás. Lo que sí, tenés que sacarlo para hablar.
Bueno.
Sí, no, es que está muy bueno.
Qué vergüenza aquel día con el podcast porque tocaron el pito ahí, yo no había dónde meterme. Qué vergüenza, Pip.
Acá dice Pogo, le respondí a Bormir, no voy a decir el nombre, pero bueno, acá aparece, por vos. Hola Juan, saludos a todos. Gracias, Pogo, igualmente para vos. Cazame algún Pokémon, dale que vos tenés mi cuenta, dale. Cazame uno. Ponte la pila, dale, laburá. ¿Por qué trabajás? Dale, dale, dale. Claro, ¿ves? Ahí. Y ahora cuando dejó de pasar, le podés sacar el micrófono. Pará. Andá diciendo algo que le voy a pasar un videito a John.
Dale, dale.
O un saludito a John ahí. Pará, yo te aviso.
John, ¿cómo estamos? Pura vida.
Pará. 3, 2. Dale.
¿Qué? ¿Cómo estamos, John? Pura vida.
Mirá quién tengo, John. Mirá quién me está haciendo el aguante.
¿Te respondió?
No, todavía, recién se la mandé.
Bueno.
A ver qué dice. Pogo. Dale, te caso un Charizard Dios. ¡Vamos, capo! Sí, olvídate. Aguante el Charizard Dios. Encima se me fueron 3. Se me fueron 3 suscriptores. Tenía 871, ahora tengo 869. Che, los que ven, suscríbanse, hijos de... Ahí está escribiendo. Bormi te dice, ¿qué se cuenta allá, Nelson, por allá? Porque vos eras de Costa Rica, ¿no?
Sí, señor. No, aquí en cuarentena todavía. ¿Y por mí de qué país es? Argentina, igual.
Sí, de acá también.
Del barrio.
No, él es de capital. Así que...
Aquí no pasan carros. Aquí no pasan carros. Aquí es como cuando jugamos bola en la calle. No, nunca pasan carros. Empezamos a jugar bola en la calle y empezaban a pasar los puchas carros. Y ahora que estoy en esto.
Carros son autos, serían los coches, los vehículos.
Sí, es que aquí no le decimos coches, aquí le decimos carros, autos.
Mirá vos. Y ahora ¿cuánto está haciendo allá de temperatura? Porque acá hace un frío.
Aquí está caliente. Y eso que, digamos, Cartago, la provincia donde vivo yo, es reconocida por ser muy fría. Pero no, ahorita está haciendo calorcito. Dímelo, Santiago, ¿cómo estamos?
¿Cómo?
Santiago, que dice que está haciendo un frío por allá, pero no sé dónde es
Sí,
él.
está refresco acá. Acá está haciendo 8 grados, una cosa así. Acá John dice, genial, mandale saludos al amigo Nelson. Me hubiera encantado estar ahí, pero bueno. Obviamente a la compañía hermosa de internet que tiene. Así que bueno. Pero te manda saludos, John.
Ah, muchas gracias, igualmente. Aquí el amigo Santiago me dice que de dónde soy. Bueno, yo soy de Costa Rica.
Sí, Santi, vos Santi eras de acá, ¿no? Sos de acá de Argentina, me habías dicho, sí, de allá de... Poco. Está para tomar unas birras en la esquina, gente. Sí, olvídate. Olvídate, de una. Sí, sí, algo habías dicho, sí.
Sí, yo soy de zona sur vivo. No sé dónde es.
Zona sur, acá nos dividimos por zonas. Yo, por ejemplo, yo estoy en la zona oeste, donde sería Moreno, Padua. Después está zona sur, que es Quilmes, Lanús. Y después, bueno, zona norte y zona este.
Sí, parecido aquí, digamos, aquí en la zona donde estoy yo es el Valle Central. Está como a 1 hora de la capital, que sería San José.
Mirá.
Costa Rica sí, sí es pequeñito. No,
Sí,
claro.
qué lindo que es Costa Rica, sí.
Ojalá algún día ustedes vengan por aquí a pasear, no sé, digo yo.
Y cuando se levante el tema de la cuarentena, cuando estemos todos de 10, seguramente nos vamos a dar una vuelta. Vamos toda la banda.
Claro, claro, son bienvenidos.
Excepto mis amigos de la secundaria, esos no.
Carajo. No seas malo, no seas malo. No seas malo, muchacho.
No, para nada.
Portate bien, portate bien. Ya que todavía no sale el video, ¿qué es Stargirl? No la conozco.
¿No
A ver
conoces
si. Yo
Stargirl? No.
conozco a esta, a Super Chica, a Starfire de los Jóvenes Titanes, pero a esta que te mencioné primero no la conozco.
No, Stargear pertenece a otro grupo de superhéroes que se llaman la JSA, la Justice Society America. Y, ¿cómo se dice? Y ella es una creación de Geoff Jones, donde, ¿cómo se dice? Donde se inspiró en su hermana. O sea, el personaje ese es muy parecido a la hermana de Geoff Jones. Lo que pasa es que, bueno, se inspiró por el tema de que su hermana falleció en un accidente de avión, y entonces, bueno, como una especie de homenaje, creó ese personaje.
Ah, ya. Sí, es que, digamos, tú sabes, yo de lo de DC y Marvel, de DC crecí viendo los Super Amigos, sí, y las
Claro,
películas viejitas de Batman y Superman. De Marvel, lo que he visto del UCM.
claro. Acá Santi te pregunta, ¿conoces Argentina?
No he tenido la posibilidad de viajar a algún país. Tal vez en un futuro, Dios primero, les caigo por allá.
Venite. Las puertas de mi choza están abiertas.
Ah, bueno, salva. Ahí me invita el mate y los bizcochos.
Olvídate, de una.
Cuando tú eras niño, veías los super amigos, el resto de los super amigos.
Sí, lo veía. Veía a los super amigos. Aquaman muy poco de la vieja época. Tengo que volverla a ver. La que fue, la que después lo gastaban porque hablaba con los animales o no viste una cosa así, medio rara. Después de DC, bueno, miraba la serie de Adam West también.
Ah, esa nunca la llegué a ver. Tengo la película, pero la serie no. Yo veía Lois y Clark Kent, las nuevas aventuras de Superman, que era live action, que el actor es el que sale presentando, aunque usted no lo crea, de Ripley, algo así. Un programa,
Mirá.
algo así como antigüedades, no me acuerdo, la verdad.
Aunque usted no lo crea.
Sí.
Sí. Aunque usted no lo crea, me acuerdo. Qué buen programa que era ese.
2 o 3 capítulos de Fantasma 2040. No sé si te acordás del Fantasma 2040.
De Phantom.
Sí, que el traje era morado.
Sí, después se hizo la película.
Ajá. También un capítulo de la serie vieja de Flash.
Sí, la de los 90.
Ajá, sí. Yo soy modelo 1991. El hombre increíble también. Tengo la película de la muerte del hombre increíble.
Sí.
Buenísimo, buenísimo.
Con Luz Ferriño y. Con Luz Ferriño y Coso. ¿Cómo se llama el actor? El que hacía de Bruce Banner.
Sí. Creo que en español latino le decían David Banner.
David Banner. Sí, en realidad sí está. Sí, no sé por qué le pusieron David Banner, pero no.
En todos los capítulos terminaba con la cancioncita ahí, melancólica. Ta-na-na-na.
Sí, ¿te acuerdas?
Sí, cuando no había necesidad de poner televisión por cable, era eso, esas épocas, que todo lo que había era bueno.
Bueno, a Janko.
I messed that up.
Sean Connell.
She released the Snyder Cut movement, coming out with this crazy book next year.
A ver si este panel está bueno, más o menos.
Yeah, turn up your sound. Don't worry about that.
God, I'm ruining it already.
I know how I feel.
I don't. Listen, it's not like I botched the Zack Snyder clipper.
I know.
Hi, ladies. How are you? I'm so happy to be with you guys. This con has been. It's been so incredible. It's been so unbelievable, and I'm so proud of all three of you guys for all the hard work you put into it. And I hope that you three are celebrating like true goddesses that you are. Well, no one would be crazy enough to try to do this. And you dove in and pulled it off, and you had a convention that had Ray Porter, Ray Fisher, Fabian Wagner, Debbie Snyder, and Zach himself, who decided to bring a clip.
Thank you.
To your con. It's unbelievable. So thank you for having me. Let's close this off with a bang.
Okay. So for those who are tuning in, can you tell them a little bit about yourself in case they don't know who the hell you are?
Well, I was born February 17th.
In a log cabin, we know that part.
You don't know that part? I'm managing director for Cinema Blend. About a year ago, I embarked on the journey to write a book about the Snyder movement, and it was shortly after going to San Diego Comic Con 2019 when you guys launched what has now lovingly been known as Operation Comic Con, and you flooded the downtown area with
billboards and bus wrappings and t-shirts. Were t-shirts part of that? It was.
Yeah, it was designed by Ramesh De Silva.
And I looked around and I thought, like, well, I've heard Release the Snyder Cut before. Like, I know the hashtag and I'm familiar with this movement, but this is getting a little bit out of hand. Like, what are you guys doing? And I came back from that trip and I mentioned the first time to my wife, Michelle, I said, I might want to write a book. And she was like, what's it about? And I started to explain like, what happened in back and how Josh was brought in and all the behind the scenes stuff. And then there's this group of people who were trying to get Zach's version released. They used the hashtag Release the Snyder Cut. She was like, yeah, that's a pretty interesting idea. You should. Okay. Michelle and I were having this conversation as we were driving back from the beach. Anytime that I say something to her along those lines, she always says, like, oh, you should totally do that. Or she's always like, yeah, go for it. And I said to her today, I was like, it's kind of amazing that you're one of those awesome spouses, because other spouses would be like, you don't have time to write a book, or you don't know how, what are you even talking about? She never ever says that. She's always like, oh, yeah, you should totally do that. And then I just got buried in my little work, and I started researching what it is. And then in October of that same year, you guys bought the billboard at Times Square. And a Times Square billboard is like, so that's when I was like, I have to find out what's going on with this group and put their story to paper. And the more I dug into it and researched it, it just blew me away.
That was right after that we saw you talking about the movement on Cheddar, and everybody kind of was like, hang on a second, this journalist dude who we've never heard of him before, like he's actually talking really nice about us. For some reason, I got it in my mind to ask you to be on our podcast, and you were yes, and I was like, what have I done?
it was like, huh, let's test him a bit.
Then I'm in the deep water.
Well, it was so much. Well, that was so much fun, like because we got to know you so quickly, and it was just like this. It was so nice to finally find someone who was legit, like legitimately, like curious about like the movement and everything that's gone on without like trying to bash it. And it was like, wow.
Yeah, what I found interesting, I remember back when after the first time we did podcast with you, you had this conversation online about Man of Steel and what you have issues with in Man of Steel, and we invited you on Amazon, and you actually walked in and faced 6 women hell bent on defending everything Man of Steel. And I was like, hey, you know what? Extend his gown, he's got to respond.
You knew you came in and you were like, I remember right before we started recording, you were like, I'm here even though I know I'm probably gonna get torn to shreds.
Bueno, ¿tenés más o menos algo, Nelson?
Much like Zach brought Henry to the big 20.
Más o menos.
Yeah, tell us about that shirt, because the comments are blowing up.
I mean, we got tight security here, yeah.
So this shirt was designed by Max Avery, who is with Coming Soon, and he also does t-shirt designs on the side, and he posted this one. And this was way before I was even curious about the movement. I thought it was hysterical, because when you talk about journalists who come in to write the story of the movement,
¿Qué es esto? Es el panel de Sean Connell.
that makes no sense to me, because just as a journalist, I'm inherently curious about everything that happens through every.
Acá estoy.
To the point where there is a chapter, I forget what number it is. I think it's chapter 9. Like how they let this happen. A Justice League movie, a finished movie that the studio looked at and was like, yeah, that can go. Like, let's get that out on the big screen and stand behind it proudly. So when Max designed this shirt, that poor Henry looks like a drunken hobo in this shirt. I mean, that is not Mission Impossible Henry Cavill on any level. But I thought it was hysterical. And
Henry Cavill wore that mustache to the freaking announcement because he was trolling. He had to be trolling.
And it's blue like his tank tops, like his many, many tank tops.
Yeah.
So
I'm still convinced it's just one tank top. It's the same one.
It's like a tank top tattoo. What if it's just like permanently on his body? Have we looked at it? Are there layers to it?
So the chat, before we go too far, where'd you get your hat from? Because the chat is demanding it.
The hat is easily available on Amazon. I got it on Amazon. It's got the Justice League logo on the side. They go all over the place, but they go all the way around. They got all the logos, including a lantern. No. No, he's not. So there's a spoiler. Green Lantern's not in the Justice League.
¿Qué pusiste ahí, Nelson?
The hat says all. He will not be in it. Sorry, Sam.
So,
¿Verdad más
so you're working on this book.
de les?
You've got a publisher. You're submitting it literally any day now.
Book is getting submitted on Tuesday. Yes, I have to get it off my plate finally. And the hardest part about this, especially like yesterday, where Ray Fisher, out of the blue, decides he's going to mention the book and actually name drop me, is the weirdest part about that. Because it wasn't that guy writing the Snyder Cut book. Like, to hear him actually use my name was totally bizarre.
Tell us what happened. What happened when you heard him say that? Because you said you were listening.
Oh yeah. So we happened to be on vacation. We went away to the beach for a couple of days, and COVID being COVID, you still can't really do a whole heck of a lot. But we went to the beach and found a place to isolate, got away. But I always kind of let it know to the family, like, hey, whatever we're doing on Saturday, like, I'm just gonna have to be in front of the laptop. And they're used to that. I give them a lot of credit. They're used to me sort of just disappearing and doing work, and they're very supportive of that. And so I had Ray's panel on, and I was kind of settling in for Zach too, and been listening to the two of them. And the family had just left; they were going down to the beach, and I showed Michelle. I was like, "Oh my gosh, Zach crashed Ray's panel. This is so funny! Like, you got to come see it." They were bantering back and forth, and then the family left, and then Ray came out of that and mentioned the book and how it's all other stories that he told. And it was just the weirdest thing, like. It's weird to be part of the movement and to be somewhat recognized as in the movement kind of thing. But to hear Ray Fisher say your name is not normal on any level. And so then my phone literally blew up. Like it was people on the release of Snyder Cut.
Oh yeah, we were tweeting and we were trying to get to find you to see if you were if you had heard it. We were like texting, we were like, Sean.
Yeah. I saw those after, and I thought, thank God I didn't respond because I was just shaking. Like it's shaking. It was very, very cool. But I brought that up because not the two my own, but also the two my own. But to say this is a book that really could keep going, eternally. Like people keep asking me, oh, are you going to cover the DC fandom? Oh, are you going to wait to actually see the movie? Like, are you going to put like your review in? And at some point, you just have to sort of stop, and I had a place to stop before Zach made the announcement. There was going to be the ending of the book was supposed to be, they're going to push on. We got to these are all the things that they've accomplished.
And then the announcement happened.
And then the announcement happened. Yes, and literally my due date for the book was June 30th, the end of June. And then the announcement happened on May 20th, and I emailed my publisher like the next day. It was like, dude, and he was like, yeah, I know. Go ahead, go do what else you gotta do. I can give you another month. But the process to get the book published takes almost a year. Like the editing of it, the book world, from what I'm understanding, has to announce things a year in advance. They got to tell people what their slate is going to be. You got to find that niche. And so I get a lot of people asking me about pre-order, which is delightful. Thank you so much for anyone who's asking me about pre-order. We want to drop the book in 2021 around the time that Zach is going to put the film or television series, which I now think is going to be a television series, listening to him talk yesterday. We want them to come out around the same time. We'd like the book to come out maybe two or 3 weeks before when it's HBO Max.
So kind of like a nice companion.
Yeah. It would be ideal to be a companion.
So from the speculation I saw yesterday, that would be they'd have to fast forward your book, get that through editing and whatnot, and get you announced.
Why, Cole? What are you hearing? What dates are these?
No, some people were trying to decipher the T-shirt.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
And some of the dates were really interesting. Some people were guessing April, some people were guessing May. But either way, no matter how you slice it, like in the book world, is like, as you know, me and Nana and Meg, we all read a lot, and so like we know when we're waiting for a book, it usually gets announced like 2 or 3 years ahead of time. So no matter how you push it, it's gonna have to be. Don't want but have to be pushed out quickly.
Well, but I'll tell you though, the copy is so clean that it's going to go right through the editing process.
Well,
and I'm sure the publisher is going to have no problems with it whatsoever. So I'm bracing for all.
Well, you're a professional writer, so you did all the hard work for them.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to get me really far. I don't know if you're writers, but we are racked with self-guilt. Self-guilt? No. We hate ourselves. Self-loathing.
There you go. Okay.
Self-loathing. Part of the reason why, and these ladies pointed it out to me before we started, they've been lucky enough to read more of the book than just about anybody, because anytime that I finish a section that I'm mildly happy with, I'll send them a direct message and I'll be like, you guys want to read this chapter about you guys want to read this one segment about so-and-so? And you guys
we're a little too blunt for most people, so we would tell you if there was something wrong or like something didn't sound right.
Yeah, exactly. And I appreciate that. When you're an author writing in a void, it's really, this is the first time I've done this, a book of this length, it's really difficult. Because when you write for a website, you put it out there and you get feedback.
Yeah.
But when you sit and look at these chapters over and over again, it's daunting. And literally, my publisher has applause books, and they're part of Rowan and Littlefield. They specialize in arts and entertainment. They publish theater. They do a lot of biographies for people in the entertainment field. They have not read any of the book yet. Because they just want the finished manuscript. You turn it over to them. And I joke about this, but it's highly possible that I could turn it over to them people and they could be like, this is awful. What did we do? And that's why I've tried to send it to just a few people to get a sense of like,
Gracias, Nelson.
is it going to work at all? Every time I send it to anybody, I always just ask them, like, they're like, what kind of feedback do you want? I'm like, is it interesting? Like, is this interesting to you guys? And most people have, thankfully, said, like, oh yeah, this is a really great story.
Well, I think that's a good place for you to segue into in that read you promised us.
Yes, why don't I do that? Okay, so I'll set this up, and I'll go fast just in case, because I want to get through a Q&A portion of this as well, too. So before I get into the chapter, the ripped out chapter, we're going to do a Q&A afterwards so people can submit questions in the field.
Can you say the word before or after you're reading? Because everyone's losing their mind.
What's the word? I'll say it before. This is so great in that I do this to myself all the time. I set it up so that it's like this enormous thing, and then literally is going to rip me apart in the comments and be like, "That is what we wait for."
So the word. So frame it up for anyone who hasn't heard. It's a word that Zach said that'll blow.
Yeah. Yes, and part of the reason why I was really sitting on his interview with Grace is that a lot of the answers he was giving her were things that he and I talked about before. Now we did it, Grace and I asked different questions, so I have other things as well too.
Gracias, chicos, gracias. Gracias por el apoyo.
Also, is when you get a great quote, you want to get it out immediately. But part of the reason that Zach agreed to speak to me was for the book, and his reps specifically said to me after the fact, they were like, he's not really doing press.
Gracias.
Don't put it on anything that he gave. Don't put it on something like that. I was like, okay, fine, that's fine. I'm happy to have it for the book. And now that means I have to wait between now and whenever the book comes out, where he can go on and talk to anyone he wants to and give away what's in it. But I don't care. It's in the book. And the way that he described, he started to talk about why it's important that his Justice League that's coming out now to HBO Max is not the version that was going to be coming to theaters in any way, shape, or form. Because the one that was coming to theaters was directly tied to Man of Steel and BVS, of course, but had the responsibility of setting up whatever was going to come next in the DCU. Now, put yourself back into 2016 when he's considering all of this. Like, whatever decisions he had to make for editing, whatever rewrites that they had to put in would be to tease anything else that they wanted to do, and it wouldn't give him complete control over everything that was going to happen. And when he said, I'm so excited now, I'm going to paraphrase, except for the word, I'll read it. He goes, I'm so excited now because I have all this freedom to just make it the movie and the story that I want it to be. It's not connected to the DCU anymore. They already went off and did their Birds of Prey and their Shazam and Aquaman 2. He goes, in a nutshell, all of that stuff can also be really cool. You know, like, it could be great that the DCU...
¿Mostrarán algo al final, che?
This, to me...
Algo, hoy tienen que levantar con algo porque está muy flojo.
So the word is out. For DC readers, you know that this
Say that again, you glitched for a second.
Oh, sure. He called it an elf.
¿Por qué? Ayer sí mostraron videos, ayer.
Sí, al final, ¿cómo se llama? Zack Snyder mostró el teaser de Superman con el traje negro.
It allows you to tell a story using...
Se nos hizo metalero Superman.
Se hizo metalero, claro.
So out 2017,
se volvió dark.
But his version that he's doing for the Justice League now doesn't have to support it. It can be its own little Elseworld story.
So if he basically called it the Snyderverse without saying Snyderverse, called it Elseworld instead.
He called it Elseworld instead. And it doesn't have to satisfy, paraphrasing some of his words, it doesn't have to satisfy any other gods. It can just be the story that he wants to tell. Now, I'm going to take it one step forward and say that it also gives him the freedom to expand on it without having to affect anything else. I know nothing.
Oh, yeah, but it opens the doors, you know?
But it completely opens the door to when you set up this Elseworld label of stories that can be told on HBO Max, and you're not beholden to the decisions of the AT&Ts, the Warner Brothers, you know, we're building a giant DCEU, so make your movie fit into it. It's free of that now. And I thought it was very telling when he used the word Elseworld, and chills. And because I never thought of it that way. I always thought it was still just.
Como le están dando el internet al chabón, por favor. Le están dando para la mierda. Y está en Estados Unidos.
I think that means he's free to continue to explore things that are set up in it. So I don't know. I got excited. I hope that was.
No, the chat seems to love it though. Meg, could you turn on slow mo?
Yes. Kick two people out.
I've kicked a few people for spamming, but.
How dare you?
Well, if you put just the one single letter like a dozen times, and then I can't see anyone else who's trying to reach out.
I'm trying to have to do slow mo for you, but I guess I was wrong.
All right, so let me get to the chat. Over the course of writing the book, I set up what I thought was, and if this ever gets boring, please tell me, please.
Oh my God, no.
I laid out the structure of the things that I wanted to touch on, which was, in a nutshell, without giving too much of it away, Zack's introduction to the DCU, what he tried to establish through Man of Steel and BVS. I covered going to the Justice League set, because I was able to go to the London set in 2016 and interview him and Debbie and the entire cast, and have all the audio from that, and get a sense of where he wanted it to go at that time through those interviews. I went through the production cycle, which included why he left, and he and I spoke at length in our interview about the real reasons why he left. And it's not like, of course, it's everything that happened with Autumn, but there are other reasons that he told me about. that I wasn't aware of, and everybody needs to hear it, and they will.
La mía está tosiendo desde ayer.
Your guys' reaction to seeing the actual cut.
¿Hasta qué pasó?
Que la mina está tosiendo desde ayer. Se va a morir en cualquier momento.
Carajo.
Desde ayer que está tosiendo. Desde que se inició el evento.
¿Cuál? La de arriba a la derecha.
No, la rubia que está al lado del chabón.
Ah, la bonita.
La bonita. Ah, igual a mí me gusta la de arriba. La que dice
no
Wonder. La que no habló casi nada en el evento. Ni habló de eso.
Ah, sí, la que está como medio pálida.
De esa misma.
Pero igual me quedo con Galgado.
Obvio. Esa siempre.
Ah, sí. Hasta la muerte.
What's that?
It was a game changer in that moment.
Well, it gave credibility to the movement. You know, the people who were clamoring, saying that it's real, it exists, and being shouted down. So I was like, okay, that's made my entry. Then May 20th happened, you know, and May 20th changed the game completely. And then I thought, all right, well, now I have to start there, essentially. So my new chapter 1 became the May 20th event. And then you step back and you look at it and you try to read going from May 20th.
Acá por misiones en carrera, ¿vio?
To an event.
Y ya no lo puedo mutear porque si muteo no se escucha el audio de lo que estamos viendo.
Y yo es que me estoy comiendo algo. Entonces por eso lo muteo.
The idea of people finding out that it's real isn't as relevant anymore. Which is the hardest thing about the book when adjusting to the May 20th announcement, which was approaching it as an entire project of, is it ever going to happen, or is it a theoretical? Is this going to be a Donner cut situation where it's decades away?
Yo es que estoy almorzando, por eso es que lo muteo.
Ah, está bien.
Tense, essentially, and figure out, like, how do we address it now that they won across the finish line? And unfortunately, it meant that this chapter kind of had to go. And so I mentioned how I was like days away from really finishing the manuscript, and hey, I just pulled the whole chapter out, and how that should be terrifying, and was, but was also kind of liberating, because when I jumped from the new chapter 1 to chapter 3, which is now chapter 2, I was like, yeah, that makes more sense. And then when someone was asking me, like, oh, are you going to read something from the book at JusticeCon panel? I thought, no, I don't think I can do that. It's not. It belongs to someone else. And then I was like, oh, wait a second. I have a whole chapter that doesn't belong to anybody.
You read the lost chapter of the book.
Yes, so I'm going to read the lost chapter of the book. I'm going to read it relatively quickly. Pause. I want to work with Ray Porter to do the audio version of the real book. And that's something that has come out of JusticeCon, because you ladies are unbelievably incredible. And so hopefully this will sound better coming from all of them. But this will give you guys a sense of the voice that's going into the book, some of the quotes of people who are involved. And so, if you guys mind, I'll just dive right in.
Oh, dive right in.
You guys rest your vocal cords, and I will read the lost chapter from the release of Snyder Cut book. And it was called Chapter 2, There's a Cut, It's Done. The idyllic Los Angeles suburb of Pasadena is an unusual place to start a revolution. And yet, the match that lit the fuse on the release of Snyder Cut Powder Keg officially was struck at the Art Center College of Design in Pasadena on March 24, 2019. That evening, fans captured Zack Snyder on a very short cell phone video while they stood in line outside of the event. The footage lasts exactly 31 seconds, and every frame has been meticulously analyzed by DC enthusiasts, raking through it for clues. The words were hard to hear, though amateur sleuths have cleaned up the audio so it could be shared on various social media channels. The message of the video, however, was crystal clear. The mythical Snyder Cut of 2017's Justice League movie exists, and Zack Snyder finally confirmed it on camera. As part of a 3-day screening event at the Art Center, Snyder showed off his extended director's cut of the Ultimate Edition of Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, the movie that was designed into a highly anticipated Justice League. Snyder then participated in a staged post-screening Q&A for BBS. It didn't take long for fans to bring up Snyder's torpedoed plans for both his Justice League movie and the films that would come after it. Snyder seemed happy to play along. He spun wild tales about how time travel eventually would have been used in his DC movies, and he confessed to the crowd that he and his co-screenwriter Chris Terrio had completed their initial Justice League script before Batman vs. Superman was even released in theaters. Quote, that script was done, Snyder said to the Art Center stage that night. Batman v Superman came out, and some people didn't like the movie, a vocal minority. So I was asked by the studio to say, hey, there's a lot of stuff that we don't want you to do from that script. So we did a rewrite of the script, Snyder continued. The original Justice League that wrote, we didn't even shoot it. I mean, it was shot, but the actual idea, the hard idea, the scary idea, we never filmed because the studio was like, that's crazy. And we were so insecure at the time after this movie came out that we were just like, I guess it's crazy. We're fucking nuts. There's going to be mass hysteria in the streets if we film this, apparently. And just like that, with those direct Snyder quotes, the seeds of superhero controversy have been planted into fertile, fan-turned soil. DC enthusiasts, especially those convinced that Zack Snyder had a bigger and much better plan for their beloved Justice League, heard this promise of a crazy outline for an insane Justice League story that never saw the light of day, and many of them decided then and there that they needed to see it at all costs. Snyder had said during his fateful Q&A that he had filmed some of the stuff on the screenplay with Chris Terrio. How much had he filmed before he eventually exited the project in May 2017? How much of that footage made it in the theatrical cut of Justice League? And how much was sacrificed for the cutting room floor? Could that footage be reassembled into a version of Justice League that was more in line with what Snyder originally envisioned? As it turns out, the answer to the last question was yes. Following the talk, Snyder agreed to sign autographs for dedicated fans. As the patient patrons made their way through the line, waiting for the opportunity to meet the celebrated filmmaker, Snyder was asked for roughly the 1 millionth time about the existence of the Snyder Cut of Justice League. The evening's most important question came from Devin A. Fuerte, a 19-year-old film student from Santa Ana, California, who holds a special place in the movement. Fuerte dreams of being an actor, but acknowledges that his social anxiety disorder prevents him from excelling in the field for now. Quote, it's just one of the many chips that I have on my shoulder, he said. And don't let it stop me, though. I'm also a very optimistic and passionate person, which is part of the reason why I think I fit into the Snyder Cut family so well. That social anxiety was kicking in as Fuerte approached Snyder that night in Pasadena. Quote, I was so nervous because I've never met a famous celebrity before in my life, he recalls. The moment I bought the tickets for the screening, I knew that if I got the chance to talk to him, I had to ask him about the Snyder Cut. The question I asked was, can you tell us anything about the Snyder Cut? I wanted to keep the question straight to the point because I also wanted the time to tell him how much I appreciated him and how he's changed my life through his films. And Snyder, against all odds, actually answered him. I mean, all I'll tell you is that, sure, there's a cut, Snyder finally confirmed. It's done. I have a bunch of them, so it's not like that's up to them. Now, I'm going to pause for a second. You all could quote that quote, right? Yeah. Everyone knows that quote by words? So I needed to get that in. Okay, there it was. The hard evidence directly from the source that the Snyder Cut seekers needed to justify their quest. I was completely shocked at how casual he said that, remembers Fuerte. I couldn't believe it. My thought process was basically, wow. I'm guessing everyone has already asked about it already since he just threw that out there so nonchalantly, but apparently not. At least not on video. It's important to note that the them in Snyder's statement refers to Warner Brothers executives, the studio that initially supported Snyder's vision for a grittier, more mature adaptation of the DC universe on screen, until mass audiences turned their collective back on Batman vs. Superman Dawn of Justice. That same them was routinely blamed by...
Bueno, me felicitaron por el video que hice la reacción a The Walking Dead. Me dice, seguí con tu contenido que está muy bueno. Gracias.
Y ahí está en YouTube, ese no lo he visto.
No, está me comentó en un video, me salió la notificación. En un video del viernes.
Pero yo lo puedo ver.
No, acá no.
He validated their claims and all but handed his supporters a proverbial map that explained whose minds they needed to change to possibly get the Snyder Cut of Justice League released one day. Quote, I'm so glad that I was able to capture that moment and share it with the rest of the Snyder Cut community, where it says, months later. It was an incredible turning point in the history of the release of Snyder Cut movement, a flashpoint, if you will. Chris Wong Swenson remembers feeling vindicated. The proud father of 3 boys, Wong Swenson is a 37-year-old entrepreneur who hails from Honolulu, Hawaii. Like most members of the Snyder Cut family, he has followed DC Comics his whole life and fully supported Zack Snyder's interpretations of these cherished characters. He routinely creates videos on his YouTube channel, Ping Pong Flicks.
Está leyendo un mail, ¿no? Que le mandaron.
He pays extreme attention to the contributions of Snyder and helped lead.
Que tiene que ver con todo esto, ¿no? Con todo el movimiento y todo.
Swenson's love of Superman goes deeper than passion fandom. He says that because of his adoration of Christopher Reeve's Superman as a child, his parents legally changed his name to Chris to reflect that dedication. So yeah, he's a fan. Wong Swenson was also at the Pasadena event, which has since become known as SnyderCon to most loyal Snyder Cut fans. And he remembers to this day the impact of Snyder's mission to the existence of the Snyder Cut of Justice League and why it has been identified as a turning point in the fight to get the film released. Quote, because online and in my local community, the cut was a myth, Wong Swenson said. I asked Snyder if we will ever see his cut, and he said it's up to Warner Brothers to release it and that we should keep doing what we are doing and continue to keep the pressure on. The same message was delivered to Will Rollins, a 39-year-old professional actor from Portsmouth, England, who traveled all the way to Pasadena to be able to speak to Snyder, specifically about the Snyder Cut of Justice League. Rollins was standing with Wong Swenson in the fan line following the Snyder Con event and chose to use his time to ask the director point blank when his version of Justice League would be released. According to Rollins, Snyder replied, quote, I can't give an exact answer to that because I don't know, but it exists. It's ready, aside from a few CG tweaks, but I don't own it. Legally, I can't release it. I'm hoping it won't be that long. As it turns out, it wasn't that long. But to the people fighting the good fight, it undoubtedly felt like an eternity. This book maps out the complete journey. The story begins with Zack Snyder's construction of the DC universe, documenting his efforts to launch big-screen interpretations of classic superheroes like Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, The Flash, and Cyborg. We'll then detail from an insider's perspective the dominoes that fell and resulted in Snyder walking away from a franchise he dedicated years of his life to complete. This book also examines the attempts by Warner Brothers, through Joss Whedon and others, to pick up the broken pieces, sustaining momentum until HBO Max finally agreed to release the Snyder Cut. But that's only half the story. Release the Snyder Cut also speaks for the people who gave up their own personal time and money to, well, release the Snyder Cut. These passionate fans believed in the existence of the Snyder Cut of Justice League, and they worked tirelessly to convince Warner Brothers to let them eventually see it. The members of this vocal global community range from rabid social media warriors eager to further the release of Snyder Cut movement to actual cast members of Snyder's DC movies. Just ask Aquaman star Jason Momoa what he thinks of the Snyder Cut of Justice League. Snyder himself confirms that the version of Justice League that's currently on HBO Max wouldn't exist without the movies, and for that he'll be eternally grateful. The fact that Justice League failed is staggering. The way the Justice League failed is captivating. But the true story behind the persistent, passionate, and organized fan base who helped this lost, practically forbidden version of Justice League to secure release, well, that's the kind of storybook ending one usually only finds in the pages of a comic book. And that is your lost chapter.
That is so awesome.
Fantastic. No, that was great.
Thank you.
It's a little unfortunate that you had to cut it, but it makes sense that if you're changing the flow of the book, that that's why you cut that chapter itself. So that was really good.
Trust me that in the broad picture of it, it was right to cut that chapter. And the story works really well without it. It gives you an idea of how I'm approaching it and what I'm aiming to do. So.
Well, our viewers here are saying, take my money. Sounds awesome. Can't wait to read chapter 3. This will be a day one purchase. So I think you've got the fandom's approval, my friend.
I cannot say how supportive. I'm just so thankful how supportive everyone has been on Twitter. The Snyder Cut family has been incredible in terms of backing this effort. And so now I'm at the stage where, because it's done, and because for a year I just had my head down and was trying to collect as much material as I could and shape it into a story, Now the pit in my stomach is just, I hope you guys like it. Like that's really where my fear and concern lies right now. Is God, I hope that I did the movie justice because.
Well, if
I want to tell the story.
according to the chat here, if the rest of the book is just like that, written in same style, you'll be perfectly fine.
Epic. Bravo. There's hearts everywhere.
Ah, that's so cool.
So you decided that you wanted to give away 3 copies of this upcoming book to people who.
I'm sorry, I just want to comment.
Sean yelled, throws wallet at screen.
Amigo, digan, si yo tengo que ir a hacer un mandadito aquí cerca, voy a ponerlo en silencio, entonces ahorita le llego.
Ah, dale, tranqui.
Sí, es aquí nomás, yo ahorita llego.
Okay, so the publisher gives me 15 copies of the book to do with whatever I want to do with. And like, you know, you got to give it to family members and some of them I want to keep myself, obviously. But it's such a thrill and an honor and a privilege to be part of Justice Con, and I literally am so thankful to you ladies for including me. That I wanted to do something cool and special, and so I can allot 3 that I want to give to people because everyone's been it's been so nice that people have been asking me about pre-order. I want to be able to answer your question about pre-order. I don't have the date, but as soon as I have it, I'll put it. And so I don't have the physical copy of the book, to share with you right now because we're still to go through a production cycle. But we're going to pick 3 people out of the questions that we're going to do now in the Q&A. I will announce the winners at the end of the panel. So I want the most, because I'm a journalist at heart, right? Like I interview people, and part of the thing we like to do, I do a podcast, Real Blend, with Jake Hamilton and Kevin McCarthy, and one of the things that we like to do is just one up each other with great questions. Like we love to impress the other guys with coming up with great questions. And so I want you guys to impress me with questions. And so I'm going to pick the best 3 questions that we get for the chat, and I'll aim. If you guys want to ask anything, we'll dive as deep as you guys want to, and at the end, I'll single out the 3 best questions asked and answered, and those 3 people, you're gonna have to get in touch with me on Twitter through direct message, or you can email me, Sean@cinemalone.com, and I'll get your address, and then once I have those physical copies in hand, I will autograph the book for you with a personal message. And I'll ship them out myself. I'll get those 3 books to those 3 winners wherever you are. I don't care where you are. I'm sending it to you. And the book. Okay, so answer some quick questions about the book. The book has a global release. Rowan and Littlefield, the publisher who's behind it, has distribution in most major countries. There's a few that I think they need to get foreign rights purchased for them, but it's their plan to push this thing. So the question I get the most from everybody is, when can I pre-order it, and will it come to my country? And the answer to the second one is yes. The pre-order, as soon as I have it, will go to the website at rtscbook.com.
Will this be available digitally by everyone?
As far as I know, yes. And I think it's going to be a hardcover to start, and then paperback later. And then as soon as I heard from Ray, I sent an email to my publisher, and I was like, "Oh, you want to order your book because I've got something lined up for that," and I haven't heard that yet, but it was the weekend, so hopefully we'll get that straightened out.
I'm sure you'll get it. Before we start with the questions, just to throw it out there, guys, because I see that you're asking, Sean will not tell you spoilers from his own book. What would be the point?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna have to read it.
Please don't ask things like that we know that are going to be in the book, or just don't ask that. You're not going to get an answer.
So let's start with some questions. I have one from Camelman302. How did you get in touch with Zach about this portion of the book? Because I know that was kind of a challenge.
That was a challenge. Essentially, I went through his PR rep, who I've known for years, has a lot of different clients, and we've worked often to get interviews set up with different people. And this publicist was the one who invited me to the Justice League set back in the day. There's something really unusual about the way that happened, too, and it's a great way to kick off that chapter. The backstory behind that one is fantastic. And essentially, I just nagged them from the get-go. Okay, so this is really fun too. When I first had the idea to do this book, my biggest concern was that Warner Brothers would totally hate me. And I need to work with Warner Brothers through Cinema. Like they have a working relationship. So I was out in Los Angeles for an It Chapter 2 press event. And I spoke to my reps and I said, hey, I have something I want to tell you guys. I'm thinking about doing a book. And they were like, oh, that's great. That's so amazing. Like, what are you going to write about? And I was like, well, it's about the Snyder Cut. And they were like, release it. And I was like, no, for real. Like, I'm going to talk to the people. And they said, yeah, that's great. You should do that. Just know we can't help you. You know, essentially, we can't help you get any interviews. You're totally on your own. And I understood that, and I was like, yeah, that makes total sense. With Zach's publicist, when I started asking, like, hey, I'm doing this project, I would love for him to talk, the initial bit was always just like, no, he can't do it, no, he can't do it, no, he can't do it, no, he's not interested, no, he's not interested. And what held up some of the interviews for the book, too, was that everybody who worked with Zach on the movie is fiercely loyal to Zach. His film sets are family, and everyone, I spoke to a lot of people who were interested in talking to the book, and then they were like, what did Zach say? And I was like, he can't do it. And they were like, okay, cool, when you get him, come back around. And I was even at a press event right before COVID hit, where we were doing an interview for the Real Blend podcast. And we were in the room, we were on microphones, I can't tell you who it is. The celebrity was about to come in, and right before this happened, the Paramount rep said, oh, do you mind if their publicist sits in? They'd like to listen to the interview. And we were like, yeah, that's fine. And I said, oh, who's their publicist? And they named who the person was, and it was the person I've been trying to get that stuff from for like a year. And I was like, oh, that's pretty funny. Like, this is going to be really interesting to see how this happens. And they came in, and they were super nice, and the interview went great. And then we were leaving the room, and I went up to the publicist, and I was like, hey, about that other thing. And this was March. And they told me it's just not going to happen. And I was like, okay, cool. Because I just needed to know, like, in that moment, am I going to make the book work without Zach, or am I going to be able to rework it around him kind of thing? Because I just, like, I always kind of knew going into this, I needed the book to work if Zach had said, I want nothing to do with this. Like, I want no part of this at all. Because either maybe he was going to do his own documentary. Maybe he already had a friend who was going to write a book about this. Like, everyone knows it's a great story. I can't be the first one to come around and be like, I should tell this story. So I thought, okay, he's going to do his own thing. But then I'll give the publicist all the credit in the world, because the minute the May 20th event happens, I heard from them the next day. And they were like, okay, cool, let's set this up now. Now we can talk. And again, I love this person. They've been really great to me over the years. We have a really good working relationship. And so it truly was just Zach wasn't able to talk. He wasn't, whether it was NDAs, whether it was negotiations that were happening, he wasn't able to open up the book. But the minute he was, they came back around to me and they were like, okay, cool, we can talk now. So he and I got on the phone and talked. And I'll tell you something he said to me at the end of that conversation, which isn't in the book, it was just something he and I discussed, which makes me feel great. He said, hey man, when you started your process, writing and researching, I guess he was aware. He said there was no chance that this was going to happen, that the Snyder Cut was going to come out. You know, this started at a time frame when I was under the impression, Zach is saying, I'm under the impression it's not going to happen. So we called it a leap of faith. He's like, it was a real leap of faith for you to start writing this story and doing this process, because I'm just happy, essentially, that we got to a point where you and I were both able to talk about this book on record and make this happen. So someone up above, can you stop and think about for a hot minute the timing of all this? Like, to have a book like done about the Snyder Cut, you know, and to have a due date to the publisher, and to have him make his announcement a month before it. My publisher said if we were in the printing stage, the book would have been. If we were in the printing stage already, the book would have been essentially useless, because it would have all been written from the perspective of, if this happens, what are we going to do? Well, thing. And so the timing of it is beyond stupid ridiculous to me.
Serendipitous.
Yeah, that will never not roll. That I started.
It was meant to happen. I mean, what else can you say? Like,
The only way to look at it.
I have the next question is from
Yeah.
Morgan Armstrong, and he wants to know. He says, I've been writing since I was a little kid, and to publish is a dream. What do you plan on writing more books, or is this the only one you're writing?
It is a sickness now. The minute you stop, you instantly want to do another one. So yes, I plan to write more books. And I'm putting the cart before the horse. I hope this does well. I sold it to a publisher completely on my own. I put together a proposal based on another proposal that a friend of mine who got a book published, he let me look at his, and I just sort of modeled it after his and wrote it up because I believed in the idea. And I spent from September to December is how long it took to just blind submit queries to publishers. And there's a book that I used, and I told Joe Davis, because Joe Davis has an idea for a book as well, so I'm not going to mention it because I don't want to blow up her spot. But she has an idea for a book, and it's really good. And if she's watching this, do it.
I'm so proud of you.
Hey,
Just saying.
hey, we're fans. You know how it is. I mean, we love Joe.
There's a book that I use that you can go through and find all these literary agents or publishers, and they'll list what their specialty is. So I just looked for people who wanted to do nonfiction pop culture, and I only submitted it to them essentially to try to get a foot in the door. And I heard back from a lot of people. You got a ton of rejections. I think I got somewhere between 60 and 70, somewhere rejections. And then some would give feedback. Most people just wrote back and just said, it's not on me. Some people would write back and say, this sounds like a really great magazine cover story, but I don't know if there's enough there. Lost. 2 or 3 people along the way were like, yeah, I think I want to do this. Can you get me a sample chapter? So you get pulled in a little bit more. You start to write more about it. And the whole time through, you're working it, you're constantly, you're kneading the dough and making it into something. That when it was December when Applause wrote me and said, have we missed the window? Did someone already take this? And I was like, no, let's talk. And over the course of a week, we locked in our deal. And so they're doing it now. And so, future books. Over the course of this, I also picked up a literary agent now, and they're going to help me shop the next one. I have a couple of ideas. I don't know if you right here, but I think they're really interesting, and they're still in the superhero movie realm. So, and apparently, I have to do a follow up to this book because it's really more stuff.
Oh yeah, we set you up for that one yesterday, didn't we? Sorry. Sorry.
Comment on Twitter that my family was screaming in pain because I'm going to submit more time to it. But I'll say, I have a great Man of Steel print that someone, that I was able to get from somebody that's hanging in our living room right now. And it is a commemoration to me about the achievement.
Vamos, Nelson!
And every time I walk past it, I look up at this gorgeous Art Deco Man of Steel print. And I just think, I'll do that. That's dope. That's cool. Yeah.
Drop in the Ocean asks.
I have one question if I can.
Okay, because I've just been holding questions in the chat.
Me too.
There's so many.
Me too. Yeah.
I'll answer faster. I'm sorry. I get.
No worries. Well, I found one that I really liked from Zach Mormando, and that is, what was your favorite personal moment from the Release the Snyder Cut movement?
The training event, number 17 training event, was unbelievable. To see the fandom unite and get behind that cause, and to have it end with Ben and Gal joining it finally was triumphant. That was amazing. Also, Subway. Everything with Subway is hysterical. Hysterical. The whole journey is surreal. You get to moments where you're writing about this and you're like, this should happen. And the Subway stuff when they asked how many retweets for the donation, and God bless their social media team, they were having fun with it. And to see Wendy's jump on board, like, that stuff's just great. So the answer to what goes on a Snyder sub is terrific, and that stuff is funny. That's entertaining. I love that side of it. But the November 17th training event.
The Phantom broke the world.
That was the, you know, it's so cheesy to call it the mic drop moment, but it was a literal hammer slammed down of just like, and talking smack, it just needs to, because it's here and it's not going anywhere, and that was amazing.
Okay, so a drop in the ocean asks, how do you think the Release the Snyder Cut movement will change the way entertainment corporations handle directors' control over their own vision?
I don't think it's going to change anything, to be honest with you. I think that this is a really unique situation. Because movies are extremely complicated. And I think there are compromises on every big budget type film. Whether it's a Star Wars film or a DC film or a Marvel film, I think that there's huge compromise. But the stars aligned in a really weird way on this one, with Zach having to step away, with him getting replaced by somebody who had no business replacing him, with the version being as terrible as it was, with Zach filming as much. I'll use an analogy of one that's close but won't happen, and that's Phil Lord and Chris Miller getting removed from Solo, right?
Mm-hmm.
No one knows how much they filmed. And Ron Howard took over and delivered a competent movie. You know, it wasn't a disaster on any stretch. Might not have been what everybody was looking forward to, but there's no fight for the Lord and Miller cut of Solo kind of thing. And also, they don't encourage it. You know, they've moved on to their next projects, and so there's so many steps over the course of the Snyder Cut movement where anything could have happened that would have derailed. We wouldn't be here hosting something called Justice Con. And anything from like Whedon's cut could have been entertaining. You know, like what if it came out that was pretty okay? You know, it wasn't Zach's movie, but it was also kind of fun. Yeah, give the benefit of that.
Sorry.
There might have been a lot of people who were just like, that was okay. You know, and they wouldn't be as angry and as passionate. Could have, at any point, I make this very clear in the book, Zach at any point over the course of this journey could have turned around and said to you guys, stop. You know, like, we're never gonna, I know what you're trying to do. I love it. I admire it. Thank you. I hear you. I feel you. But there is no Snyder Cut. You know, it's just, and hey, I got Army of the Dead coming and a bunch of other projects I want to do. But he never stopped pushing and encouraging. And so all of those factors have to play into something else happening like this. And movie studios are 80% business oriented and 20% creative. So as long as they're making money off the stuff, they're not going to listen to the fans quite as much as what happened here, where the movement created such a drumbeat, and it wasn't gonna die down. You know, like I think deep down they probably thought to themselves, "We can wait this out." You know, like sooner or later they're gonna get distracted by something else.
They're like, they'll give up.
And they didn't. And they didn't. And Zach wouldn't let you guys do it. And yeah, I don't see another movement maintaining the momentum that you guys did for 3 years. I don't see it happening. So I hate to say that it's probably not going to change that much. I think this is a once in a lifetime thing.
Reagan Overby has a very interesting question. Have you received any criticism from other journalists for pursuing this story?
Yes. Yes, a lot. Yeah. They've fallen into two camps. One was early on, you know, before it was announced, it was, why are you even pursuing that? That can never happen. And then you get into the conversations as to why, you know, Warner Brothers is going to pay for it, and you know, it's going to look unfinished, and all the arguments that you get. And then the other big one, and this is a huge. Zach and I got into this really deep conversation, and all of the quotes for this are in the book. Not to sell the book, but this is a really interesting thing. Toxic fandom is the movement shouldn't have been rewarded for complaining. You know, that they should, and the people who criticize me for for giving you guys a platform, say you're just rewarding toxic behavior as well too. And again, they overlook what was accomplished from a charity perspective, right? But still, not only that, because yes, the work that you guys have done on behalf of AFSP, the amount of money that was raised, can cynically, journalists are deeply, deeply cynical by nature. If you give us a fact, we're always going to look at it and pick it apart. Yeah, but why did you really do this? The AFSP angle of Snyder Cut by anyone who wants to pick the movement apart can say, oh, they use that as a shield. You know, they do good for people because it protects them. Listen, Nana, it's true. That's something.
No, we know.
We know, but it's
no firsthand.
However, what I want to say is, when I started this process, I went into this with such an open mind to just say, I want to find out what's going on.
5 horas de directo, gente. 5 horas de directo. Más las horas de ayer son más 8, 9, 10, 11, 13 horas, papá. Y nos quedarían probar 9, 11 horas más para el evento posta.
And why they're doing it, and all the good reasons that they got into this. And to the point where, when I didn't have the ending to the book, when I didn't have the reveal of the cut, I wanted to turn this book over to, very similar to Justice Con, it's a book for the fans, essentially, about the fans and my fans. And so I said to them, like, give me a chance to get a message to Zach on the off chance that we should pick this book up. Tell me something that you would like to say to him, and I'll use that as the ending. And when I got the ending, I still said, I'm going to keep this. I'm going to keep what people sent me, because the messages that they sent were just the most touching, beautiful, heartwarming, inspirational, motivational bits of information from a fan base. And it reminds me how important these films and these stories and these characters and this universe are to people. And so I kept them. They're all in there. So I came into the movement and I came into the story, and I would tell this to any of my journalist friends who think that this is a waste of time. And listen, whatever they write about is a waste of time. I might not agree with them either. I don't really care. I think it's an amazing story.
There's your mic drop right there.
Listen, they could love something else. This is I love this, and I love what I learned. I didn't come into it loving the movement. I'm a Marvel kid, as you can see over my shoulders. I've repeatedly said this to everybody.
If I didn't have Chet stuff, I wonder if you were just canceled now.
No, listen.
No, I've been seeing people going, oh, look at those Marvel posters. It's like they don't know you. Like, we knew you were a Marvel fan.
But that's okay. I came into the movement to learn about it, and you guys showed me who you are. And that's the story that I wrote. And so, yes, listen, if I wasn't getting criticized by people in the journalism community, my friends, my colleagues, then they wouldn't be good. They're my friends and colleagues. We bust each other's balls all the time. That's what we do.
Perfect. Josu, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, Ruiz says, do you think Ray's Justice Con panel is going to change the world?
Ooh, how so? A follow-up to that. Changing the world is really hard to do. I admire Ray for all that he does. Ray is...
By the way, I just we have Ray squared, sorry.
Yeah. Ray is going to make a lot of waves. He has a story to tell, and I'm excited to hear it, to be honest with you. Let's touch on that for a second. When Ray started speaking up about what happened on set, I like that he said in his panel that he got support from the Justice League cast, but I thought he'd get more. I thought more people would say some stuff publicly, and I'm a little surprised they didn't. They a little bit left. They hung him out. They didn't hang him out to dry, but they didn't support him as loudly as I thought that they could have. And I'm
strategic.
Well, so Jason is going to make Aquaman 2. And Val still has to do Wonder Woman 1984. Those two have, deals in place. Henry wants to come back. Go ahead. yes, I'm sure it's a business point of view, but I think Ray wants to continue to play Cyborg in different functions, and so I don't know, but I will say that I was a little bit surprised he didn't get some more roles from people decided to speak up. I thought more will come, and more will come. There's more to that story. It's like the Titanic iceberg, you know. We've seen a little bit.
It's a lot deeper.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on, and it's up to them when they decide to tell it. And if they want to talk to somebody about it, I know a journalist who's willing to listen to that story.
I love that. There's a question from Casey Thurman. What has been the most important thing you learned from writing the book?
Boy, what do you think about that? I'm reminded, the most important thing that I'm taking away from this book is that I'm reminded how important these stories are to fans, and how important film and the act of storytelling through film is to fans. When you do this on a daily basis, when you cover an industry, you can get bogged down in it, and you can forget why you loved it to start with. Like, anybody who's in film journalism loves film. Like, you pursued this because you want it to be part of your life. And it was part of your life before you started doing it. It's going to be part of your life when you end it. Something I took out of this book is something I took out of San Diego Comic-Con a couple of years ago. And it's one of the greatest feelings, and I need to stop and remind myself this when it happens, which was, when you're in San Diego Comic-Con, it is a grind. Like, when you're in San Diego for that event as a working journalist, the last I want to be is San Diego Comic-Con. Because it's just nonstop for 18-hour days. But I was in a Hall H panel, and it wasn't for one of the big ones. Oh, it was Elysium, that Matt Damon science fiction film a while back. And a girl got up to the microphone to ask a fan question, and she just started crying. And she said, I can't believe I'm talking to Matt Damon, you know? And it all came crashing down on me of just like, you know, you cynical idiot, stop looking at it like a job, you know? Like, this is so important to people. Like, and there are people who plan Comic-Con plans for a year, you know, like that's their trip. That's their trip. That's their
entire year.
Yes. And I promised myself that anytime I ever stopped and looked at it like, I gotta do, no, shut up. No, you get to do this, you know? And so talking to the members of the movement and talking about their love of Zach and their love of the Snyderverse and their love of the work that he put into these characters was a daily reminder again to me of how important all of this is. Because you talk about criticism from journalists. You get more criticism or side-eye glances from family members who look at you and say, what do you do for a job again? Like, talk about comic books and superheroes. And so a lot of times I'm trying to justify this career kind of thing. And when I look at the movement, and when I think like for a year, I spent part of my job telling your guys' story, telling this amazing story. And I'm going to have a book that I'm going to be able to hold in my hands, and it's going to show a year's worth of listening to amazing stories, translating it into my voice, and putting it out there. It's a gift. That's a gift that I get to do this. And so that's my most important thing that I learned of putting this together, is that there's beautiful people out there who love films and storytelling and these characters, and all they want to do is sit around and spend 2 days at something called Justice Con talking about something that they love. And if it wasn't this online YouTube conversation, you'd all be someplace else, huddled together, discussing all the things that you love.
Yeah, basically talking about the same thing we have.
Yeah. And I just am thrilled that I got a seat at the campfire for a year. So thank you.
Forever, like,
yeah.
You're the chronicler. They're expecting the folks who are here are expecting a follow-up book eventually. So I hope you're going to keep taking notes throughout the coming weeks and months.
I feel like I'm committed.
So I think we have time for one more question.
Okay, great, and I'll pick my winners.
Yes. So does any of you have one?
Yeah, I have a good one that's been asked a few times. Comic Book Craig Movies asks, what was your inspiration for the cover of your book?
Oh, I remember asking you this. I needed to know. Go on.
Okay, so I love Art Deco. I love the Art Deco style. And I used as two inspirations the BioShock, the video game, or the world of where BioShock takes place. And then also going through, looking at imagery from old world fairs, San Francisco, New York, they would have this amazing Art Deco style that I just visually I love. And so shortly after Zach's poster campaign, I just started to I think I put it out on social media first, just saying like if anybody had any ideas for a cover, what would it look like? And I got DMs from about 5 or 6 people, and I just asked them to come up with a cover design. Like, hey, what would you come up with that had this Art Deco design, the style? I shared with them some imagery that I liked, and I said, but it has to say, something about the Justice League. It has to say something about the movement. But I didn't want to give too many notes. I wanted them to come back and see what they came back with. And I got great entries from people. It was and moved forward with a few people. We made a few notes, tweaked a few things. But Nick Ingram, who designed the cover, his was the closest right off the bat. And we went back and forth with a couple different notes. We landed on the design that I've been sharing around with different people. I loved the concept of the characters silhouetted around the building. The one note that I gave him that I'm most proud of was he had a globe at the top of the skyscraper. I asked him to turn it into the film canister.
Which is brilliant, by the way.
What was really funny is he and I got down this process, and then I was like, geez, I don't even know if I get to pick what the cover's supposed to be. Maybe my publisher just tells me what the cover's going to be. So I emailed my publisher and asked him. I said, what do I do about the book cover? And he said, well, we'll design it for you unless you have something that you think might be interesting. And I said, yeah, I actually kind of do. I showed it to them, and they were like, oh yeah, that's really great. So I've been saying it's going to be the cover. I don't think anything's going to change. The publisher basically said that they liked it, so we're going with it.
They keep it because it's lovely. I love it so much.
Well, I think it's eye-catching. If you're walking past a shelf, and that's one of the hardest things in terms of being a first-time author, is breaking into this field that's just crowded with new books. And so I thought it was visually striking. I love the color scheme behind it, and yeah, Nick did an amazing job. So Nick Ingram, all the credit in the world for designing that amazing book.
Really quick question for me, I guess.
Yes.
Don't write down my name.
You can't win.
No, don't write my name because I saw you click your pen. Anyway,
you've been disqualified.
Okay, but wow, where did it go? Anyway, so you're doing something really cool. You're doing half of the proceeds of the book are going to AFSP. Did you include in your book about the work the movement has done with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention?
Oh, so much. Yes. I covered that aspect to the point where I'm afraid people who are reading it are going to get tired of hearing that aspect of it. Because so many people who answered made it clear that that was a huge reason why they wanted to be part of the movement. I was able to interview people from AFSP where they told me how much they've been moved by the amount of work that's been done on behalf of Snyder Cut. So I have official quotes from AFSP in there. An entire chapter is just called Their Biggest Accomplishments, which is everything that you guys have, the major milestones that the entire movement has contributed, and all of that discusses the funds raised for AFSP. Mick Doyle, who's been really good to me over the course of putting the book together, wrote an article for AFSP called Why They Fight.
Why We Fight, yeah.
Why We Fight was Mick's thing, and he let me use 2 big chapters from the end of that to describe how important the work done by AFSP was, and I have really great quotes from Zach that you kind of gave away in your panel about just that lives were saved. That lives were saved because of the money raised from all of the work done by the RTSC family over the past 3 years. But you don't stop to think about the fact that, you know, over $200,000 donated to AFSP means that people put onto hotlines and helplines, and people's salaries were funded, or counselors who spoke to people when they needed to be heard the most. And just, it can get swept up in, oh, they raised money for AFSP, but what does that really mean? What does it amount to? And when you stop and think, I mean, you guys saved lives. You guys have literally saved lives. And it's not, oh, you got a superhero movie released. No, it's you made a difference in countless lives, and that cannot be stressed enough. Everyone in the movement deserves an incredible round of approval and pats on the back for all the work that they've done selflessly, which is why we're out of time, I'm sure. And so this is the perfect time to bring up the fact. But you know, I hate the division. I hate the division that stems from people in the movements. And listen, everybody's wrong on all sides. You know, it should be unity. We're stronger together. And I'm not, listen, what am I going to come through and save everybody in the movement? No, that's not my purpose. I love everybody on this side. I love everybody on that side. I love everybody on this side over here. There are factions. I understand that there are factions, but I want everybody to come together because you guys have accomplished so much as a unified family. It would be impossible to pull off what this entire movement did over the course of 3 years. And I want you all to just remember how much stronger you are as a unified family. Behind Zach, behind his art, behind his work, behind each other. Because there's people in this movement who have told me their story, who found lifelong friends and family members, and who have told me that they're better today than they were 3 years ago because of the friendships and the connections, the human connections that they've formed through the Lisa Snyder Cut family. So let's just continue as a movement to build each other up and to get behind each other at every turn and stop the little bit of tearing down. It's so unnecessary. It's so unnecessary.
Amen. So tell us your winners.
I'm going to go with
the people want to know.
Reagan Overby. Reagan Overby is winner number 1. Morgan Armstrong is winner number 2. And Casey Thorman? Casey?
I think so.
Who asked the important thing I learned that I took away from the book. Those are my.
That was Casey. Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, Casey Thorman. Yeah.
Casey Thorman. So Reagan Overby, Casey Thorman, and Morgan Armstrong. My 3 winners. Everybody's questions were fantastic. Those are the ones that I like the most. Here's what has to happen. Hopefully you're all still paying attention.
Yeah, in the chat.
Okay. Reach out to me on social media. Either on Twitter at Sean_O'Connell or at RTSC Book. Just give me a follow or try to get in contact with me. I'll follow you back. That way we'll be followers. I need to get your contact information so that I can mail you a copy of the book once it's available. It'll be from next year. But once I get my physical copies in hand, I will autograph them and write a little personal message, and I will ship them to you wherever you. So I thank you so much for listening.
So get that done right away, guys, because you don't want him to have to choose someone else. So.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna give it. I'll give you 2 days. I'm gonna give you 2 days, and if I don't hear from you guys by the end of 2 days, I'll have to pick somebody else from the chat. And I wrote down the names of the usernames of everybody who submitted a question.
So there are two winners already, texted in the chat from what I noticed, so they know.
Amazing.
I'm not sure if the 3rd one, but I might have missed it. But yeah, at least 2 of them know that they won.
Terrific. Congratulations.
Okay, and well, that's it for this panel.
We have one more thing left. In about 15 minutes, we're gonna have a final word panel where we will announce the crossplay winners. We will show you the giveaway prizes, and it's gonna be just sort of like a goodbye to Justice Con. So if you guys want to stop by, you want to give us some feedback, you want to ask some last minute questions, you know, come there, come hang out with us for a little bit, and then that will be a wrap, and we'll go just to watch Watchmen together.
A ver, a ver, a ver. Ya se viene el final de este evento. Bueno, gente, Hola, Brian, nuevamente. ¿Cómo te va? Bueno, se está terminando este evento. Que en paz descanse. Domingo bastante flojo. Bastante flojo. Vamos a ver el final. Supongo que hablarán algo hablarán algo las chicas. Supongo. Pero bueno, esto es un evento de fans. Era un evento para prácticamente todo Zack Snyder. Así que, bueno, vamos a ver, vamos a ver. Voy a mostrar un poquito. Ahí Nelson está haciendo unas pruebas, así que, a ver. Bueno, Nelson, no se pudo hacer lo que estabas haciendo. Bueno,
Sí.
después tranquilo te pones ahí a buscar, si no yo también me fijo a ver cómo lo hice yo. Y después te explico. Después te mando un mensaje y te digo cómo hacer. Esa. Juego de carrera hay ahí.
Sí, qué huevón.
Ay, Dios. Bueno, no, estaba diciendo recién, no sé si me pudiste escuchar algo, que bueno, ahora viene el final, supongo que van a ser las chicas hablando. Se llama Final Word, así que seguramente va a ser sobre ellas. Bueno, supongo que comentarán algo del evento, qué sé yo, pero bueno, por ahí capaz que muestren algo más. Por ahí Zack Snyder le dijo, bueno, para el final mostrar esto. Ojalá. Así que. ¿Vos cómo lo viviste hoy, el evento hoy? ¿Cómo lo viste?
Entretenido. Ahí a lo que escuché mencionaron algo de Linterna Verde y de la Injustice.
Sí, yo la verdad no entendí, sinceramente. Hoy sí, no. La verdad no capté casi nada prácticamente en el inglés. Hoy sí estuve. Pero viste que vos me habías dicho ayer, viste que a Ray Porter fue el que le entendí mucho más. Tiene un inglés, el inglés de Inglaterra
Se entiende mejor que el inglés de Inglaterra y el de Australia, se entiende mejor que el norteamericano.
Sí, totalmente. Totalmente.
Igual DC tiene donde expandir su universo, de que les falta el hombre halcón, la mujer halcón.
Sí, le faltan un montón de personajes.
Bueno, y ojalá, pero que no incluyan a los gemelos fantásticos, porque eso sí no eran muy atractivos que digamos.
No, pero bueno, supuestamente en las series del Arrowverso, viste, Flash, Supergear y todo eso, dejaron ahí como un cliffhanger al final del evento de Crisis en Tierras Infinitas, en donde supuestamente iba a aparecer el mono de los hermanos gemelos. Así que
Como
vamos
un
a ver.
guiño, dices. Como un guiño.
Como un guiño, sí. Así que veremos a ver qué nos traerá.
Sí, lástima que Potter no hizo una demostración de la voz de Darkseid.
No, ¿viste? Pero igual ya te digo que con la voz que tenía, digamos, era bastante imponente, ¿eh? O sea, aunque no me haya hecho a Darkseid, pero ya su voz era bastante fuerte, ¿eh?
Igual yo lo vi en el Facebook y pucha. Ahí en lo que vos pusiste en el Facebook.
Sí, en el
Sí, sí.
grupo de la Fortaleza, sí.
Sí, es intimidante, la verdad. Sí da miedo.
Así que vamos a ver. En la DC Fandom supongo que se dirá la fecha de estreno de la Justice League.
Y ojalá que lo incluyan en una edición de DVD más adelante. O Blu-ray, o solo es exclusivo para
No,
HBO.
es exclusivo para HBO. No sé si la van a sacar. Igual, obviamente, se va a poder conseguir por métodos alternativos.
Sí, ojalá. Porque
No
no
digamos
tengo
la
que.
palabra esa porque por ahí, viste, YouTube, viste.
No. Pero sí,
Vamos a decir por cosas alternativas. Recién lo dije, bueno, ahora no me acuerdo. Por métodos alternativos. La primera vez que viviste un evento así, Nelson.
¿Sí?
La primera vez que viviste un evento así.
Sí. Bueno, aparte de lo del podcast con el amigo John, aquí es mi primera vez aquí en la Fortaleza.
Pero no, yo te digo así de evento o sea, no de gamers, sino de evento de
¿De
serie.
cómics?
Sí, ¿alguna vez viste algún evento de cómics, así, pero acá en digital, o fuiste a un
No,
evento.
es la primera vez.
La primera vez. Sí, bueno, vamos a ver qué dicen, a ver si dicen algo las chicas. Esperemos que muestren algo, aunque sea una foto, algo, que valga la pena todas estas horas que estamos acá.
Que sea una foto de super chica o algo así.
Claro, viste, una cosa. Hoy el chat bastante flojo, entre 4, 5, 3, 0 en un momento.
Sí, algo similar a John la última vez, en el último directo que hizo.
¿Sí?
Sí, al final noté que éramos como 5, entonces yo ya estaba cansado y me dormí y ya quedaron en 4. Y John ayer me dijo que seguramente solo iba a ser a mediodía los directos.
Y sí, porque al mediodía es donde tiene más, por lo menos él, tiene más gente.
Sí, no, igual a mí me sirve porque él dijo que los iba a hacer martes. Digamos, yo lunes y viernes no puedo a mediodía porque yo trabajo.
Claro.
Entonces igual, a mí no me afecta. Y este directo, una noticia que él tiene que dar ahí, es así, la tengo que ver por diferido el lunes en la noche, porque sí lo va a hacer como lunes a mediodía, que es algo de Hideo Kojima y unas cosas ahí.
Ah, sí.
Entonces ya ahí,
Igual no sabe, porque si no le arreglaron el tema del internet, está medio complicado.
así eso fue lo que él me dijo, que si le arreglaban el internet, entonces mañana lo hacía. Si
Si
Dios
no,
quiere.
si no estamos complicados.
Ah, sí.
Si no le arreglan el tema del internet, está complicado el muchacho.
Sí, él me dijo que era un problema de zona.
Sí, sí, encima la zona es peor.
Que no es ahí precisamente solo a él, que no, que es un problema de la zona de donde él vive.
Ajá.
Sí, entonces algo así me dijo, que el lunes iba a hacer un video ahí de esa noticia y ya el martes, si Dios quiere, continuaba con el directo.
Vamos a ver.
Es que todavía ya tengo y disculpa que te interrumpa, ya tengo el Gozo de Chima, pero como lo dije en el podcast la vez pasada, primero termino Bully, después reciben unos remakes, Soul River, y ya después empiezo el Ghost of Tsushima, si Dios primero.
Está bien. Sí, hay que disfrutarlo el juego. O sea, ya está, ya te lo compraste, que es lo más importante. Ahora lo guardás ahí, lo archivás hasta que te terminás de jugar los juegos que tenés que jugar y después los jugás tranquilo, con calma.
Sí, el juego siempre va a estar ahí. Y también tengo que empezar el que el chino me recomendó, el de Detroit Become Human.
Sí, ese pinta bastante bueno ese juego. El
Y
Detroit.
no volviste a jugar vos.
¿Cómo?
No estás jugando algún videojuego así.
No, la verdad que no. Ah, ahí está, a ver, ahí está el final. A ver.
Vamos allá.
Hi guys.
This is the
A ver.
little panel of Justice Con.
Ah, ¿viste? Lo que te dije.
Before we get into all the fun stuff, we just want to say thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for supporting us, for hanging out with us. We hope that you had fun. For those of you that it is a first convention, I hope you got, as good of an experience as you could and that you took something away from all these panels. Yeah, I mean, there's really not much more that I can say to that.
And thank you for everyone who gave questions to our panelists. You know, no matter like how little or big the panel was, it was really awesome of you guys to participate and send them loving questions. Meg?
Yeah, getting emotional.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. It really means a
But
lot.
I have flow mode. I'm getting motion sick.
Oh shit, sorry. I don't like it, but it's okay. I can put it in slow mode. Just give me 1 second.
So we do want to get some feedback from you guys, but first we want to talk about the prizes. So so basically, as everyone knows, we were doing the whole giveaway where you would submit your receipt of donating to AFSP or buying on the merch store, and so we were.
Before you jump, that giveaway is actually still going on. You guys can still sign up for it. You guys can still donate, and you guys can still purchase merch. All of the links are in the description below. So if you want, please check them out. There are badges for the event still available. You can get those. You can.
Esta vez no están tan agotadas.
Face masks.
No, no.
Face masks.
Ayer sí se notó que estaban así medio cansadas.
Sí, ¿no?
You can get it.
Sí, están bien, sí.
There's some
Después de tantas horas.
there as well that you can get, which are really, really awesome. So yeah, so you can get all this stuff. If you were there for the Todd's panel from Into the People, you would know that over $10 of each purchase goes to American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. So we're raising money that way. So if you would like something as a keepsake, but also help raise awareness for suicide prevention, that's the way that you can do it. Or if you cannot afford merch or you don't want merch, you can go straight to the donor direct link and you can donate that way. And for both of these, you can enter a giveaway. You can email us, and the way to do it is to email us at justiceconvention@gmail.com. Is subject to put either merch or donor drive, depends on where you chose to purchase or donate. Include your social media handle so we can contact you in case you are chosen, and give us your receipt as a proof of purchase. Make sure to black out all the personal information because we don't need to know your address. We don't need to know all that stuff, at least not yet until we win that giveaway. Then we can sort the rest out. But yeah, so make sure you black out any kind of sensitive info. We don't need that. We just need to know that you actually did purchase or donate. So we need that receipt. So if you want to do that, you can. And we have some really cool prizes. Some of that stuff is a bit exclusive, as in it was made only for these prizes. And there will be 10 winners of the giveaway. So now that's up to Cole. I'm sorry, I talked too much.
So we worked with Into the People. So we have started off a tote bag, which is got the design by Nemo on it. And this you can only get from the giveaway. You cannot buy this. There's something else in there? What's it in? Oh, yes. Anyway. So, and in that bag, we also are including a Justice Con face mask. These where
el merchandising, mirá. El que estaban hablando ayer, que yo dije, ¿por qué no tengo plata en la tarjeta?
Feel too suffocated. Also
Gracias
included
el
is
riñón, entonces.
favorite souvenir, a badge from Into the People.
Oh, claro que
And a set of
stickers.
So we've got the logo drawn by Nemo. We have the RCS inspired by Ray Fisher. And then we have a quote by Zach that says, "Powerful art can heal, bring awareness, and create change." And then unpictured, what we don't have yet is we will be having Nemo's amazing art turned into a poster that will then also be included in the giveaway.
Está pegada esa señora.
So if you watch the Into the People panel at the beginning of the convention, Todd actually had a display. It's sort of like a decal. So it can work like a poster. You can also frame it, but you can also actually like tape it on the wall because it's like a decal. They're really cool. Yeah, so those are our little giveaways, you know, just sort of as a thank you to everybody who donated. I mean, we can't give it to everyone, but you know, thank you for your donation. We have been running winners, and we had.
And just to clarify, the giveaway is open to international people as well. There is no limit. If you live in Antarctica and you win, we'll make sure you get it eventually.
Yes.
Can't say how fast because of COVID, but we'll get it to you eventually.
Yes, we'll ship it. We'll ship it worldwide. So don't worry about, you know, if you're not US based and you still want to enter, you can enter. And these prizes are part of you know, winning prizes for one more contest that we have to announce.
Yes, so we have 4 winners for the cosplay contest. The 2 grand prize winners of each category will win a $100 gift card and a prize bag. And the second place winners will unfortunately only get a $100 gift card. And you know, bragging rights.
Okay, so are we ready to announce them?
Yes. So let's announce the hobbyist winners. And by the way, guys, just a quick reminder: you voted for these winners. This was by community choice.
Yes. Okay, so hobbyist winners coming up on screen.
¡Oh!
Congratulations.
¡Opa! ¡Hubo concurso de cosplay!
Rodriguez as Cheetah.
¡Wow!
There were so many amazing entries. We were overwhelmed by the talent some people had, and we would.
Muy buenos cosplay, ¿eh?
And whether it was, you know, hobbyist or professional cosplay.
Sí, Chita está muy bueno.
Sí, demasiado detallado, excelente trabajo.
Sí.
It was so much fun to see everybody's cosplays and get to like bask in another aspect of the talent of this community.
Yes. Now we have second category, which is professional, and we have a winners for that too. So are we ready, girls?
Yes. Go right ahead.
Ah, bueno.
First place for professional is Susie Creates Cosplay as Hippolyta. And second place is Liz Wonder as Nightmare.
Ah, bueno. El de la mamá el de la madre de Wonder Woman. Qué bueno, qué buen cosplay.
Yeah,
me quedo con el de la izquierda.
The tally, I could not believe how.
Claro, la que vendría a ser la que hace de Antídope, ¿es? La mamá de Wonder Woman.
Hey, Liz.
Yeah, Liz, you know, you came up with this cosplay, threw it together. Like, that was crazy. I love the concept.
Muy bueno.
I know, and it's like, because you originally had a different one, you just made this last minute, and it was perfect. I mean,
and
I love it.
And Susie really, like, I aspire to.
The quality of Susie's cosplay is insane. Like, every time we would get a picture sent to our email, we would go in a group chat and be like, oh my god, you guys, did you see this one? Did you see this one? But we were all fawning over Susie's. It's just beautiful.
We were fawning, like, I think we fawned over literally, like, everyone.
Yeah, that's true.
It was like, there's so much talent on every, like, aspect and every level.
Yeah.
So, Liz, Susie, Thea, and Outlaw, I need you guys to reach out to us.
Muy buenos cosplay. Los 4 me gustaron, pero me quedo con los primeros puestos muy bien. Muy bien.
Liz, I think we're connected on Vero, so you can hit us up with.
Bueno, por lo menos valió la pena la espera.
I think now we're on to feedback.
So, you guys have fun?
Yeah, what did you guys think?
I'm just waiting for it to go.
I know,
Catch
it's
up.
a little delayed, so.
Yeah, and while you guys grab some questions, I'm gonna let Twitter know about our amazing cosplay winners.
Consider rotating hosts for more varied panels. Yeah, so to address this question or this feedback, thank you for that. Yes, so the thing about this is when we started planning it, it was not meant to be a massive convention. So we kind of told our guests when we signed them up that, you know, we will be the hosts. And obviously that ended up as it was. I mean, we had a lot of fun, but yeah, we agreed that, you know, if we are going to do this in the future, there would be more hosts and there would be more rotation.
Yeah, the thing with some of the guests was that, you know, that because this was a fan organized event, that some people felt more comfortable with talking to some fans that they already knew to some extent. And for the most part, a vast majority of our panelists, we already had interacted with before. And so that was part of the whole process, that they felt comfortable. And so it wasn't really open for us to add other hosts. But in the future, if we do this again, we will definitely try to recruit some other people, because if you can't tell, we're kind of tired.
Well, and I want to add on to that. I don't think any of us really thought that it was going to be as big as it was, especially the exact panel, for instance, had 17,000 viewers at one point. So it was a little nerve-wracking, and maybe people said we looked forward, but we're just fans like everybody else. So we're just taking in all of this information as well.
I found out about myself today that I look bored when I'm really interested. So
yeah.
Oh my gosh. And I was smiling, and people were like, "Are you bored?" Why are you bored? I was like, "I'm not." I'm just trying not to move, you know? I'm not.
Yeah. But this is the thing, like, you look at yourself, you watch your own face in the screen,
You're like, I want to
so like
right
now. Give Dave the Film Junkie. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be on the runner-up if we do this again.
Yeah, if we do this again, we'll definitely see if we can harass him into working with us.
You guys are saying just come 2021. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Just like we've said before when we interviewed about Justice Count this year, that if we ever do this again, it will not be this weekend, because I'm sorry guys, we love you so much, but your girls are going to San Diego Comic-Con again.
I wish someone was moderating the live chat. I saw a couple of toxic comments.
We're not going to get every comment. I mean, unfortunately, every chat is in slow mode for the most part. So all three of us are also trying to ask questions. So there's going to be some comments that go through that are toxic or whatever. But
if we also like Nana said, we did not expect this to be as big as it was. So if we ever do this again, we would definitely try to get some dedicated mods, but also, even with dedicated mods, there's gonna be toxic crap anyway. And I deleted what I could. Me and Meg were both watching it, and we did what we could. But at the same time, part of you doesn't want to delete or mute, because then people can criticize you for that, not giving everyone equal voice. So we're trying to give everyone a chance. Even the people who are toxic in the chat, but we will definitely take that criticism to heart and try to get dedicated mods next time.
So you turn it on Twitter?
No, that's nice. But so the thing about this convention is, and I mean, first of all, you guys, all of you in the chat, and so many people behind the scenes, and all over, helped to make it as big as it was. And, we didn't think it was going to be this big. And I don't think anybody really thought it was going to be this big. And so, you know, a lot of the stuff that, you know, has not been perfect, it's mostly due to that fact. I mean, you know, what can you do when you don't expect, you know, when you don't expect such a big traffic? And a lot of you are asking for the next year. So the thing about this is, and I want to make this absolutely clear, the reason JusticeCon was possible to do is because of the pandemic. It was an online event, and all of this, you know, all of this is on the courtesy of our guests and people who helped us out. Most of the conventions, not most, all of the conventions that these guests go to, by these guests I mean the big guests, you know, guests like Ray Fisher and Zack Snyder, they get paid to be at these conventions. It's either they get paid by their own studio because it's marketing, you know, it's a promo event, or they get paid by doing photo ops and signings. So they get paid for this, and they were here for free. They came on their own free time. They came to talk to us and just sort of kind of give something to the fans, and they did it for free because they wanted to. When we approached them with this. We said, you know, this is just a fan event. There's nothing extra to it, and it's the only thing there is just we want to make something for people to have fun and to raise money for suicide prevention. So that's what the guests came into it with, and you know, I think that, I mean, personally for me, especially what Zach brought on the panel, considering all the circumstances, was absolutely amazing. I have seen people being critical towards the clip or stuff like that. I want you to understand that, I mean, this was not an official event. And the fact that Zach brought something is absolute miracle.
The fact that Zach was even here is incredible.
Yes. And also he made you all associate producers. Come on. Come on.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's the thing. And another part of this whole, you know, how we put this together was we, as Cole said, we spoke to people that we've spoken to before. So they had a little bit of an idea who we are. And we were basically asking a favor. So anything that was said on these panels was at their own discretion. And that was essentially the rule. It was mostly up to them what they want to say. It was not, you know, it was not going to be a big, like, hey, let's be a big journalist and do this, like, hardcore article, or, you know, question them hard on things. No, this was for them to feel comfortable to share what they wanted to share. And we discussed with them before the panels what they wished to share. So we understand that some people expected more, some people wanted more information, but you have Zack Snyder's Justice League coming out, and I mean, they don't want to spoil it. To be fair, I mean, that's what it is. Was it JusticeCon official? That no, it's never been. No.
By the fans, for the fans.
Yes. I'll just read the chat to see if there's any questions, but it's more just statements. I wish you asked about the backflips. What you do? He couldn't talk about it, so we weren't going to ask him.
Yeah. It's what you guys have to understand is that we didn't just sit down with these guests without talking to them first and asking, what are you comfortable with? What can you talk about? What are you not comfortable talking about? And what you can't, like, from a professional standpoint. And with each guest, even with people, you know, even with the people that are like our friends, like in the diversity panel, you know, we sat down and we spoke to everyone and found out what are you comfortable with fielding. When it came down to the things like when it came down, sorry, I got distracted by the chat. When it came down to things like discussing things with the guests who were the celebrities like Jay and etc., was that there's a lot they still can't talk about. And while Jay can say on Twitter that he's seen the script, but that's all he said about it because that's all he can say right now.
Well, Jay said multiple times that, you know, the Black Flag script was the best thing that he's ever seen, the best thing that he's ever seen, but he can't speak on it anymore because of NDA, and that NDA is not going to go away because he went on a live stream. You know, it doesn't matter whether it's a Twitter comment or a live stream. He can't say it either way.
Well, Corey Parker has a really nice comment that I think we should read. He said, "I really needed this weekend, especially the suicide prevention panel, and thank you for saying that because that was the goal. We wanted to touch on topics that people needed to hear, especially with that panel."
Also, who did you want to come at the con that wasn't able to come? There were a few people we reached out to.
But we basically got almost pretty much everyone on our wish list. Otherwise, there was like 1 or 2 people we couldn't get, but that was because of Comic-Con at home.
Yeah.
Nice.
But did you guys contact any other members of JLK? No, we have not. Again, this is like I said, we contacted people that we've spoken to before, we had contacts on before. We do not, unfortunately, we're not.
We haven't met the other cast members.
Yeah.
I've met Ray before. Both Ray. We've met both. Well, me and Nana met Ray Porter together, and then I met Ray Fisher.
We've met Jay.
And we've met Jay. You know, we've known all these people face to face. So we had the unique advantage that I'd already spoken with Ray Fisher before. So that was a big reason why him and I got in contact. But I was also gonna say that as far as I did see some people were upset about the chat not having all the questions handled. So some questions we had to help our panelists. We had to help out the panelists by censoring a few because, like you said, there are certain things they can't talk about or are not comfortable with, and then there was a few things that were just not appropriate.
Yeah.
Or like on topic or what have you. So we had to kind of glaze over that, and then there were also panels where where the panelists had already taken questions or did not want to take questions at all because they had a planned course of discussion. So
I have a question about the YouTube channel. Are you coming back on this channel to update and not let this channel die? I really think this YouTube channel is a great outlet and grounding area of calmness for our family. I don't think we've ever really talked about it because we didn't expect it to get so many people subscribe to it. That was never really a goal.
We didn't even make a YouTube.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there were different talks about different platforms and how to do it. So, I mean, at the beginning, it wasn't even YouTube. I mean, this channel is meant for JusticeCon. As far as what JusticeCon actually means, I mean, this weekend it meant a virtual convention. I don't think there's going to be anything new anytime soon. We're not deleting the channel for sure. We're going to keep the channel up because you guys can go back and revisit anything you want. But as far as new content, who knows? I mean, we never said no to next JusticeCon. We never said no to any of that.
In case you don't know, all 3 of us, we do have YouTube accounts, our own channels. We've got Wonder Meg, and the Nerd Queens are literally everywhere.
Yes, they're featured on the JusticeCon channel if you want to follow that. But that's that's not that important. As far as JusticeCon channel goes, if we do find a way to use this outlet, yeah, sure. I mean, it's gonna be there for you guys to watch this stuff, definitely. And if JusticeCon evolves into something else, who knows? I mean, we didn't know we were gonna do this particular event until 2 months ago. So
yeah, we had a completely different event plan that would have been in person had it not been because of COVID. But COVID was, even though this is a terrible thing, we took this horrible time and we tried to make something positive for you guys. And it was really a perfect storm opportunity because we're all kind of stuck indoors. We're all just, even our guests, we're all people stuck indoors, working from home, etc.
I have unsubscribed unless a special announcement. Oh, well, you missed it yesterday.
That's completely up to you. I mean, we don't we don't beg people.
We do not have permission to upload the clip.
Yeah, I've seen that question a few times. That clip was just for this convention, so I would feel wrong just uploading it to our channel just as a single video. So we will not be doing that.
Yeah, unless we get permission down the road, which we cannot guarantee, and we do not know if that's even possible. We cannot upload the clip.
Besides, if Zach wants it uploaded, he will do it himself.
ACS complimented my internet. No problem.
I did see people asking for our Twitter handles. So Meg, for now, is _girl Meg. _girl Meg. And we are the Nerd Queens. And Meg everywhere else is Wonder Meg in some variation.
Yeah.
On Instagram, she's Wonder Meg 214.
I should change that now. That was something.
True. We have to help you think of a variation of Wonder Meg that's totally yours.
Wonder Meg,
maybe
a movie.
Maybe you should do a convention for AirCut of Suicide Squad and call it a Suicide Con. Don't call it that. No, as far as convention and for Suicide Squad,
I think that would be fun to attend, but I think that the people that are more passionate about that, especially the people that run that account on Twitter, I feel like they should spearhead that for sure.
Not to say that we aren't passionate for it. It's just that it's a very new movement and it's a very new situation, so it's like there's not much to go on.
Hello. No, it's I think whatever we did, if it inspires people to do something out of it, to create something more, something cool, hey, do it. Just do it. That's the point.
Question. Hi from the UK. Well, Nana's in the UK too, so say hi to your
Somebody said SquatCon. I like that.
Hi from the East Coast for me and Meg. How do you want to see the movie released? Series or long form of? I want it whatever Zach does, and I see the benefit of both.
I mean, I'm gonna binge watch it anyway, so
yes,
I'm not really.
Right, you're getting exactly what you're asking. Trailer is next month at Fandom.
Yes.
Oh, and I've seen a bunch of people ask this, so let me reiterate real quick. So the shirts that Zach showed will be available from HBO Max during Fandom weekend. He will post the link, and the first 1,000 people will be able to claim one for free. It will be shipped to you for free wherever you are. And then after the event that weekend, if you didn't get one for free or you just want to buy a dozen, it'll be on Ink to the People and available to be bought by anyone. Ink to the People ships worldwide, even to Antarctica.
Yes, of course. I see you in the Fandom DC.
You can just stay.
Come on, Elsa.
Ship it to you anyway.
Yeah, leave Candace alone up there.
Aunque ella dice que nos, nos verá en la Fandom Comic Con o Fandom DC.
Tutorial of how to write your name on the back of the shirt.
Ah, Josh.
He's gonna do a video where they explain.
¿Estás preparando, amigo Milan, para la Fandom DC?
Sí, a full, preparándome a full.
Hay que tener una buena botana, ¿verdad? Para no aguantar hambre.
¿Cómo?
Hay que tener buena comida, una buena botana para no aguantar hambre.
Y sí, olvídate.
Vaya preparando los mates y los bizcochos.
There is two ways. You can donate to a donor drive or you can buy from which proceeds go to a pension. You can enter giveaway.org.
Because this was about Zach and his, like Zach, a celebration of Zach and his work. We would love to, we would totally, like if David Ayer, if we ever got a chance to talk to him, like of course, we'd be downright like in love with the idea. But this was about Zach, this was for Zach, that's why all the panels were about Zach's work. So we did not reach out to him because it wasn't on topic. We love you, Kat.
Yes, we love
you, Kat. We love you, Kat.
How long have you all left the comments? Forever.
I came out of the womb. Right?
Okay, that's fair. About 8 years, as far as I go.
Were you nervous on any panels? Yeah, I was pretty much nervous on all of them, to be honest. Just not so much about talking to the guests, but the technical side of it. And people won't let me forget the little things I fucked up, which is fine. I fucked up a few things.
You did fine.
But yeah, that's all I was really nervous about. I mean,
I was really nervous. I was really nervous in general. Like,
yeah.
I mean, for everything to go right, for there's a certain thing about live stream because obviously you are live. Whatever you say is out there. You can't make sure. Oh, I worded this wrong. I have to put it away. And I mean, we had some really big names, and even though we spoke to these people before, and communicated with them throughout, it just sort of you have a respect because you think back and you're like, okay, this is still that person that I'm talking to, and you just kind of want to do it justice that you also don't want to put them on the spot. So,
all right, for the 100th time, we don't know anything about that flip. And we didn't ask every guest about that flip because I don't know what they could have told us, to be honest.
But I wish we did have a secret about that because that's my boy,
Yeah.
I mean, we love the bat flag. We really, really love that flag. So, I mean, we wish we knew. We wish we were in a position to ask, but we weren't. I mean, that's just what it is. I mean, we've seen these questions all weekend, and I don't know why they were around because we made it. I would say that we made it. There was no bad luck news on just the spot, but yeah, we don't understand.
Zach Snyder joined yesterday, so you can go watch that panel.
Still,
Are you guys tired? Yes, I'm extremely exhausted.
You'll probably sleep for the next 3 days.
Yeah. I was just about recovered from the pinch nerve thing, but I think I'm going to be sent back with that little injury for a few days. It's okay. We're in a quarantine.
You should upload some ZSGL content of small YouTubers from different parts of the world to this channel. It's an idea.
That's an idea. We'll you know what? We'll write that down, and if we feel like it's appropriate to come back to this channel outside of another con, we'll discuss it. We're not not opposed, but thank you for the suggestion. That's wonderful.
Is there a dream guest that you wish you could have gotten?
Oh, come on. That question answers itself.
I really would have liked to talk to Chris Terrio.
I would have liked to talk to like literally the entire cast.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Chris Terrio, Junkie Excel, that would be really cool.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I mean, Zach was always my dream guest.
Right, yeah, he was the top.
Yeah. Why do you own the Ireland tapestry? The Ireland tapestry is an heirloom from my grandmother, who's from Ireland.
Yeah, what do you guys think?
Okay.
So, any last questions?
Well, thank you for thanking us, but thank you for attending. This would have been really boring without you guys.
Again,
Yeah,
I said
I mean-
on Twitter a few days before we started streaming, is that like we appreciate everyone that just went and ran with this and trusted us to bring this to you guys. As soon as hi Will, as soon as we tweeted out the first logo, everyone just ran with it, and we just want to thank you guys for hyping it as much as you did.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, it wouldn't have been what it was without you. And like at the end of the day, if you have fun, that's all that matters. So, and I mean, you guys kind of blew our minds yesterday, so there's that.
My anxiety is fine right now.
And also, major shout out to the Crisis on Infinite Screen crew.
Oh, yes.
You guys were so cool the way you came together to keep the hype rolling throughout the day. So, what if guys, come on. If Jeff Johns asked to show up, we would leave him on red.
I would give her a swinging role.
Yes.
I love that. We can elbow bump. No hugs yet, but we'll elbow bump.
Guys,
La canción que cantó, me muero.
Are you ladies happy how the comment off? Well, I'm a perfectionist, so I go back and sort of look for my own mistakes, and I mean, I try to learn from them. So
Bueno, vamos a dejarlo de fondo a ellas porque no viene más nada, me parece. Vamos a bajar un poquito el volumen. Lo dejamos ahí, si viene algo interesante, estamos al tanto. Bueno, Nelson, ¿qué te pareció el evento? ¿Estás ahí? ¿Nelson? ¿Nelson? Nelson?
Essentially, the run-up the panel we just we tend to have a platform and essentially tell us what you want to tell us. So then we set down what that.
Nelson?
Man should be scared. That's all we have to say.
Yeah, we stand with brain research.
Yeah, we stand with great. We stand with Yes, we do like Soccer Punch. If you go to the Nerd Queen channel, we have an entire Amazon episode on that. Snyder's Amazons with our girls.
Yeah, that was a good one. I enjoyed that.
Saucy Master, we don't have any idea, my friend.
I don't know what question are you reading, but okay.
We got a couple times, but we're the prizes for the arts festival. We're not sure.
We don't know. I mean, I think that there were the statues, but we were not part of the organization.
No, we can't wait either, and we were really excited that Max was able to confirm that with us. Confirm all those questions he's gonna have answered by then.
Yeah.
And also, you know, like, come on, guys. Like, I know, like, major shout out to Chris Dawson for being this incredibly talented guy who's worked on the Black edition over the last few years to try to give us an idea of what we should see. But, like, the previous clip of Black Suit Superman, that was Chris Dawson's clip. And this weekend, we got to see Zack Snyder's clip, which is still pretty damn cool. The man didn't have to bring anything at all. And he said, I'm bringing a clip, and the man brought a clip. And I don't know about you, but when I first watched it, I almost died. I was like, this is amazing. This is our first look at the Snyder cut.
So we saw the teaser before that, but yeah.
Well, yeah, this was like, well, this was the first.
Nelson.
Sí, aquí estoy.
Ah.
Estaba
preocupado, pues no te estaba diciendo hola, nada.
Sí, estaba en la pulpería, qué vergüenza. Oye, ya estoy de vuelta.
No, o sea, no, te estaba por preguntar a ver qué te había parecido el evento. Yo calculo que ya no creo que haya algo más. O igual por la duda lo dejo ahí en silencio. Va en silencio, lo dejo un poquito bajo el volumen, por ahí si llega a haber algo más. Pero ¿cómo lo viviste? Más o menos lo que viste ayer un poco y lo que viste hoy.
Entretenido.
Bien. Eso es lo importante.
Sí, pues hablaron cosas interesantes y por lo menos ya sé quién es el que le va a hacer la voz a Darkseid.
Exactamente. Bueno, ahí en Twitter se está hablando que la Justice League de Zack Snyder va a ser un S-Word. S-Word significa que está fuera de lo canon, o sea, va a pertenecer al multiverso, pero no, como que no va a haber continuidad, supuestamente. O sea, que queda en esa película y nada más. Así que lo que va a ser la continuidad va a ser lo que venga ahora. De Batman con Robert Pattinson, Flash, Aquaman, Wonder Woman. Pero, no sé, todavía no está nada dicho. Vamos a ver.
Sí, no, Rey, ojalá que tenga continuidad.
Yo también, esperemos que sí, esperemos. Y si no llega a tener tampoco no me voy a enojar ni nada, todo lo contrario. Mientras que haya más productos desde DC y que en algún futuro se puedan llegar a unir. Igual acuérdense que DC no es Marvel. Muy pocas veces se pasan los héroes de un lado para el otro. Entonces ellos se basan más en cómics unitarios, en cómics solitarios, digamos. Que arranca y termina ahí. Nada más. No hay más.
Sí,
Entonces,
la idea.
Sí.
La idea es que no trate así como de copiarle mucho a Marvel, que sea un posible universo cinematográfico, pero como más oscuro, más para adultos.
Claro. Exactamente. Así que bueno. No hay más nada, me parece, ¿eh? Ahí está, bueno. Listo.
Finishen.
Terminó. Bueno. Vamos a pasar esto para aquí. Vamos a poner esto aquí. ¿Por qué no? Porque quiero despedirme con algo. ¿Dónde estás?
Y qué lástima que no le pude poner la foto de ahí, de perfil.
Ah, lo de coso.
Ahí después, más adelante.
Sí, tranquilo. Bueno, Nelson, gracias por acompañarme.
Gracias.
Gracias por estar un rato acá conmigo, acompañándome. Gracias a toda la gente del chat que estuvo hoy. A mis amigos de la secundaria también. Que no se me enojen, que los quiero mucho. Tuvimos ahí unas cositas en WhatsApp. Así que, pero bueno, no se enojen. Son 30 años de amistad, así que los quiero a todos por igual.
Para el fan me llama, ¿verdad?
Les mando un abrazo enorme. Así que, bueno, obviamente, obviamente nos vamos a despedir con mi frase, por supuesto, pero nos vamos a despedir con otra cosa más, que por la duda le pongo repetición, por las dudas si me llego a trabar, con el clip de ayer de Superman con el traje negro. Para los que no nos llegaron a ver y vieron este video, pueden ver también esa partecita. Así que, bueno, Nelson, repito nuevamente, muchas gracias por estar. A todos del chat, muchísimas gracias. Si ven esto diferido, suscríbanse, no sean malos. Vamos que estoy ahí cerquita de los 900 suscriptores y después los 1000. Así que vamos. Y bueno, nada más. Nos vemos, gente. Hasta luego. Nelson.
Hasta luego.
Hasta luego. Y como siempre digo, justicia, no venganza. Hasta luego. Ponemos